Good morning. It'd be better if you guys could hear me, huh? Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Hey, Judy. Hey, Terry. Hey, Carla. Nancy. How are all my friends this morning? It's good to see you. Thank you for coming out. Let's see what Judy has for us this morning. In 2005, Spector reached an agreement with Donna Clarkson, Lana's mother, in her wrongful death suit. Spector had originally tried to mount a defense against the lawsuit, but both he and Clarkson signed the settlement. The terms of the suit remain confidential. You know what is crazy to me is that, not in this case, of course, because he was found guilty, but in some cases, in a criminal court, someone can be found not guilty, but in a civil court, they can be found guilty in a wrongful death suit and be forced to pay a family member. That is crazy. Crazy. Oh, cool, Nancy. I love it. I love it. That's an amazing profile pic. That is great. I love it. That's wonderful. Yep. That's exactly who I was thinking of, OJ. That's just, I mean, because they don't have the standard of proof that you do in a criminal court. But it's crazy to me. It seems like if you can prove that they did it in a wrongful death suit, you should be able to prove that they did it in a court of law, right? But that's crazy. It's just so crazy to me. It's like, okay, so there's no Karen Reed today, so we're going to be doing Phil, I guess, until I get tired or y'all get tired. I don't know which. I did walk yesterday. I walked for half an hour, and when I went to the doctor for it wasn't anything but just to get my meds refilled, apparently, because I have to go back because the pharmacy called me and they're like, I hate insurance so bad, y'all. It's a necessary evil. So now they used to refill my medicines every month. They would just call me and be like, your meds are ready. I would go pick them up. Or Travis would pick them up on his way home from work. Now they have to call me to ask if I need my medication refilled. Duh, yeah, if they're ready to be refilled, I need them. But they have to call me first. So they called me and said, I went to the doctor to get my medications refilled. And I went to the doctor and I said, refill everything. So Travis goes to the pharmacy, comes home with 4 medicines. I'm on a buttload of medicines. Comes home with 4. I'm like, why is there only 4? And he goes, I don't know. They didn't say. They just gave me 4. So then the next day, the pharmacy calls me and says, you have medicines that are ready to be refilled. Please call us and let me know if you need them refilled. So I called. No, I didn't. I sent them to voicemail because I was streaming. And then Then the next day while I was streaming, they called and I grabbed the call. And I got him in the other room and took it. And then I think I told y'all when I got back how aggravating it was that they only called in 2 weeks of my medicine. And I have to go back on July 1st, which hopefully I'll have enough medication to last till July 1st because they only called in 2 weeks. So hopefully I'll have enough from what they filled last time to the extra 2 weeks that they filled. It's just so infuriating. Healthcare is not. When I went to nursing school, it was all about the patient. The patient is part of their healthcare. They're the one that calls the shots. And it's not that way anymore. It drives me insane. The patient should be in charge of their healthcare. Now you go in and they're like, you need to do this and this and this and this and this. No, I don't. I need to do what I want to do. Ugh, it drives me nuts. Ugh, can't stand it. So anyway, she's like, are you doing any exercise? And I'm like, no, I can't exercise. I have degenerative disc disease. I have osteoarthritis. I have fibromyalgia. I can't do any exercise. She's like, what about just a slow walk? And I'm like, no, I can't even do that. I hurt when I do any kind of activity. So I got to thinking about what she said and I decided, well, because like when I decide, okay, I'm gonna start walking, I'm gonna start doing this, I'm gonna start doing that, I overdo it. And then I end up hurting and then I'm in bed for days, right? So I decided, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my phone. I'm just gonna meander. I'm not gonna walk. I'm not gonna like be like, speed walking, or I'm just gonna nice leisurely walk. So I have my phone, I have my earbuds in, I was listening to music, I was reading a book on my phone, and it was pleasant, it was peaceful, it was so nice. And I really didn't think I was doing much of anything as far as physical, you know? But you guys remember I hurt my butt bone on the water slide, right? And it was to the point that I didn't even feel it. I just barely felt it after that walk, y'all. This nice, leisurely, didn't hurt me at all walk. I came back in the house and I got all settled. I was in the bed. I was diamond painting. It started throbbing. I was like, I guess I did do something stressful to my body because I almost got out the ice pack and sat on the ice pack again. I was like, Dad, gum, what did I do? All I did was walk for half an hour. But it's fine. It didn't hurt for very long. And now I'm okay. And then when I stepped on the scale this morning, I lost 4 pounds. 4 pounds. And I was like, well, dang, I'm going to start walking every day. Maybe that's what I need to jumpstart my body back into losing weight again. So maybe that's what I need to do. But it's also the rainy season in Florida. Summer, it rains every day. I don't know why this is called the Sunshine State. Because it rains every day in the summer. So, and after I walked, it rained. And then it rained all night last night. And Belle is afraid of thunderstorms. And even though it didn't thunder, when it rains, when there's a heavy rain, it scares her because she thinks it's gonna start thundering. So I woke up and this morning my alarm went off at 6 and I shut it off and set it for 7. I wasn't ready to get up. But after I changed the alarm, I rolled over and Belle was right there in my face. So she had been curled up next to my back all night because of the rain, and I didn't even realize she was there. So she was freaking out because of the rain because she thought it was going to be a storm. But Travis slept right through it. He didn't even know. I had heard the rain in the middle of the night and it woke me up, but I went right back to sleep. But I didn't realize that it had freaked out Belle, and she was like cuddled up all next to me because she was afraid. But she's so sweet, poor baby. I felt bad that I didn't realize she was right there, and I didn't like roll over and cuddle her and comfort her. But she was fine. Usually, if she's really scared, she I've got a picture. Yeah, exactly. My breathing heating pad. That's exactly what she is. I have a picture of her. I think it's on my phone. Um of um this was the terrible picture of me because we were just hanging out in the bed. But that was a storm. She's got behind me. That's usually what she does. It was a thunderstorm. She got behind me on the bed. So that's what she does when it's thundering and lightning. She gets behind me. I'm only smiling because I'm taking a picture, but I'm worried about her. I'm just smiling because it's a picture. But that's what she does. She gets up behind me. I think she's actually between the pillows behind my head, but she hates thunderstorms. I bought her when she was younger. I will give her a kiss, Nancy, for you. I had bought her a calming collar when she was younger, so that when we left and went anywhere, if it stormed, that collar would calm her down. And it seemed to work. Like, even if we were home and it stormed, she didn't seem to be as afraid. And it was, I think Hearts made it, and I think it had to be changed every month. I don't know. It had like some kind of essential oil or something in it. And I had heard about the Thunder shirt. Um, on the nightstand. Oh, poor baby. Oh, wow. What is it? Does it just it holds them tight? Is that what it does? It like the tightness, or does it have like um a fragrance or sensory things in it, or what? I thought it just like was like a tight thing, right? That held them like tight so they felt secure. I don't know. I never tried a Thunder shirt on her. But like, I'm home all the time now and don't go anywhere, so except to the doctor. So, but um she's not quite as afraid as she used to be. I woke up one night in the middle of the night and it was storming, and I'm like, "Where's Belle? Where's Belle?" Cuz she was nowhere to be found, and I'm like, "She's usually right wherever I am when it's storming." So I was like, "Where's Belle?" And I woke up. I went in the other bathroom. I don't know why she went to the other bathroom and not the bathroom in our bedroom. And she was all curled up in a ball in the other bathroom. And I'm like, "What are you doing? Get in here and get in bed with me." And she followed me to the bedroom and got in bed with me, and we all cuddled up together. I don't know why she went to the other bathroom. That's the only time she's ever done that. I'm like, "What are you doing?" I probably could. I guess it was lavender. It was some kind of essential oil in it. So, yeah, that's probably what it was. It was something like that. Okay, so we are still on the blood. There she is. Come here, Bill. I have to give you a kiss for Nancy. Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing? She's wandering around sniffing. I don't know what she's sniffing because there's no food cooking. What are you doing? Oh, she's looking out the window now. Oh, so it just wraps them tight. No, she asked for a cookie earlier. I already gave her a cookie. I thought she had to go outside, but no. She looked at the cookie jar. She just wanted a cookie. I don't know why she started this. I mean, I don't care because she needs to gain weight. But then if Spike's there, then he wants a cookie and he doesn't need to gain weight. He needs to lose weight. Hash Brown. What a cool name for a dog. Hash Brown. We used to have a pit mix. She was the sweetest dog. Sweetest dog in the world. And every time someone says something about how bad of a dog a pit is. Speaking of dogs and dog bites, on Peter Tragos's channel, they were talking about protocol for dog bites and how Hank Brennan was the things he was saying to Dr. Russell about there's no standard for dog bites and all that kind of stuff. I don't comment in the chat at Peter's because there's so many people. Like, he doesn't see the chats unless you pay for them, and I don't have the money to do that. Oh, cool. Thanks, Carla. But I got to thinking about it, and DCF, Department of Children and Family, they have protocols for dog bites because, well, anyways, there was a pharmacist that said hospitals certainly have protocols for dog bites because the person was a pharmacist and said every hospital that they'd ever worked in, they have a definite protocol for dog bites because you see them in hospitals all the time. And working as a pediatric nurse, there were protocols for dog bites in pediatrics because DCF had made us do things at the hospital when kids came in with dog bites. And it was horrible. I hated it with passion because there was a video we used to have to make. Parents of these kids that were dog bite victims, we had to make them watch this video on dog breeds that were dangerous. And it had German Shepherds and Pit Bulls and Rottweilers and Doberman Pinschers and how they were mean dogs and would bite and be vicious. And I hated it. I hated it. Because that's not true. Bye. Love you. And it's not true. It's how you raise the dog. It's so not true. And pits are the sweetest thing. They are. Yeah, exactly, Nancy. It depends on the pet parent. 100%. It depends on the pet parent. If you raise them right, they're fine. Our pit, she was mixed with Rhodesian Ridgeback, which is apparently another vicious dog. Sweetest dog in the world. She would not bite you. She would lick you to death. She wasn't going to bite you. The sweetest dog in the world. Okay. We're way off topic. And I did not have this pulled up yet because I was watching a roller coaster video. They've changed on Court TV. They have changed their legendary trials to now say licensed trials. I don't know what that means. But on the other page, it still says legendary trials. So. They definitely need somebody to work on their website, though. Okay, so we are still on Stuart James. Bloodstain analyst. If I can find the timestamp. In case you weren't here at the beginning of the stream yesterday, my cousin had back surgery yesterday. Please continue to pray for her if you are praying for her for me. She is in a lot of pain. And I don't know why they're doing this to her, but they are not giving her a pain pump. They're giving her pain pills, and she just had surgery yesterday. And it is like major back surgery, and she's in a lot of pain. So I know they give you pain pills to get you ready to go home because you can't go home on IV or pain shots. So I understand that, but I don't know why they're doing it to her first day post-op. That doesn't make any sense to me. And she lives too far away for me to go down there and raise a stink, or I would. And she knows I would too. Because that just doesn't, major back surgery, and it's just, I don't know why they're doing that to her. It's making me mad. Huh. Yeah, when we moved into this house, we had the pit bull, and we couldn't get homeowners insurance, which I kind of wish we had just kept the insurance that my dad had on the house and just kept paying payments. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know why that coverage stopped when we took over the house, but it did for whatever reason. I don't know if my stepmom did that to me, which is probably what happened. I don't know what happened. Anyway, so we couldn't get home insurance, and we have not tried again since she's been gone. But she had cancer. We had to put her down. Well, she would have died of old age by now, but She was a puppy. She was 5 months old when I met Travis. She was Travis's. I had not had any dogs. Well, I had dogs when I was a kid, but never for long because I was allergic to them. So I had one dog that my brother had given me, which we didn't have for long. And then another dog that was just a stray that came up to my house. It stayed outside when we fed him, and I played with him outside. But a real dog, like, inside dog, slept in the bed with us, kind of like family dog, was Daisy. That was our pit bull. And we couldn't get insurance on the house because of her. And I haven't tried since she's been gone, but I really need to. But you can't get hurricane insurance in Florida unless you pay extra, and that's probably the only thing. Well, I do worry about fire too, though. Especially with my idiot neighbor. He was burning his field the other day, and his field butts right up to mine. And Travis came in the house, and he's like, he's burning his field. I was like, well, keep an eye on it, because he's an idiot. You had a pit bull named Daisy, too? That's cool. I'll have to find a picture of her and show you guys. I'm sure I have lots and lots of pictures of her. She was really pretty. She looked like a pit, though. She, like, you could tell she was a pit. She looked like a pit. She didn't look like anything but a pit. To Daisy with an E. Ours was just regular Daisy. I think this is where...
Where's the session? All right. All parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present as heretofore. You may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. James, with regard to satellite spatter, once again, talk about the effect of energy that's shared to break up a droplet into smaller droplets and create this satellite spatter. And you would explain that to us, and you used the diagram under questioning by Mrs. Kinney Bodden and under my questioning as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. With regard to that satellite spatter mechanism I guess, creating small droplets, you expect if blood is dripping into blood somewhat, and there is a static source of blood. It's not moving, my hand is cut and I'm moving around like this, correct?
Well, depending on the surface, you may not see any if it's individual drops.
Correct.
Depending on the surface.
Conversely, if I'm standing still and I cut my hand and I don't move and I'm static, and I'm dripping, there's going to be a certain pattern that emerges from that satellite spatter, correct?
Yes.
And that dripping will continue, and that pattern will continue as long as that satellite spatter continues to create the energy required for those droplets to be broken up.
Well, no, the satellite spatter isn't creating the energy. It's the droplet you're talking about.
I may have misspoken or been inartful in my question. I guess my point is, as long as there is blood dripping into that blood, there is a particularized pattern that's being created, correct?
Okay, you'll be able to recognize a pattern of satellite spatter. All right. Certainly.
And if, in fact, the source of blood is static, not moving, and where the satellite spatter is being created is static and not moving, there's going to be a consistency among the spattered droplets in location and distribution.
To a certain degree, yes, depending upon the curvature of the surface and all that.
Right. Let's assume that I'm dripping onto the jury box, and my hand is 8 inches or 10 inches high enough to create a spatter.
Right.
There's consistency with regard to that drop flowing that same distance into that same drop of blood, correct?
Yeah, theoretically, if the surface were wide enough, you'd see a pattern of satellite spatter encircling the parent stain.
All right.
I think there's a picture of that in the book, too, as a matter of fact.
And if I was standing next to that, for instance, you would expect that with each drop of satellite spatter, with each energy-producing mechanism, whatever it is, there is going to be a pattern that standing close to it.
Yes, that was the purpose of Mr. Kish's research. And he actually did it to show the problems that exist with satellite spatter getting on shoes and lower pant cuffs. You know,
All right.
a little different perspective, but the same idea.
Sure. So if I stand close in some way, and I stand close to that particular satellite spatter producing event, whatever that may be, there's going to be small droplets that emanate from that blood drop into blood drop, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if I stand close enough, I may get some satellite spatter on my jacket, correct?
You might, yes.
And if I don't move, or if I'm standing relatively still or relatively stationary in the same relative position, that set of droplets are going to be in basically the same area on my jacket, correct?
Pretty much.
And distribution, what hallmarks of blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
It's along with size, shape, distribution, and location, yes.
And you indicated, as a matter of fact, that among those four things, that location may be the most important, correct?
It often is, yes.
All right. But distribution has to be considered along with location, size, and shape, correct?
Yes.
All right. A couple of things on those points, and then I think I can move on. First of all, with regard to size, Mrs. Kinney-Bodden asked you a lot of questions about the size of the staining on the jacket. For instance, she pointed out a couple of 2-millimeter sized droplets, correct?
That's right, yeah.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I'm using bad language. 2-millimeter sized stains.
Stains, not drops, yes.
Correct. The droplet, by necessity, is smaller than the stain is wide or long, correct?
Well, we don't know to what extent because we've never measured it.
Right. I'm not asking you to give me a percentage. I'm just saying necessity. Let's use something that Jim Peck's actually explained to us. If I take a ladle of pancake batter and I pour it out, the pancake is going to be larger in diameter than the sphere of pancake batter in the ladle.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting comparison, which I don't know if that's entirely true or not, but it gives you the idea.
And the idea is that the orb or the sphere traveling through the droplet traveling through the air is smaller than the stain that is resultant from it coming in contact with a solid surface.
Yeah, I mean, you can't necessarily relate that to bloodstain pattern analysis because you're dealing, with a thick liquid going onto a frying pan type thing, whereas you may have small droplets of blood that are being driven into a fabric that may not change in size that much. So it depends on the fabric too, and the surface. Frying pan's one thing, but fabric's another.
I understand. But certainly, I don't want to get into the deep details of the physics. All I'm trying to get across is to see if you agree that the droplet moving through the air by necessity is smaller than the stain that it creates. Even if by a factor of very little, it has to be smaller.
That's logical.
Okay.
I would like to see some data on that whenever they figure out a way to measure the droplet size in air.
But up until this point, there is no data, and the general industry, the forensic science community tends to agree that the droplet traveling through the air is smaller than the resultant stain that it leaves on a fabric, if in fact there's a capillary effect and things
Yeah, well,
like
it's
that.
fabric dependent, surface dependent, yes.
And of course, there was capillary effect on the white jacket, Mr. Spector's white jacket that had blood on it, correct?
There was some, yes.
All right. And as a matter of fact, in your notes that you drafted as a result of the
Why are you buffering? Stop it! Stop it, stop it, stop it. Knock it off, Court TV.
drafted as a result of the...
Ugh. Their website sucks.
stain that it leaves on a fabric, if in fact there's a capillary effect and things
Yeah, well,
like
it's
that.
fabric dependent, surface dependent, yes.
And of course, there was capillary effect on the white jacket, Mr. Spector's white jacket that had blood on it, correct?
There was some, yes.
All right. And as a matter of fact, in your notes that you drafted as a result of the
Seriously? Good morning.
stain that it leaves on a fabric, if in fact there's a capillary effect and
Yeah,
things.
it's surface dependent, yes.
And of course, there was capillary effect on the white jacket, Mr. Spector's white jacket that had blood on it, correct?
There was some, yes.
All right. And as a matter of fact, in your notes that you drafted as a result of the evidence examination that you conducted back in May of 2006, you indicated that many of the stains were 1 millimeter and smaller, sub-millimeter sized, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mrs. Kinney Bodden simply pointed out during her direct examination a couple of the stains that happened to be larger than that. Correct.
Yes, well, there were ones that were measured by Renteria. See, the problem was, and I think I explained it already, we had some problems with the nation of the stains of some have been removed. We had to rely on others before we actually got this.
Right.
So
You did indicate small stains measured 1 millimeter or less.
that's to the best of our
That's a direct quote from your notes, correct?
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I'm not
All right.
denying that.
All right. Distribution and location. I want to talk about distribution for just a second. You're aware of the distribution pattern that emerged on Mr. Spector's jacket, correct?
Yes,
The blood stains were predominantly on the left panel of the jacket. In other words, if we break my jacket into two panels, the right panel and the left panel, it was on the exterior of the left panel, correct?
yes,
That distribution appeared to be relatively evenly distributed between about the mid-breast area all the way down to beneath the buttons, closer to the hem or the seam, I guess it'd be the hem of the jacket, correct?
relatively, yes.
All right. And confined somewhat to an area of the jacket. In other words, it didn't extend all the way out to the seam of the jacket, and it didn't extend to the right panel of the jacket either, correct?
Yes.
All right. What is your interpretation if you indicated that you believed that satellite spatter could be let me start that question over again. You indicated on direct examination that one of the considerations you gave to the sub-millimeter and millimeter and maybe even larger particles on Mr. Spector's jacket was it could be the product of satellite spatter, correct?
Yes, we, to the extent that, some could be, we weren't saying it all was one or the other, but we felt that with the information we had on the chair, that we had to mention that in our report. That's
Sure.
Another potential mechanism.
Absolutely. My question to you is, are you saying that the spatter pattern that emerged on Mr. Spector's jacket was the product of satellite spatter on the right arm of the chair, the entire spatter pattern?
No, it was an additional area that was spattered. It may have come some from that or some from, the blood coming down the right side of Lana Clarkson's jacket.
I guess I'm not following you.
Well, we talked about that earlier, that you can have some, projections of small droplets of blood coming off a rapidly bleeding area.
I understand that. That's not my question. My question is this. The pattern that emerged on Mr. Spector's jacket, it is what it is. There's spatter, 1 millimeter and sub-millimeter size spatter, and a couple of larger spatters, meaning 2 millimeter size spatters, on the left, predominantly the left panel of his jacket, and there's some indication that there may be some blood stains on the sleeves as well, including the back sleeve.
Yes.
What I'm asking you, Mr. James, is are you saying that the pattern on his jacket, taken in totality, is consistent with the spatter coming from the satellite spatter on the right arm of the chair?
Not, no, we're saying that some of those stains could have been the result of satellite spatter, not all of them.
Okay. So
The pattern is just too diffuse and too broad to all be satellite spatter.
that question, thank you. You asked it. That's often the case. You're asking it better, or you're answering much better than I'm asking it. There is a particular pattern that emerged on his jacket, correct?
Yes.
You are not telling this jury, as you sit here, it is not your testimony that what emerged on his jacket is simply the product of blood dripping into blood or the flow that we talked about on that right armchair. On the right armrest.
No, what Paul and I say wasn't clear in our report was that that was another mechanism that could be responsible for some of those stains.
Some of the stains could have come from blood dripping into blood, for instance,
Or that similar mechanism I mentioned, yes.
but the other stains came from what mechanism?
Well, you have only two other mechanisms left. One is impact spatter, and the other is, depending upon what the pathologist says about agonal breathing, on the far end you have expiratory blood.
Let's
Pathologist.
talk about the expiratory blood. Expired. Good enough. Blood that's expirated that has the energy to create a pattern consistent with impact spatter must be expirated under some force. Yes?
Well, even just a cough can do it.
Correct.
I've done that.
All right. So, in other words, if I have some of the demonstrations that folks in your field do is have ketchup and water in their mouth, they'll take a board and correct
We use blood.
in the mouth.
I said that before, yes.
Wow.
Limit the blood to the person from whom it's taken.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. All right. That being said, the cough is what I'm getting at. A cough like that may create the force necessary to create these millimeter-sized particles, correct?
Yes.
All right. If the pathologist in this case who performed the autopsy indicated in his testimony that there was in fact no agonal breathing, or if there was any lung movement whatsoever, there was an extraordinarily shallow inhale, like I just did. Probably missed it.
Couldn't hear it.
All right. Like so, using his example. If the pathologist indicated that she was immediately incapacitated, her spine was transected, and she was not able to move or breathe or expire blood through a cough or any force or anything like that whatsoever, could you eliminate that as a possible cause for the pattern that you saw in Mr. Spector's jacket?
Yes, that's why I put it when I said the far end,
Okay.
because if there's a difference of opinion that exists in whether a significant breath could or could not have been taken, then that's another issue. But based on what the pathologist determined at autopsy, Dr. Pena, and perhaps consulting with others, that there was no agonal breathing, well then that certainly would eliminate that particular mechanism.
Okay, and Mr. James, that leaves us to getting to the final point of this questioning. What does that leave you with insofar as a mechanism for the pattern that you saw emerge on Mr. Spector's jacket based on your examination of his jacket?
Well, it's certainly in the size range of impact spatter.
One of the
The stains that are small, and we're not talking about transfers.
right, and you understand that Lynn Harold, when she put arrows on that jacket, that she was not just suggesting that all of that was impact spatter. You're yes?
Well, I don't recall that, but I certainly confirmed by looking at her photographs.
Right. In other words, she put arrows on every stain on the jacket, not just highlighting high velocity back spatter.
Oh, I understand that, yes. I mean, it's pretty clear. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, there were arrows on the very clear, I mean, even I could figure that out, that there was transfer stains toward the buttons of his jacket inside and out.
Well, there was even one on the inside that didn't show up in that actual photograph,
Right.
but it was in the closer photo. You could tell it was on the inside of the lapel.
Right.
It was obviously a transfer.
Sure, and so I guess that point is you're aware that she was not suggesting that everything with an arrow was an impact. She's suggesting that everything with an arrow was a stain that she found.
Yes, and I recall, since I was here listening to her testimony,
Yes.
that I believe she indicated that she put arrows on most, if not all, stains.
All right.
So,
With regard to the impact spatter that you have, is it safe to say that you have concluded, in your opinion, that the overall pattern of blood on Mr. Spector's jacket, the impact stains, not transfer stains, but the impact stains, the overall pattern that you saw in Mr. Spector's jacket is from the source of the gunshot wound?
I would say yes, for at least a portion of the stains, yes.
All right, thank you. Taking that into consideration, is it important, Mr. James, in reconstructing, which you said is one of the bloodstain pattern analysts' kind of repertoire, is it important to take into consideration all of the facts and circumstances surrounding the crime scene that you're investigating or examining?
I would say yes, certainly.
All right. You did review, or you were aware of others' reports concerning the search for blood at the crime scene, and blood that was actually found on the crime scene, correct?
I am.
In other words, Steve Renteria's reports, you've read those?
I have.
Okay, you're familiar with the luminol issue, et cetera?
I am.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. You indicated that that is, in fact, a search technique that's left for last resort normally, correct?
Yes, that's the procedural issue with most laboratories and crime scene units that I deal with or have dealt with in the past.
All right. You are aware that Steve Renteria actually did it as a last resort. I mean, that was kind of the last thing that he did the next day, and that wasn't the first thing that he did.
Well, but yeah, he also of not removing the carpet early from the scene or putting down those platforms, those narrow-based platforms, so you're not contaminating that particular area.
I
That was my main point about the luminol.
Right, I understand, and we'll get to that in just a second. That wasn't really my question. My question was, timing-wise, you're aware that he did that sort of last in the progression of things that he did.
That's right, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that he actually looked visually, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just asking you whether or not you're aware of how he conducted his examination. He looked visually on the carpet and on the adjacent west wall. You're aware of that?
Yes.
You're aware that he then illuminated those same areas with a flashlight and looked closely at those areas and closely at the wall, getting within, I think his testimony was within inches of the wall, looking and bending down and looking with a flashlight, correct?
Well, I don't know that he used a magnifying device, and he's looking for red on red.
Flashlight. His testimony was, are you aware that his testimony was he used a flashlight?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he used a magnifier as well.
Okay.
But you're looking for red stains on red carpet, which
Sure.
is kind of almost going to require a stereo microscope, containing luminol.
And he was looking, if this represents the chair that Ms. Clarkson was found in, that he was specifically looking for blood in the area in front of where she was. You're aware of that based on his reports?
I am.
All right. You're aware that he KM'd several areas in front of her on the carpet, correct?
Yes, I recall that.
And this may remind you, he marked them with white X's and stuff.
I believe I did read that.
Okay. That KM negative. You're aware of that.
That's my
Day, he came back and he illuminated the entire area, including the wall and the stairway, etc. Correct?
Yes.
When I say correct, I don't mean you were there. I mean you're aware that he did that.
I've read that testimony and report.
All right. Now, understanding that your testimony is you would like to have seen the carpet collected, let's talk about one other thing with regard to the luminol. You're aware that Ms. Clarkson was situated in the chair with her legs extended when she was found, correct?
That was her final position, yes.
Right. And you also indicated in your report that there's no evidence that she was in any other position when she was at the time of discharge, correct?
That meant somewhere away from the chair is what that meant.
Okay.
So we're clear on that.
Well, you actually wrote, Mr. James, that there's no indication that she was in any other position.
Yes, well, yeah, I think we already talked about it, but an issue had come up early in the case that she might have been shot in the stairwell or something like that. What we mean, and I'm telling you now, if it wasn't clear in the report, that we're talking about her being in the chair, period.
All right. You're aware that there was, as well as of her nylons, her knees, her shins, her shoes. All of that was analyzed.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right. You're aware that there was no blood spatter found beneath, basically, just this side, if you will, of the hem of the skirt. The blood spatter didn't even go to the end of the hem, nor did it get on her knees or her thighs, her shins. There was no blood spatter found on her shoes as well. You're aware
Yes,
of
and that's based on her final position, yes.
Right. Taking all of that into consideration and making a determination, well, is it important to take all of that into consideration in trying to formulate in your mind as a forensic scientist the pattern, the particularized pattern of what happened in 1700 Grandview Drive at about 5 a.m. on February 3rd, 2003? In other words, you have to look at that pattern that exists there, correct?
Well, yes, that's what you have to look at. If that's her final, if that was her original position, that was an issue that is what this luminol issue is revolving about.
All right. And if in fact her legs were extended, and that was her final position.
Her initial position.
I'm sorry, my mistake. If her legs were extended and that was her initial position, that would render the whole discussion about luminol irrelevant, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because you would, you have no blood. If that were the position she was in, with her legs extended at the time she received a gunshot wound, then you would know by where the spatter was, location, again, that it didn't extend any further out. Okay, so then we would know that you would not expect any blood to be, below that area because the legs would act as a intercepting, target.
If in fact the end of her hem represented the outermost boundary of the blood spatter was found, that would be maybe, as she lay in the chair, she's a relatively tall woman, 2.5 feet from the source of blood being her mouth, correct?
Yes.
If in fact that was the evidence that was found at the crime scene, could you situate that jacket, the white jacket, in a position in that room at the time the gunshot was fired?
Yes, if that in fact was the position she was in, and I have some issues about that, but I'll leave it to a pathologist, okay, then my answer would be yes.
Where would you place that jacket?
Would it be close to the end of the spatter on the...
You've seen the photographs, Mr. James. Can you place me in about where the end of the spatter would be on her clothing, consistent with what you saw in the photographs?
Well, I mean, if I can just extend my legs out, I can't really do it that well, but coming down to about here, then you have spatter on another target that would have to be very close to that without allowing any spatter to go on her legs.
Can you hold your hand out at about that location, the outer boundary that you're talking about?
Well, we're talking about, approximately knee level.
Okay, so if I were to place myself in that area, I would be about this close.
Yes, you would.
May the record reflect I'm maybe a 1.5 to 2 feet from the witness's face. Correct. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you'll indulge me for just a second.
All right.
Good. Thank you, Mr. James. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Redirect.
I just have one question. Mr. James, along with Mr. Jackson, just went up there and stood with you, and you indicated there was spatter on the slip. Was there any void area on the slip showing that an arm intercepted spatter?
There was not.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
And of course, if in fact the cone that we've heard so much about goes kind of out omnidirectionally, was it Bevel who did the cone?
Yeah, it was Tom Bevel and Ross Gardner's book that had the theoretical cone, the diagram, yes.
And there would be, assumably, there could be blood coming from beneath the arm as well as on top of the arm, correct?
Perhaps, yes. And again, it's a path of least resistance.
Right, and of course.
And the intraoral wound, of course, is, I guess in our business, not a typical wound that we talk about conical dispersion of blood droplets.
If there was blood emanating from the source, from Ms. Clarkson's mouth beneath the arm, an extended arm, you would see no void pattern, would you?
I don't know how you can draw that conclusion based on what we see, but certainly if the arm wasn't in the way, then certainly it's not going to create a void. But, there is no void, period.
Thank you.
No needed.
Subject to recall, thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want to go into your last witness?
That's satisfactory, Your Honor. With the court's permission,
Certainly.
we'll call our hopefully last witness.
Okay.
Detective Conlon.
All right. Now, going back to their case, ladies and gentlemen.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Finally, we got through that boring witness. Okay, this is Detective Richard Tomlin, and I was wondering why they're going back to this guy, because he's already testified. But remember, the state did not rest yet. So they're recalling this witness. So why is standing there? Now I'm confused. Because and it's buffering.
Matter, correct?
Yes.
And you were from the very day this happened, February 3rd of 2003, correct?
Yes.
And at the time your partner, just to refresh
What is happening?
our memory, was?
Paul Fournier.
StreamYard, why do you do this to me? Why? 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 Okay. So we are now back to the state's case in chief. And this is their last witness. Okay. Now, after this witness, they're going to rest. Are they going to do a JOA after this witness when the defense has already started their case? This is so bizarre. Okay, here we go. State's last witness. And it's going to buffer again now. Jeez.
You-
And now,
Good afternoon,
it's gonna
Detective
act up.
Tomlin. I think we all recall that you're one of the, from the very day this happened, February 3rd of 2003, correct?
Yes.
And at the time your partner, just to refresh our memory, was?
Paul Fournier.
Fournier.
One of the many things that you would do would be to the review file, certain attorney sign the case. And it's fair to say that Al Jackson isn't the first, one of the last, right?
Yes.
Okay. The deputy district attorneys that you worked with in order of appearance, so to speak, were?
I believe Kevin McCormick, Mike Lattin, and then Doug Sortino.
And then Alan Jackson.
Then Alan Jackson.
And of course me.
Yes.
Now, in working with those deputy district attorneys, would one of your jobs be, in fact, just in working in the sheriff's department, to maintain some kind of close control over the evidence, all of the evidence?
Yes.
And what did you do to accomplish that?
Well, basically, the case is given this case, the Clarkson shooting, was given a file number, a 15-digit number. Anytime any evidence is collected or placed, say, into the crime lab, it is entered in underneath that file number. That file number and the subsequent entries are kept in a computer data bank.
And the reason for doing that, for this, when you characterize this meticulous system that you have to keep control of all the evidence, what are the reasons for that?
Just so you can track the evidence, try to stay up on it.
You need that evidence for a couple reasons, right?
Yes.
To go to court with, to try to do what we're doing here, present evidence to a jury and have them make a decision, correct?
Yes.
And at other various times, you might need to have some hearing and produce evidence for a judge. Is that right?
Yes.
And with respect to the defense, is there some reason for that? For maintaining the evidence?
Yes. There's a evidentiary rule where the prosecution and defense counselors.
No foundation in improper opinions.
No, this is even a police officer or a detective would know the responsibilities of discovery and perhaps mutual discovery, and I'll allow him to testify to it. The objection's overruled. It's also the reason why police officers maintain the exhibits, which is the evidence, which is the question he was asked. Overruled. You may proceed.
Okay, the prosecution and defense counselors are obligated to, under law, to exchange evidence and allow the other party to review that evidence.
And that's an important responsibility that you, as part of law enforcement, have. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
To make sure that everybody gets a fair trial. You make sure that you maintain the evidence, log it, we even bait stamp it, correct?
Yes.
Which is a bunch of numbers so we can all track it, right?
Yes.
And then at some point you give it all to the defense.
Correct.
And as you suggested in your last answer, the defense has certain obligations to give the prosecution evidence. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Evidence with respect to certain evidence that they need to produce, right?
Correct.
For example, if they find something at the scene, they need to turn that over. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you what, in terms of physical evidence, did you receive from the defense? Do you recall?
I did not personally receive, however, Dr. Lynn Harold, under this case, received 3 different items.
And Dr. Lynn Harold worked for the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
She's, everybody's met her, but she's one of the scientists that works at the Sheriff's Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
And if she receives something, since she knows you're the lead investigator, she would alert you to that, right?
Yes, what she did in this case, she contacted me immediately and told me that she had received 3 different, during the course of this investigation, she had received packages and explained what she had received.
So that you can maintain your duties in logging and keeping track of the evidence, right?
Yes.
So you received a couple things. Can you tell us about them?
Yes, I believe October 16th of 2006, Dr. Harold, the defense team, sent her 2 Federal Express packages. One contained a paper bindle, if you will, that had 2 fibers in it. Another, which contained a Post-it note with a blood flakes on it. She later received, I believe sometime in May, I cannot remember the correct date, second week in May, she received a piece of carpet from inside the defendant's home.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone in the Sheriff's Department ever receive an item that might be described as a small, white, solid item about the size of a thumbnail that was flat and had uneven edges? Do you ever receive that from the defense?
No.
Do you ever receive that from, well, let me withdraw that and ask you this. During your time on this case, you became aware that there were lawyers on the case other than the ones that are here in court.
Yes.
And that included Bob Shapiro, correct?
Yes.
And Leslie Abramson.
Yes.
Marsha Morrissey.
Yes.
Did you ever receive that item that I just described, a small, white, solid item about the size of a thumbnail with uneven edges, flat? Did you ever receive that from Bob Shapiro?
No.
Did you ever receive that from Leslie Abramson?
No.
Or from any of the lawyers here in court?
No.
Or their investigators?
No.
And in fact, you are aware that there are defense investigators, correct?
Yes.
Tani Tyndall, have you heard that name?
Yes, I have.
You didn't receive that from her?
No.
By the way, did you receive any tape recording from her either?
No, I did not.
You're aware that that item's been asked for,
Yes.
but never.
Correct.
Thank you, nothing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. I wanted to just ask some follow-up questions along the lines that Mr. Dixon asked you. When you talk about receiving evidence, you're talking about from this death scene that basically we've been talking about in this trial that was looked at.
Correct.
And basically, just so that we can put this in perspective, the Sheriff's Department had jurisdiction over that scene for okay. In fact, you're the one that essentially released or turned it over back to the owner of the property through his lawyers and investigators, correct?
Correct.
And that was Mr. Shapiro, Dr. Lee, Dr. Bond. They came to that scene in the evening hours after it was dark on the 4th of February of 2003, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and basically, had you been there that particular evening before the scene was turned over?
I believe I received a telephone call from Detective Lillianfield that they had that task. They were set at the crime scene that officially turned the scene over to Mr. Shapiro. At that point,
Okay, go ahead.
Detective, excuse me, at that point, I went there.
Sorry to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear court?
That term is evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay, in other words, they not only see something in a scene, but they
Can you hear now? Stupid StreamYard.
have to make a judgment as to whether it's of value for purposes of collection. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so they did that. They testified that they did that. Do you have any question or that they did the job?
I'm sorry I didn't catch it as soon as it happened. I'm trying to do adult things that I don't want to do. I've been putting it off, and Travis reminded me to do it right before he left. That's what I was doing. I'm so sorry. I didn't catch it as soon as it happened.
If he has any information, so I'll allow it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that they didn't do their job?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to sort of go back in time and kind of trace it. You talked about 3 items that were turned over because you requested them or somebody requested them from the prosecution. Is that correct? 3 items.
Yes.
One was a piece of carpet. Is that true?
Carpet fibers, yes.
Well, no.
Oh, excuse me, carpet, yes.
Okay, that was sort of last in time that you testified that in May, there was, May of this year, there was a piece of carpet that was turned over. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, one mark next in order, this would be SH5.
H10. H10?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put this on the overhead and ask you to take a look at that. You recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
Okay, now you were at the scene yourself, is that true?
Yes.
In fact, there were, between the time of the officer's original arrival and the time you turned it over to the attorney for Mr. Spector, there were well over 100 people that logged into the scene, isn't that correct?
That's a little misleading.
Okay, some people logged in and logged out, but...
Yes, I personally probably logged in, logged out probably 7 or 8 times.
Okay. Do you know how many people were in and around the scene during that?
Sorry, off topic, guys, but this is exciting. Yes, I know. But do you know why they're closing it? It's a good thing. It's such a good thing. We're getting a Cars Land. I'm so excited. We're getting a Cars Land. We're getting a Cars Land. I'm so excited. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled program. I don't have to go all the way to California to see Cars Land now.
Time from the time that the initial officers got there and the time that you got there?
Actually inside the scene,
Right. Just your best estimate.
I would roughly 15 to 20.
Mr. Dixon logged into the scene, is that true?
It's vague as to what's the scene. The whole property could be the scene or just
The individuals are unimportant. If the number of people, to the best that he can do, that's all that's important.
I'll withdraw that. There was a log kept of people that logged into the scene. True or false?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is actually the large blood stain that was near the chair, and the chair is now out of this picture, but it was near the chair where Lana Clarkson's body was observed. Is that true?
Yes.
You saw the body when it was in the chair, and this was the stain that was essentially beneath or next to the chair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when all of these people that went to the scene that were doing the work that you and Detective Lillenfield talked about as saying that they took everything that they wanted, was this carpet section taken?
No, it was not.
Okay. But it was eventually apparently turned over because you requested, because somebody from the defense actually cut it out and collected it. Is that correct?
It was eventually collected by the defense. I don't believe we requested that it be cut out.
Okay. In other words, they just happened to do it, and then you requested it be turned over. Is that true?
Yes.
Was it missed by your experts for the sheriff's department? Was it somehow overlooked or something?
I don't believe so. I believe a sample was taken of the blood.
Okay.
As a course of business, we're not going to try to destroy a person's home. If evidence can be collected sufficiently without doing that, I cannot speak specifically in that instance. However, that's how normally business is done.
Okay. In other words, you wouldn't have any quarrel if a criminalist said that he didn't feel that cutting out that stain, that area of the carpet, had any evidentiary value. That's why he didn't cut it out. In other words, you would quarrel with that determination, wouldn't you?
Jackson, beyond his expertise, calls for speculation.
The fact that he would quarrel or not quarrel with it is irrelevant.
Anyway, you mentioned that it was your understanding that a sample of this particular stain on the carpet was taken what's the basis of your understanding that
No,
the test-
let me correct you. I said, I do not know. However, I would believe that the state, in normal course of business, that would be collected as opposed to cutting up the whole carpet.
In other words, that a sample of it would be collected as opposed to the entire carpet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In any event, the crime laboratory and the law enforcement received the carpet that was cut out by somebody on the defense for whatever reason, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has anything been done with that since it was turned over?
Jackson, that's calling for hearsay and speculation.
His knowledge, he might have some personal knowledge, he might not, I don't know. Do you have any personal knowledge?
No, I do not, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to show you another photograph here. This is SH number 12. And we're going to move away from the carpet. We're going to talk about the other two items that you mentioned. And if I remember and correctly understood your testimony, is that back in November of 2006, two items were received by Federal Express package by somebody that you were alerted to as being the person responsible for the overall chain of custody and role that you played in this case, correct?
Actually, it was October 16th, and it was Dr. Harold contacted me.
Okay, and basically what happened is that, and we'll ask that this be marked next in order, which would be 10I, I believe?
I to the 10th. Yeah, couple I, however we want to do it, and that would be that photograph.
And do you recognize what this photograph shows, Detective Tomlin? Does it show the two items that were received?
Yes.
Okay, and one of them, and it's actually upside down, so I'm not sure we can read it, but one of them says, number 1, blood-stained threads, 2403, and then it has some initials there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know whose initials those are?
No, I don't.
Okay. In any event, that was turned over to your department, is that correct?
Yes.
And November 16th of 06, correct?
I believe it was October 16th.
October, I'm sorry, I keep saying November, I apologize. October 16th of 06. To your knowledge, has anything been done with that since it was turned over?
I have no idea.
And do you know what was actually in there?
I believe I was shown a photograph of two, look like carbon fibers.
I'm going to ask that SH number 11 be marked next in order.
J.
Okay. 10J. 10Js. And do you recognize what 10J depicts? Is that a photograph of what was in number 1 packaging?
Yes.
Okay. And it has some type of a ruler at the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, do you know what what that consisted of and where that was collected according to the documentation that was given?
No, I don't recall.
Now, Mr. Dixon asked you about all the information that goes back and forth between the defense. In other words, the reports that are generated by both law enforcement officers as to witnesses, lab reports, they go to the defense. For example, witnesses that the defense calls, their experts' reports and notes go to the prosecution. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And do you know whether there were any notes from a criminalist by the name of Dr. Henry Lee that were turned over regarding these items or not?
Jackson, hearsay, John.
Overruled if there were notes that he's aware of.
I'm not aware.
Okay. You don't know whether there were notes created, whether they were turned over or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with reference to photographs, do you know if there were any photographs that were turned over by Dr. Henry Lee of the collection of this item as well as any other items he collected?
I do not know. I was shown photographs by Dr. Harold. I don't know if she took them or the photographs were provided to her.
Okay, fair enough. Now let's get back to Exhibit 10I, which is the photograph that has the two pictures of, I'll just call them packages for lack of a better word at this point. The number 2 package, which now is truly upside down, says, if I'm reading it correctly, number 2, blood drop on stair 2403 with the same initials as the first one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever look at that stain or what was in that package?
No, I just looked at the photographs.
Okay. Now I'm asking you to, we'll have the next one marked next in order. And this is SH number 20.
K10.
10K, we'll call it.
Well, don't call it 10K because 10 would make it a people's. It's K, it's actually decouple K, but we're going to call it for short so everyone doesn't go as nuts as I am, K10.
K10.
Okay, K to the 10th power. 10 Ks, in other words.
Now, do you recognize this photograph here as being one that was shown to you regarding this evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll look at the next one in order, which would be scan number 9, and it would be L10?
L10.
L to the 10th. And do you recognize this particular photograph as being a close-up photograph of that same stairway area?
Yes.
Okay. And is this one that was shown to you that was regarding this evidence?
Yes.
And to your knowledge and in your experience, do criminalists and members of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Crime Laboratory, do they ever use a ruler that says Dr. Henry Lee in their photographic work that they do?
No.
Would that suggest to you that this photograph wasn't taken by somebody in the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Have a minute. When a criminalist goes to a scene and collects evidence, one of the things that they might collect is stains of blood. Is that true?
Jackson, that's calling for speculation.
I think you're going through the wrong witness at this point, I believe. I mean, have you ever seen a criminalist collect blood when you were present?
Yes.
All right.
In fact, you've actually pointed out blood or what you suspect might be blood and asked a criminalist to take a look at it and collect it for purposes of a case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes there's, at a scene, there's multiple stains of blood, and the criminalist doesn't necessarily collect each and every one. They might collect a representative sample. Is that true?
Yes.
Sometimes criminalists and detectives, they kind of work together at a scene, do they not?
At a scene, I just try to facilitate however I can so that they can do their job. I ask them what I would like, and I'm trying to help in whatever way I can so they can successfully do what they need to do.
And sometimes at a scene that there's interaction between detectives, like in this case, Detective Lillenfield was the detective kind of in charge of the scene itself, correct?
Yes.
And the criminals, they kind of work together hand in hand. Is that true?
I wasn't there, I'd imagine so.
It's kind of a partnership that they work together on. Is that
Yes.
fair way to say it? And sometimes they look at things and they determine things may not have evidentiary value and they leave it. That's one choice that they might make, correct?
Jackson, calling for speculation.
It's far exceeding the scope of what this witness was called for as to what certain items were received. Okay, so I'm going to sustain my own objection to that ground. We're going far beyond what he was
Okay,
called
very good. Let me have a second.
Okay.
I'm almost done. One last area, Detective Tong, and I'll leave it at that. As far as this blood that was received by the laboratory, the Sheriff's Department laboratory back in October of 2006, do you know if that was ever evaluated or tested genetically to see where that blood may have come from?
I don't know.
Do you know whether it was even tested to see whether it was blood?
I don't know.
And just to finish up here, did you testified that Detective Lillenfeld, once he called you and you came and released the scene, that he felt that they had taken everything that they wanted, that they had completed their job? Do you have any reason to believe that hadn't occurred?
Not at all.
Thank you. Nothing further. Your witness.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So the way this worked was you weren't at the crime scene when it was turned over to the defense, or at least when Detective Lilyfield called you and asked you to, or told you that they were through. Is that right?
No, I arrived. He told me that they were going to release it, and I arrived. And within 5 minutes of my arrival, Mr. Shapiro was officially given the placed over, was turned over to them.
So I guess that was my point. You were present when that was done.
Yes.
And Mr. Shapiro wasn't just alone. He had a number of people with him, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
A couple investigators, correct?
Yes.
Romaine,
Jay Romaine, yes.
Stan White,
Yes.
a couple other lawyers.
Yes.
Any of them carrying booties you saw?
No.
Did they go on the crime scene while you were there?
Yes.
Were they wearing booties?
No.
Okay. All right, no booties. Going back to what Mr. Plord asked you, a couple questions about what was sent to you. He showed you a photograph that had some threads with blood on it.
Yes, he did.
That looked like a small white solid object about the size of a fingernail with solid and uneven edges.
Not at all.
Could we put back up defendants J to the 10th? Is that possible? I don't know who to ask. Thanks.
There you are, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, no, maybe it was it K? I'm sorry, K. I apologize. Thanks, Susie. All right. And then there was even a better close-up of that, but we'll use that one for now. Was it L? Maybe we have L to the 10th. Thanks. Did you ever get this?
No.
Something that was small, white, solid, about the size of a thumbnail maybe, with uneven edges. Did you ever get that from the defense?
No.
From Dr. Henry Lee?
No.
And your understanding with all this discovery obligations we were talking about, so the prosecution has obligations, correct?
Correct.
So does the defense. Is that
Yeah.
right? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if they find something or move it or touch it in any way at a crime scene, their obligation is to give it over to law enforcement. Is that right?
That question as to this witness, I think, is inappropriate. I don't think he's the appropriate witness for it. We can take care of this in many different ways later.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross? Redirect, I'm sorry. No, recross. Losing track of who's calling the witnesses. It's recross.
Well, this is it, so
No further questions.
Okay, whatever it was, in any event, thank you. Subject to recall, you may step down.
Your Honor, with that and the introduction of our exhibits, we're ready to rest.
All right, subject to the introduction of exhibits, then the people rest.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. My understanding, well, it has some effect on how we proceed tomorrow, because in the morning, I know at least one of the jurors has an appointment. We were not scheduled to be in session in the morning. We will resume with the jury at 1:30 in the afternoon. Keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you at 1:30. I'd ask counsel to remain while we go over some scheduling issues. All right, the jurors and the alternates left. It would appear to me that unless there's some good reason not to, we have tomorrow morning. The defense has told me, they want to make it 11:18. Tomorrow morning would be a perfect time to make it, and also to go over the people's exhibits and any objections to the people. Mr. Jackson.
Oh, no, it's just.
I figure to argue the motion and the exhibits is not going to take more than half hour, an hour?
Yeah.
Maximum? Okay, so we can come in at 11 if you want.
Your Honor, we have a written response to any 11:18 motion. We'll file that.
You have one before it's made, or?
Well, that's part of our job, is trying to look ahead and anticipate, and we've done that. So we'll file that either in the next few minutes or tomorrow.
I believe they're reading your minds, which it's this time you may want to make a motion. I don't know.
What the fudge, StreamYard? You think just because the judge was done, I was done? I didn't tell you I was done. Hey, Robbie. Did I say I was done? I did not say I was done. The judge said he was done. I was not done. Bye, Jennifer. Okay, so this is out of the presence of the jury. So I have no idea what it's about.
Court is now in session.
All right, on the record, the counsel are present. The defendant is not pursuant to his waiver. We're here for two matters. First, the people's exhibits. And have you had a chance, I assume that's why we're starting over all the exhibits?
Yes, what we did this morning, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon, myself, and Mr. Ford, and Mr. Cutler, we went through the exhibit book to shorten the argument time,
Okay.
and I think we've agreed on a lot of things.
Okay.
And what I did is I wrote a list of those that we had some concerns with. I shared it with both gentlemen, and I think if we just go through, we could probably do it in 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
Probably. May I just come over to the prosecution side so I
Can I make a note? You said 5 or 10 minutes?
Did he said that?
I did say that.
All right.
The first one is exhibit number 3.
Well, let's, I think we should do it in the following manner, what we're offering.
Okay.
And then we can go from there, or do you have another suggestion?
Mr. Dixon, whatever your pleasure.
Or we can talk about the well, let's see, we're offering 1 through 40, 42 through 52, 54, 55, 57, 58, 59, and 61 through 157.
Wait, 58, 59, and what was that?
And 61 through 154.
Okay, so just right now, you're taking out 41, you're taking out 53,
Correct.
56,
Correct.
and 60.
Correct. Some of those were duplicative. Now, the defense had an objection to many of our exhibits that showed a weapon, because what they saw, and what we still had in our book here, it said murder weapon. We have corrected all those. All those photographs are documents that will go into evidence don't have the word murder on them.
Okay.
To say weapon. So I think we've corrected that issue to some degree. So having said that, maybe we can now hear what the defense objects to.
Well, before you do that, you have your exhibits go up to number 165. So what's happening between 154 and 165?
Well, it was my view, and we could be wrong about this, that at this point, we would ask the court to admit all the exhibits that we have marked during our case in chief. Those remaining exhibits have been marked during the defense case, and we talked and agreed that perhaps it would be best to address those at the end of the defense case. What I've just addressed here is what was marked during our case in chief.
I see what you're saying, all right.
Mr. Dixon and I talked about it, and I said that's just fine.
Okay,
Either side can move those at the time the defense case closes.
all right, so as to the people's exhibits that they are seeking to introduce, which would be everything between 1 and 154 with the exception of 41, 53, 56, and 60, what exhibits do you have objections to?
When does my 5 minutes start?
4 minutes go. No, take as much time as you need.
Okay. I don't think it's the time. Let's start with number 3.
Okay,
Actually, we could probably handle 3 and 7 together. Those are transcripts of, number 3 is a transcript of Dorothy Meldon's message that she provided to the prosecution, purportedly messages that contain the defendant's voice on it. And then the exhibit number 7, that's a similar thing. It's a transcript of purportedly the voice of the defendant leaving messages for Stephanie Jennings. So we object to the transcripts going in. Certainly, we had no problem with them being used to facilitate the jury listening to the tapes when they were played in court, but we don't think that's evidence. The evidence is the tape itself. They're going to have the tapes. They can play the tapes till their heart's content and listen to the tapes, and they're going to have 12 pairs of ears to listen to those tapes. So we object to 3, which is the transcript of Dorothy Melvin's, I'm going to say Dorothy Melvin's messages, I know the court knows what I mean, and 7, which is a transcript of the Stephanie J. messages. You wish me just to go through the list? Yes. Okay.
What's the
4,
difference between having the transcript
4
or the tape? Because whatever is on the tape is on the transcript. What difference does it make? That doesn't make any sense.
is the actual CD of a phone message left with Melvin, and we object to that. And 8 is the tape of the message left with Jennings. And those objections are being made at this time almost as renewed objections, because at the time, as the court will recall, we objected to them, the court overruled us and they played them. So we're just renewing those objections, they're not new ones. Number 23 is a very unflattering looking photo of Mr. Spector from it's about, I believe, from mid-chest up, or maybe the upper part of the chest up. And we object to that because we feel it's inflammatory. We feel it casts him in a very, very bad light. And actually, we feel that the government doesn't need it, because if you take a look at 38, exhibit number 38, that is the exhibit that has the photo of Mr. Spector. Actually, it's 2 photos side by side. And it's actually a better photo because, one, it does not have the problems that we see that are attendant to exhibit 23, which is a very unflattering photo. And more importantly, 38, Your Honor, has him wearing the clothes that were worn that evening, absent the white jacket, but he has on a black.
Okay, well, that makes sense, but if they're just writing the exact same words that they hear on the tape, unless they transcribe the words incorrectly, I guess there's a possibility it could be transcribed incorrectly. Yeah, I guess.
The black shirt, and he has on the black pants, and it's not particularly flattering, but certainly doesn't. It pales in comparison to how unflattering 23 is. So we say, since they have 38, we don't think they need 23, and we would object to that. 26 had the words murder weapon. That's going to be taken care of. 31 is the next one then, and that again is another transcript of the DeSouza call to Ms. Blaine, who was the secretary, assistant, aide-de-camp, chargé d'affaires, whatever term you want to give her at that time. And again, that's a transcript, same grounds, that shouldn't go into the jury room. It's not evidence. It's a document prepared by some transcriber. The best evidence of it is obviously the call itself, which is coming in. I assume that's number 32, the 9/11 tape. And again, that's a renewed objection based on the objection from before, and we're expecting the same ruling on 4, 8, and 32, but I just, for clarification purposes, if this is ever read at a later time, we are renewing the previous objections at the time that they were made earlier in the proceedings. Okay. 33 is again a transcript of the 9/11 tape, and we object to that for the same reasons as stated previously as to exhibits 3, 7, and 31. 34 we object to. That was the VHS that was played for the jury of the interview of Mr. DeSouza at Alhambra Police Department, if I recall correctly. And if I remember right, Mr. DeSouza was sitting there in the front
We just object to everything that makes our client look guilty.
row here, where Mr. Wiley is seated now, and I think the entire tape was played, if I remember right. I think the whole tape was played up on the screen for the jury. And we object to that going in, because what it does is it allows the jury to have another testimony, if you will, a second testimony of that by the, that was presented by the government. And we feel it's cumulative because he testified to it, they've seen it before, and also we would invoke a due process argument. 35, again, it's a transcript, same argument on the transcript. 53, we've resolved that, so that's not a problem. 58.
Well, excuse me, I missed that.
53 has already been resolved. It sounds like it was one.
Hold on.
Mr. Dickey, I think somebody wrote out here, so I'm assuming.
Okay, fine, thank you.
53 is not being offered.
That's not being, yeah, we agreed on that. 58 was a letter, a very brief missive from Ms. Clarkson to Dr. Nuttig, N-U-T-I-G. And we object to that. We don't think that has any relevancy or materiality to the issues here. And it's kind of like the court ruled over our vehement position to allow the life story, and the court ruled no, it wasn't coming in, and we sort of thought that that kind of maybe fell into that category also. 66, we've resolved that we're going to remove the words murder weapon. 71 to 79, yes. 71 to 79 inclusive are photographs of the other weapons. And this will be a renewed objection, which really goes way back to the pretrial motion that I think Mr. Sortino and I argued here several years ago regarding, I think to refresh, I don't think the court needs its memory refreshed. I think the court's very familiar with this issue, but it was when Mr. Sortino had made a motion to admit a number of weapons. The court vetted his request and allowed some and didn't allow others. The ones that they did allow have now, without any surprise, turned up as evidence in this case, or purported evidence, and they are found in 71 through 79, actually the photo and the actual weapon itself. So we are renewing our objection to those once again to preserve the record. 123 is a photo of the Colt Cobra, and we object to that because we find it to be cumulative. They had a picture of it earlier on, and again, I'm reading my own handwriting. It's either 25 or 26. I think it's 26. But that's a photo of it also, so we object to 123 on cumulative grounds. 114, and I'm sorry that I skipped ahead here.
Okay.
114 is a photo of Miss Clarkson. It's actually a composite of 3 separate still photos of Miss Clarkson supine on the gurney at the coroner's office, and we object to that as being unduly influensive and also inflammatory and cumulative. And then the rest we've resolved. 143, 144, and 145, the words murder weapon are going to be removed or have been removed, so that takes care of it.
Okay. Give me a moment. People wish to be heard at all.
Briefly, Your Honor, with respect to the transcripts, and I think there are a number of them, 3, 7, 8. Do you mind if I sit while I do this?
No,
Thank you.
You don't have
Yeah, I'm
to.
sorry, I didn't ask for permission. I just, please.
3, 7, 8, 31, and 33. The jurors had these when they listened to the tapes. They assisted them, and it would seem to me that they should go into evidence to assist them in the same manner they did in the courtroom. Of course, at the end of the day, it's your decision.
All right.
Would you like me to continue?
Oh, absolutely.
Fine.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
4 was a CD phone message regarding Dorothy Melvin that was played to the jury. I think Mr. Rosen, it just indicated he's renewing his earlier objection, and we would ask the court to make the same ruling that it made at the time that it was introduced to the jury. The next one would be 23. That's the booking photo of the defendant. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that Mr. Souza and Officer Heckers both used this in identifying him. Certainly, Mr. DeSouza did. We think that it's relevant for that reason. There's no prejudice as to how he's dressed. I'd be happy to hand it to you. You can hardly see that he has anything more than a V-neck T-shirt on, apparently. I mean, I've seen the defendant here in court and other photographs of him. I don't see the prejudice. He looks like he often looks. Let's see, we've dealt with that like that. 34, I believe, is the next one, and 35 is the transcript of the VHS interview by the officers of Mr. DeSouza. I think the transcript would either come in or not. according to the earlier decision with 378, 31, and 33. But the VHS video should come in, and I really do think the transcript should, for the following reason. Mr. Brunon spent days cross-examining Mr. DeSouza, and clearly an important part of his cross-examination was questioning Mr. DeSouza's language skills and his ability to understand the defendant at the time that he made the statement that just killed somebody. VS interview is evidence of his ability to understand at the time that this happened, not 4 years later when he was cross-examined and then redirect on that issue. This is an interview with audio and visual where he's interacting with people speaking English. It goes on for a while, and it's clear his language ability, since that was cross-examined on so heavily and was made such an important issue by the defense. I think this should go to the jury. It's the best evidence of his ability to speak English. It's also a prior consistent statement to many of the issues that were brought up in cross-examination, for example, the INS issue and the like, because again, this was done, I believe, the same day or just later the next day. And for the same reasons, the transcript 35 should come in. The next one is 58, the letter to the doctor that fixed the wrists of Lana Clarkson. This is very different than the so-called life story. This is a card showing her state of mind at the time of an event that the defense has characterized as very depressing, and I think everyone would agree that was a very serious and upsetting incident to Miss Clarkson, and yet the letter is very upbeat. It's one that most of us would send to a doctor thanking them for their help and getting our lives back on track. I think it goes to her state of mind and is admissible. 71 through 79, these are the other weapons issue that Mr. Rosen mentioned. The court has ruled on this. We'd ask the court to make the same ruling that it did in the past for the same reasons. 123 is a photograph of the weapon, we called it the murder weapon, but this is different because it's really two photographs, A and B, and it shows the weapon and how it perfectly, according to the photographs, fits into the holster that was in the desk next to Miss Clarkson's body when she was found in the chair. And it demonstrates that. There was testimony from our ballistics expert on that, I believe, and others. And I know Mark Lillingfield, who I did the direct on, mentioned it. So I think it's not cumulative. It shows how the weapon, the holster fit. Lastly, I think this is the last exhibit, 114, the 3 photographs of the body of Lana Clarkson at the coroner's office. This shows the purge that happened where there was blood and other fluids that covered part of her jacket. Jamie Lintemuth testified extensively on this, and I think it's admissible and it's really required to make her testimony make sense. That's our position.
Thank you.
May I just respond briefly?
Yes.
Just a couple of points. As to Exhibits 3, 7, 8, and 33, which I think I've properly identified as the transcripts, the government argues that they should come in because it will assist the jury. But we're arguing about evidence now. Transcripts are not evidence. If we're looking, to borrow Mr. Dixon's phrase, for the best evidence is actually the tape or the CD or the DVD itself. And the transcript is, what happens is, and we all know this, the danger here is that if the written word is read, the human mind tends to magnetize towards the written word as opposed to the spoken word. And the transcript was prepared by us. Now, we've all gone through them and we've vetted them for that purpose, but I think it creates a danger. It's not necessary. Certainly, the jurors will have the actual DVDs or CDs or tapes to listen to, and that is the best evidence. And that gets me to the argument that Mr. Dixon made regarding, I think it was 34 and 35, Mr. DeSouza's, the VHS of Mr. DeSouza and the transcript of Mr. DeSouza at the Alhambra Police Station where the interview was conducted, and he has indicated that that's really the very best evidence of his ability to speak English. And with great respect towards Mr. Dixon, because this court knows Mr. Dixon and I have a long history together, and I do have great respect for him. I would disagree, and I disagree because the best evidence of his ability to understand English and his ability to demonstrate how he speaks English, albeit it's 4 years later, is when he testified as a witness for the government here. And the jurors listened to him, and whether they factor in the fact that it's 4 years later and his English speaking skills have increased and gotten better, we'll see how that pans out, but that certainly will be something that will be discussed and will be addressed. So I don't think the VHS and its accompanying transcript is the best evidence. The best evidence is the live witness who's already testified. And finally, I just wanted to indicate on number 23, which was the booking photo. Like I said, it doesn't add anything, Judge. There's no issue of identification in this case. None. I mean, nobody's going to stand up here and say Mr. Spector is not Mr. Spector. It's not even an issue, and I don't think that there's going to be a necessity for this court to instruct in the area of identification, and you're not going to have to pull out any of the identification instructions from Calprin, okay? So that's not an issue. And I don't think, in closing argument, you're going to hear from the defense side that anybody's going to say that it wasn't Mr. Spector in terms of how it fits into the defense theory or how it fits into the government theory. But if you look at that photo, Mr. Dixon is quite right. It does show from about, it's a V-neck T-shirt, and it does show from the V-neck T-shirt up. I'm not sure exactly where it strikes and where it cuts off. But it's not the V-neck T-shirt that we're concerned about. It's the composite of the face and the head. If you look at it, it is about as unflattering a photo as you could have. And if that were the only photo, I think it would be on a little bit thinner ice. But since you do have Government Exhibit 38, and it's not as unflattering by any means, and it's actually a full shot, and there's no question it's Mr. Spector, and he's in the clothes, I think that if the court were to sustain the defense objection to 23, the government's really lost nothing. Maybe they even gained something, I don't know. But it certainly is a photo that if you look at it, it doesn't, I don't think it brings out warm, fuzzy, cozy feelings. Not that that's what an exhibit is supposed to do. I acknowledge that. But
Is that a noted objection in the evidence code?
I'm looking for it. I'll be studying the evidence code. Okay. I'll be sleeping with it on my pillow this evening. But I know the court understands what I'm saying. It's just a very unflattering photo, and it's not necessary since they have 38.
Okay. In looking at all the objections, and I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I am going to indicate what I'm going to do. The objections are overruled. I don't find that, start with 23, that although it may be unflattering, it hardly rises to a 352 objection. It does have some probative value. There's nothing that unduly prejudicial about it. The people should not be allowed to introduce it. It does have some probative value, and therefore, since I don't find the prejudicial value that you do, I'm going to allow it. The transcripts are my most pressing issue, and I'll tell you how I'm going to deal with that. The other objections are overruled. As to the transcripts, I'm going to do the same thing that I did when we played various either tapes, CDs, or VHSs for the jury, is to tell them that the best evidence is the words that were said. The transcripts are merely there to aid them if they want. The jury doesn't have to listen to or view tapes if they don't want to. They heard the tapes, they listened to the tapes, they looked at the transcripts, they're allowed to use those as an aid, and that's all it is. The very best evidence will be what's on the tape if they feel they need it. If they have to resolve an issue, it's what they hear as opposed to what's stated in the transcript. It's certainly, we encourage transcripts to be attached to any exhibit that either purports to replay a conversation or to show an interview. The transcripts, anytime there's words, in fact, that's our local rule, is to have a transcript that must accompany the exhibit. So the transcripts will go in, but I will give a limiting instruction or a further instruction to the jury at the time I instruct them.
On the theory of never give up.
I'm going to make just a passing thought on it.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. Would the court consider as an alternative holding the transcripts back, but indicating to the jury that should they need them in terms of listening to the the tape, they provide them. And then,
Will I grant your request? No. 18.1?
sure.
Okay.
We're going to be just very, very brief on that. We won't make a motion, Mr. Spector apply to the court for a motion pursuant to 1118.1 of the Penal Code for a motion to dismiss.
You know, he's not very flattering sitting there in court shaking like a leaf anyways. I mean, come on.
The charges, and basically it's going to be on two grounds. One ground is going to be based on insufficiency of the evidence, and that will be submitted. And the second ground will be we are going to urge this court to take its discretionary power under 1118 and reduce the charges from a 187 to a 192 based on the fact that we believe that, and keeping in mind that we've heard from the defense case, but this is retroactive to the point where they've rested their case, and we can't consider the defense case for this particular 1118. That comes at the close of the defense case. And we believe that the evidence that's been presented is more consistent. If you look at the government's evidence, which is required by law in the best light in favor of them, I understand that they have not even shown implied malice here, which is necessary. They haven't met the three elements, and therefore we would ask the court to exercise its power under 1118 and reduce the charges from a 187 to a 192, and we'd submit it.
Thank you. People?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the most part, we'll submit on our moving papers. It's pretty fully laid out the facts and circumstances that rise to the level of the test for an 1118.1 motion. That test being whether from the evidence, including all reasonable inferences that can be drawn therefrom, there's any substantial evidence, and I think that's the key phrase, any substantial evidence of the existence of each element of the offense charged. And I'll address specifically Mr. Rosen's motion concerning the 187. Certainly, that's something that could be addressed in jury instructions at a later time, whether or not there is a 192 that would be relevant for any or all parties to discuss. But certainly for the court to take the extraordinary measure to actually reduce the charged offense down to a 192, I would simply point out to the court that in order to prove an implied malice, we need only prove that the defendant committed an intentional act, that act had a natural consequence of which was dangerous to human life, that the defendant knew that the act was dangerous to human life, and that he acted in disregard for that danger and committed the act anyway. The act is pointing a loaded firearm at another human being. In this state, here in California, if you intentionally point a loaded firearm at another human being, and that firearm discharges intentionally or unintentionally, if you sneeze and the gun goes off, that meets the requirement for an implied malice murder. Certainly the evidence in this case strongly supports the inferences about what happened inside that foyer. The 1101B evidence shows very clearly what was going on through the defendant's past conduct. He's done it over and over and over with Dorothy Melvin, Stephanie Jennings, Melissa Grosvenor, Diane Ogden. When he gets upset, when he loses what he perceives to be the control of the situation, when he's been drinking with a woman, he has her alone, he gets violent. And that's exactly what happened in the foyer. Certainly when he got violent in this case, he reverted to his old standard, which was to pull a weapon that was hidden in a bureau inside his holster, inside his home, loaded with his bullets. And he pulled that gun and ended up exerting his will, if you will, on Lana Clarkson. That gun ended up in her mouth. And whether it went off intentionally because he pulled the trigger saying to himself, I'm going to finally make good on my promise, that promise being women deserve a bullet in their head, or whether he sneezed, or whether she slapped his hand, or whether there was a slight tremor and an earthquake and the gun went off. It doesn't matter how the gun went off. He intentionally pointed it at her and ended up putting it in her mouth, and when it went off, that finally allowed his promise to come true. That at some point, he was going to put a bullet in the woman's head, and she died. The elements of the murder charge are certainly met, and there is, as the phrase goes under the Penal Code Section .1, there is substantial evidence to support this, and we would ask the court to deny, with respect, Mr. Rosen's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
We'll submit, Your Honor.
All right. All I do at this point, obviously, is to look at the legal standard and see whether or not it's been met.
Well, I was happy. Finished her body, but I did the skirt wrong. I have to take the whole skirt off and redo it. I'm not happy. I was happy. I'm not happy now.
I've listened very intently to all the witnesses that have been presented during the people's case in chief. It's very clear to me that for the purpose of 1118.1 of the Penal Code, and that's the only purpose that I'm considering, that there's more than enough substantial evidence to support a conviction if there was one, which actually is the test. If the case was to go to appeal, would it support it? And the answer is yes, there is substantial evidence to let this matter go forward to the jury on the charge of murder, so therefore the motion is denied. All right, I'll see you at 1:30. Yes.
Mr. Port and I know it's past 12.
It's all right.
But we did have one issue that if we resolve it now will mean that we don't take time away from the jury.
Sure.
There's a witness that they've told us they're going to call this afternoon. His name is Greg Sims. We were just told about this person. I believe Mr. Campo heard about it either last Saturday or Sunday. We do have a report, but literally, we were just given this. The report's dated July 19th. We just haven't had enough time to do the kind of background that we need to do in preparation for a witness in this case. We would ask that perhaps this witness could go off for a week or at least a few days so we have some more time with this witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Port.
We're sort of backed up against it with this. The history of this witness is essentially very simple. He's basically a person that's involved in independent films, music. He's basically a middle class or upper middle class individual who knew Lana Clarkson through Miss Pye from years ago. We had heard about him through the other witnesses. We tried to contact him a number of times over the last couple of months. And just to put it simply, he didn't return our calls. He, basically was not very cooperative. And essentially what happened is that we got word that last week he was going to be at a particular music event. And he just showed up and we served him with a subpoena a week ago Tuesday to be here at 1:30 today. Shortly thereafter, like on Wednesday, he called us and said, look, he contacted a lawyer about this, and the lawyer basically advised him to say, sit down, talk to us, show up for the subpoena, respond to the subpoena. That happened last Thursday. We got a report to the people last Friday. I verbally told Mr. Ocampo that we found this person, gave him his name and so forth. I actually scanned and emailed the report that we got on Friday to the people that day. It was late in the day, but nonetheless, so they've only had it for a short period of time. I don't deny that. That's because we just got it. But basically, we have a report. He basically says something somewhat similar to Miss Hayes and Miss Laughlin, Pumpkin Pie, whatever we call her. And I've got a 2-page report here. It's the same report I gave the people that I could submit to the court to review. The problem that we're having is that the court, and pursuant to a request of the people, did not allow us, when we put our pathologists on, to basically have the pathologists consider and review information from third-party witnesses like Ms. Hayes, etc., and we had to put them on. So we have Dr. Spitz, who we brought in, and he's on our list, and we told him we were going to put Mr. Sims on today. We told him that Friday. We told him that yesterday, and right before we put on a few other witnesses, and then Dr. Spitz, who is coming up either late today or first thing tomorrow. And so that would interrupt that schedule. What he says is nothing extraordinary. It's something, along the same lines as the other witnesses. This is not a situation where we feel this guy has any background at all that has any questions or problems or whatever, at least from what we could tell. And we would ask to be able to go forward with him. Mr. Rosen has a prep for him. He came back and he's going to meet with him, actually try to meet with him right before he testifies, just to confirm what's in the report, which we have no question about. I think Mr. Rosen would like to make a brief offer of proof as to what he would testify about specifically, and that way the court would know what we're dealing with. But we feel that we really need to go forward with him.
I would just like to see the report rather than hear a verbal offer of proof.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
I'd like to just hand it up to the court. You could look at it over the noon hour.
I'll do it right now if you want.
Well,
Is it lengthy?
well, the thing is,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I haven't even spoken with this individual. I haven't met this individual. I'm supposed to meet with him actually very shortly here, so I can just review the report with him. But there's nothing in here that's new or different than what we haven't seen through Mr. Behrens, Mr. Shapiro, Ms. Clark, Ms. Laughlin, and Ms. Hayes. But let me give the court a moment to look at this.
Okay, but I just impose another objection in light of that cumulative.
Well, I don't think that argument's going to be successful, but several, in my view, and it's not controlling, several of these witnesses come with certain baggage, and the bottom line, I think the defense has to be allowed to put on these witnesses and allow the jury to make a determination whether any or all of them are credible, and I think that's important, so the cumulative objection would be overruled.
And just
I'm sort of making an assumption based on what I've been told as to what's in here, but let me read it.
I was just saying, he's been completely uncooperative, and as far as we know, he has no baggage.
Okay. Okay, I've read the report. What exactly, when did you start investigating this witness I'm speaking?
I found out about this on Monday, Mr. Campo, and he's not here. I think he either told me he got an email, received the email either Saturday or Sunday about it. That's all we know about it. That's when we started thinking about this witness, and as you can see, the report's dated July 19th.
Yeah, just for the record, I verbally talked with Mr. Ocampo on Friday, said we're adding this person to the list. I sent him a letter adding his name to the list. The report was actually not finished until later on Friday, but I gave him a verbal rendition of what the guy said, and he had his name and contact info, whatever we had. And then I emailed him the report late Friday, so he may not have gotten it until Saturday, but that's just the way it came down, and I just don't...
What I'm going to do, you can have a choice. I'm going to allow them to call the witness so they can get their doctor on. You, however, may defer your cross-examination in its entirety, or you may begin to cross-examine, and as with other witnesses, we won't excuse them. So it's up to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
1:30. There you are. I'll give this to Wendy. Okay.
I had actually thought about skipping that, and I'm glad we didn't. Because that was the most ridiculous objection to an exhibit I've ever heard. An unflattering picture, Your Honor. Oh, we got another friend of Lana.
Alternates are present as here before. Ladies and gentlemen, just
StreamYard, get it together. StreamYard tried to mute me again.
some of you may be tracking the number of exhibits. The people's exhibits have been received with the exception of numbers 41, 53, 56, 60, and the court has not yet made a determination on 155 through 165. Those are still being held in abeyance. So those are the exhibits that are being received, the ones that you will have to consider. Basically, 41, 53, 56, and 60 will not be submitted to you. All right. Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Greg Sims.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Greg Sims,
Could you spell it, please?
G-R-E-G-O-R-Y, legal name Sims, S-I-M-S.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sims, good afternoon, and thank you, sir, for joining us here today. Before we get started, could you take the microphone and just kind of move it up to you? Just use it like you would a telephone so that we can make sure that everybody in the courtroom here hears you.
Not too good with this, but how's that?
That's fine. Just maybe a little bit closer. There we go. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sims, just a couple of things before we get started here. It's very important that you let me finish my question before you answer, and it's equally important that I don't, to borrow Mr. Jackson's words, step on your words when you're answering, because otherwise we don't get what's called a clean record, and Diana can't take us at the same time. So although you may think I have finished or completed my question, make sure that I pause, and then you'll know I'm finished, and likewise with you, okay? And also, I just want to let you know, if you don't understand any of my questions, please feel free to just let me know that, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Sims, would you share with us, please, and tell the jury, what is your profession, sir?
I'm an independent film producer and a personal manager.
Okay. And could you just tell us a little bit about your credentials and a little bit about your accomplishments in that profession, please? Just turn to the jury and tell them.
Sure. I produce what we like to call high-end independent movies that are lower budget but get out in the marketplace like bigger, more expensive films. I produced a film called Touch Me that was the first starring role for Amanda Peet and Michael Vartan. It was an opening film for the Toronto International Film Festival, and it was the highest rated independent film to air on Lifetime at the time. I produced a feature called Red Surf that had a fair amount of critical acclaim, and it was the first above the title role for George Clooney. My partner produced and I distributed a movie called Suddenly Naked, which is a comedy that was nominated for 6 Genies, which is the Canadian Academy Award. It's a PG comedy. And on the management side, years ago I managed primarily actors. I was the partner and manager of Nancy McKeon for 10 years when she was the star of a show called The Facts of Life, which at the time was a top 10 show, and she had the highest TVQ of any actress on television. And in the last few years, I've been focusing on the music side of the business, and I've been managing one of the more successful superstar artists in Europe, and I got a platinum record for doing that last year. And there's a few other things, but I mean, that's a few.
I think we get a sense of your accomplishments. Thank you. Mr. Sims, are you here today voluntarily, or were you subpoenaed?
I was subpoenaed.
And the defense subpoenaed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were subpoenaed by our investigator, Tawny Tyndall, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Tyndall in court here?
Yes.
She's in the front row. Tawny, would you stand up just for a moment? Is this the, I should say, lovely defense investigator that served you?
That is correct.
Thank you. Prior to her serving you, and by the way, when did she serve you with a subpoena? It was just last week, wasn't it?
It was last week.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Tyndall and the defense were trying to get a hold of you before then?
I was aware that she was trying to get a hold of me.
Okay. And did you cooperate in trying to get back to her when she was trying to get a hold of you until she subpoenaed you?
I cooperated to the extent that I returned her phone calls, but I was not obviously anxious to participate.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you really don't want to be here today?
That would be incredibly fair, yes.
Okay. Well, the bad news is you're not the first witness to have said that in this case. Okay. Mr. Sims, I want to turn your attention back to the period of time in the late 1990s, okay? And directing your attention to that time, did you know a young lady by the name of Pumpkin Pie?
Yes.
Did you know a lady by the name of Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
And how did you come to know them?
Well, Pie was actually did a small role in a film that I produced, a movie called To Die For. That was a horror film that was somewhat successful and spawned a sequel. And we were friends after that.
Okay. And as a result of your friendship, did you learn how, do you know her also as Elizabeth Laughlin?
I know her as Pie. Okay. I mean, I know her other name, but she's always Pie.
Okay. With the court's permission, may I just refer to her as Pie for the purposes of this witness? Thank you. And did you come to learn that Pie, in fact, had a particular business?
Yes. Actually, in the earlier years when I knew her, I really
only knew her as being in our film, and we became friendly. And it was in the later years that I knew about what was going on with Backstage and the promotions and so forth.
Tell us a little bit about, if you return to the jury, tell them a little bit about what Backstage was about and your experience with Backstage.
Jackson relevance?
Overruled.
Overruled.
When Judge was overruled, it needs to be answered.
Yes, sir. Backstage is an interesting environment because I would compare it to a sort of a pub for the industry, in the sense that a lot of people in the industry don't like to go to big flashy nightclubs, and they like to have a place there they can interact with people on a smaller, calmer level. And so Backstage is a place where people who have these crazy lives in the business can often go and, have some continuity, especially the way Pi runs her Tuesday nights, where there'll be faces that you'll see, new people that you'll meet, and it's a little bit of a pub-like friendly continuity in people's lives. I mean, I don't know that I can be more articulate than that.
That's fine. You don't mind. When did you start going to the Backstage events?
I started going the night they opened because I also knew the founder and the owner, Ian Copeland, well, and I knew several people who were investors in it as well. So it's a small world, but there were a lot of ties to it.
And when was that? Just roughly.
Roughly, it would have to be 96 or 97.
Mr. Sims, you hear what I asked you?
Sorry.
You got to finish? Please, sir. Thank you. I don't need the exact second, minute, or hour, just roughly in approximation time.
I'm approximating 1997.
Okay. And I mentioned two names. I mentioned Pumpkin Pie, and I mentioned another name, Lana Clarkson.
Yes.
Did you know Lana Clarkson, or did you come to know Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Where did you meet her?
Initially at Backstage.
Okay. And can you tell me approximately, Mr. Sims, when was that? Again, not the moment in time, but just roughly when was it?
Somewhere in the late 90s.
Okay. And did you have a relationship with Miss Clark? Well, let me start with this. Did you have a relationship with Pumpkin Pie up to and including February 3rd of 03?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How about Lana Clarkson? You said you met her in the late 90s. Did you maintain a relationship with her between then and up to February 3rd of 03?
There was a friendship. She wasn't my best friend. She was Pi's best friend. But there was a certain amount of closeness that happens when you see people on a regular basis over the years.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, and if you could please describe for them, how the relationship was between you and Lana?
It was a cordial relationship. It was fun. I imagine that there's been a lot of description about Backstage, so it goes on sometimes till closing hours, and we would share 3 or 4 friends in common that I can think of that we would regularly talk with and have fun and catch up on things, and occasionally that would happen outside of Backstage too, because we all had lives that existed outside of Backstage.
In the years that you knew Lana, in the years that you had this relationship with her, was there ever a romantic relationship, or was it more of a platonic relationship?
No, I've been married up until next week, so it was absolutely platonic.
Okay, well. And during that time, how often would you say you saw Lana, on, say, a weekly or a daily or a monthly basis?
Maybe an average once a month. There could be 3 times in a month. There could be I travel a lot, so there could be periods where I wouldn't see anybody in the United States for a while.
Okay, so when you were here, it could vary between once a month, 3 times a month. It all depended. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to direct your attention now.
Nancy, I have to stay on. Ooh, Robbie. I have to stay on the ground right now because I have to keep my dog out of the garbage. I can't even talk. I'm so mad at him. I have to keep my dog out of the garbage can. He's eating paper again.
To approximately a period of time to 1 week within February 3rd of 2003, okay? And I want to turn your attention to Century City, if I may. At that time, did you find yourself in the area of Century City?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in Los Angeles County on the west side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what brought you to Century City at that time?
Well, initially, I had an office in Century City for many years. But
Okay.
I also was in the process of taking an office in downtown LA. And the tenants in that office didn't move out, and I was told it could be 2 or 3 months to figure something out in the interim. And so I had structured a deal with the St. Regis, which had just taken over the tower of the Century Plaza Hotel, which still exists. But at the time, the tower of the Century Plaza converted to a hotel called the St. Regis, and I made a deal with them wherein we would, I'd have a couple of days a week where I would work out of there and also live out of there.
All right. And just in case there are some of us who don't know what St. Regis is, what was that?
It was, a lot of us think the best hotel in Los Angeles. It was a hotel.
It no longer exists, is that correct?
Correct. They sold it and tore it down. They're turning it into condominiums.
I think the backers of that would be a little upset with you if you didn't say luxury condominiums.
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention then to this same period of time, 1 week prior, within the period of 1 week prior to February 3rd of 2003. Was there an impromptu party that took place at your suite or your residence at the hotel?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Directing it to the jury?
Yes, just turn to the jury and tell them what happened.
A group of people came over from backstage after, somewhere toward later in the evening, and it's one of those things where people say, hey, let's go over here, and 5 people go over, 10 people go over, and it wound up being somewhere around 40 people. And it was just an impromptu get-together.
Okay. And was that in your suite at the St. Regis?
It was.
And was Pumpkin Pie there?
Yes.
And at some point, did Pie leave?
She did.
Okay. Was Lana Clarkson there?
Yes.
And others?
Quite a few others I know because the minibar at some point was raided and became empty, so there were quite a few people.
And during that impromptu party, did there come a time after a number of hours when people left?
Yes.
Did somebody remain?
Yes.
Was that Lana?
Yes.
Do you remember when Lana remained and everyone else left, what happened?
Well, it was a gradual period where, a few people leave here and there, and there's maybe 4, 5, 6 people left, and then eventually, it got late and everybody left, and it was just Lana and I talking.
Okay. Where were you and she speaking in the suite?
We were in the bedroom of the suite, but we were just talking, sitting on the bed talking.
Okay, fully clothed.
Fully clothed.
All right. And how long did you speak with Lana that evening, Mr. Sims?
A couple of hours.
And it was just you and she, is that right?
Yes.
What was she like that evening? Describe for us what you witnessed, what you saw.
Well, at the beginning of the evening, she's like the person that, I knew over the years, outgoing, fun, and striking. Through the course of the evening, she became somber and outwardly demonstrative about, just emotional.
Did that cause you and she to have conversation?
Yes.
Share with us what Lana told you.
Well, in the context of this being quite a few years ago, she talked a lot about, I think, a general state of unhappiness with things that we all talk about, the business. People, I recall her talking about hating everybody in the business. That's not an unusual thing because we all say that at some point.
She mentioned anything to you about, did she say anything about the lady?
it's just focusing it on a certain area. If it doesn't have too much material, I can't really tell till the question's finished, so overruled at this time. We'll see. Go ahead.
Did she speak to you about people in this town, referring to Los Angeles and the business?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she said.
Well, again, keeping in context the age of this conversation, I recall a tearful conversation about, everybody in the town being motherfuckers, that it was, hard. She was having a hard time. A lot of what I recall was a general state of unhappiness where someone has, perhaps been drinking a lot and starts to repeat themselves and talk about the same thing because they're feeling it really deeply. But I would say the kind of thing that if you had a guy friend who was repeating himself, you want to slap him, but when it's a girl, you feel like you want to reach out and be a little more understanding about what they're going through.
More comforting.
Yes.
You you made a statement a moment ago in your answer. You said perhaps drinking. Did you observe Lana to consume any alcoholic beverage that evening?
Yes.
Describe for us what you saw her drink.
I can only tell you that I recall her drinking, and I remember we were, I think, toward the end of the evening because the minibar had been taken over and was raided. I think there was maybe a bottle of wine or two that keep in the rooms that you open up. Maybe it was scotch. I honestly, I just don't have a 100% clear memory, but it was alcohol, if that's what the question is.
Let me ask you this. When Lana first arrived that evening, what was the state of her inebriation when she first came into the suite?
Less.
Okay. By the end of the evening, when she left, and during the time that you were speaking with her, having this conversation seated on the bed, what was the state of her inebriation?
Well, understand that this is difficult because I guess it's not relevant. She was.
Jackson lacks foundation.
No, I think it's a lay opinion. He can offer a lay opinion of whether or not she appeared to be inebriated, which is what I understand the question to be.
She had gotten past the point of really functioning clearly. She was not, walk clearly. She was pretty gone. She was in a bad state by that point.
When you say you said a moment she was pretty gone, what do you mean by that?
She was intoxicated.
When you were talking to her, did there come a time when you were speaking to her on the bed when she started to cry?
Yes.
And when she started to cry, did that sort of continue for a period of time?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. What were you and she talking about when she started to cry?
Unhappiness. To be specific, I have to caution by saying it's the best of my recollection.
We understand.
Is that she was talking about everything from unhappiness with her place in the business, things that had gone on. I don't really remember all the details because we all hear this a lot from all of our friends. It unfortunately is kind of common. And I remember talking about, I have 2 kids, and I think that there was some level of wanting children and talking about people that had kids and had that fulfillment, and that was something that
Something that was missing?
Yes.
When she was talking with you in this state, you indicated that, I guess it was a number of hours that you spoke with her after people had left and it was just you and she chatting?
It was quite a while.
And would it be fair to say that she was opening up to you as you were talking with her?
Yes.
She discussed her career with you, did she?
Somewhat.
What did she tell you? She was happy with where it was, unhappy? What did she tell you?
She was unhappy.
Did she discuss her personal life with you?
Somewhat, but
How did she describe that? Happy, unhappy?
I think she was generally unhappy. I mean, yeah. Is there more to your answer?
Did you want to add something?
Lana was a really outgoing, fun, loving person. She was a good person, and sometimes those two things can coincide. There can be great unhappiness, and sometimes it isn't something they show to a lot of people. And I think I caught her on a night when she was just really feeling badly about things, but as a human being, as a person, she was a really good, overall good person.
Good human being.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say, in light of your last answer, that you were kind of like, that night, she really let you see inside her? Is that a fair statement?
Sustained. I think it's too overbroad as well. Sustained.
Let me pinpoint it. Did you think, as you were having this conversation with her, which I understand went for several hours, is that correct?
Somewhere in it was lengthy.
Did you think she was being honest with you?
Yes.
Do you think she was being open with you?
Yes.
That calls for speculation.
I think I think that alcohol makes a lot of people maudlin, is that the word? And I don't think that's a real state of mind. I think that's the alcohol talking. And yeah, she was drinking with Phil that night, but I still don't think that means that she would have shot herself at his house. And I don't know, maybe I'm a different kind of person, but if I was upset that my career wasn't taking off and I didn't have a family and I didn't have kids or whatever, I would do something to change, like she's like, well, I don't have money. So then pick another career, like do something else. It's going to get you money. I mean, what she'd started working at the House of Blues, but don't just sit around and cry, oh, poor me, poor me. Find a job that's, I don't know. I guess I'm just different. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the alcohol talking. Like, she didn't live her life like that every single day. That doesn't necessarily mean that she was wanting to end it all. I don't take stock in any of the things that Oh, if she did it to herself, that Phil talked her into it? No, I think he did it. No. Right, that's my point. Alcohol's a depressant. And that's why I think it was just the alcohol talking. Because alcohol makes you maudlin, and then you know, that's why I think it's just the alcohol talking. But like I said, I'm the type of person that I'd be like, okay, I don't like where this is going. I'm going to change things. So, but like I said, I guess that's just me. I'm not going to sit around and be like, oh, poor me. Oh, poor me. I'm just going to end it all because things aren't coming out the way. Yeah. The happiest people cry when they're drunk. Yeah. Yeah, could have, I guess, but
Sustained.
Did you feel that she was putting on an act when you had this conversation with her?
Jackson, call it for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's talk about, if we can, pumpkin pie.
remember.
Wait, before we go there, let me ask you this.
Did she even remember anything she said the next day? Depends on how drunk she was, right? Like, I don't know. I've never been that drunk. I've only been drunk a handful of times in my life. I I don't like being that way. When I start to get sleepy, like I don't even drink anymore, hardly ever. But when I was younger and I would drink with friends, like if I started to get sleepy, I would quit drinking, because if I didn't, I would be drunk before I knew it. But I've never been so drunk that, like, blackout drunk, like when I didn't remember anything the next day. But some people do, and I don't think that's fun. I don't understand why that's fun for people. But anyway, maybe she didn't even remember what she talked about the next day if she was that drunk. Like, that doesn't mean anything. To me, that doesn't mean anything. That you tell somebody when you're drunk how horrible your life is and how depressed you are. That doesn't mean anything when you're drunk, in my eyes.
Did Lana have a purse with her that night, a bag?
I recall that she had something like a purse.
Okay. When you were seated on the bed with her, do you recall if she had her purse or her bag with her?
I believe she did.
Okay. Let's turn to pumpkin pie. You indicated that you met Lana through the backstage, is that correct?
Correct.
But you had known Pie.
Well, through Pie, yes.
Yes. You said through Pie. Can you explain that?
Well, sure. I mean, Pie, I'm not sure that people understand what she does in promoting is she sort of fosters this environment where a lot of people who are both accomplished and maybe new come together in her place and interact and, strike up friendships and relationships. So it's sort of as I described before. I mean, she's a little bigger than life, and I guess that's not my place to comment. The best that I could say is that she sort of provides a valuable function in the business where sometimes people only meet people in an office and it's limited, and at night you have a chance to open up those relationships in a more casual setting. You never know who you're going to meet. That's sort of the thing there. You just never know when you go there who's going to wind up being there, and what friendships you might make and what interesting people you might meet.
You used the word friendships. Mm-hmm. What did you witness in terms of the friendship between Pie and Lana?
Jackson Black's Foundation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
It was clear to me from the beginning, but certainly over a period of time, that they were best friends.
And this was sometime from the late 90s till the date of February 3rd of 2003.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you witnessed, what you saw that showed you that they were best friends.
Camaraderie, women best friends act differently. They, lean into each other and giggle and hold each other and kiss each other and tell stories and, talk to each other on the phone 24 hours a day.
Okay. How would you describe Lana's overall feelings and attitudes that evening at the St. Regis when the two of you were sitting having a close conversation?
Jackson asked and answered.
I believe it was asked and answered. If you have some specific area you want to go into, that's
sure. Let me do it this way. Are there any other adjectives that you would use other than what you've already used to describe what you witnessed in Lana's appearance that evening with you?
Despair.
Okay. Anything else?
It was a bad night for her. That's what I would say.
When you use the word despair, explain to the jury what you mean.
Well, I don't know that I can read anything more into it than that. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. I know that I and a lot of friends occasionally hit it.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, well, as soon as I heard read into it, at this point I'm going to sustain the objection.
Let me ask it this way. In terms of using the word despair, what did you see Lana do or say that evening that causes you to use that term to describe her when you were talking with her at the suite at the St. Regis?
Maybe reaching a certain level of sadness, hitting a wall in her personal life.
Do you recall having any discussions with her that evening about any male friends that may or may not have popped up on the radar screen romantically?
Generically, vaguely. I mean, I think vaguely recall maybe there was something in the recent past.
Just call for speculation.
He's indicating his best recollection, so I'll allow it.
Thank you.
My best recollection is there had been something in the recent past that may have been a disappointment or
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a name, and if it rings a bell, fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Does the name LB, initials LB, Moon, does that ring a bell at all?
Vague bell, maybe conversation among her and Pi, maybe. I can't honestly trace it to that night.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me turn to another area or another subject that was discussed that evening. Did you discuss with Lana that evening at all about therapy, getting help?
I made a comment about it.
Okay, what did you say and what did she say?
Told her I thought she needed to maybe reach outward beyond herself and find some help for what she was feeling, because I thought it was, profound.
Okay, and what was her response?
A lot of crying.
Did there come a time when somebody arrived at the suite for Lana?
Yes, at the very end of the evening.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of approximately what time it is? I know you're not looking at your watch, but just a rough idea of when that was.
Could have been 3 or 3:30 in the morning.
Who was that person who arrived?
It was Pi.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, Pi had left the party earlier that evening. Is that right?
That is correct.
And she had been gone a number of hours?
I don't remember how long. She was gone for a while.
Okay. But then she returned in the early morning hours of the next day, 3:30 for Lana. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did she come into the suite?
She did.
Lana was still there and you were there?
Yes.
What happened?
As I recall, I believe Pi may have had somebody downstairs who was driving, and she came and told Lana that it was time to go. She needed to leave.
And what was Lana's response to that?
She was not in a great state. She was reluctant, as I recall, to leave. She was comfortable just sitting and I don't think wanted to go anywhere, but she did leave with her.
Okay. Can you describe for us how she left? When I say how she left, I'm talking about her mobility.
She was impaired.
Okay. When you say she was impaired, what did you witness? What did you see that makes you say that?
She was having difficulty walking a straight line, as somebody could be when they had a lot to drink.
Was there anyone in the room that had to assist her walk?
Pi helped her.
Give me just a sense of distance, if you would. This is a suite, so the rooms are interconnected. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how many rooms are in this suite?
2 bedroom. It's a bedroom, a living room, 2 bathrooms. It was a 1,250 square feet. I remember just because it was the one that I always had. It was a regular room.
Okay. If you are, Mayor,
Yes.
if you are, I'm going to place you, if I can, for a moment, on the bed, okay? And Lonnie, you were sitting here chatting. And Pi comes in about 3:30 in the morning, is that right? Mm-hmm. All right. You two you have to say yes or no. Mm-hmm. It doesn't come out of the record. It's okay. All right. And when Pi comes in, do you get up and get off the bed and go to the door, or does Pi just come through the door?
She came through the door, but I also got up and walked with him to the elevator.
Okay. Did Lana remain on the bed? At the point where Pi came in?
Yes.
All right. And then does Pi come over to the bed where Lana is seated?
Yes.
Does Pi help her get up off the bed?
Yes.
How far do we walk? Just use the measurements here in the courtroom. How far did Pi and she have to walk till they got to the front door?
Well, there's a door to the bedroom that's probably maybe 12 feet, and then...
Okay, I'll tell you, just position me about where the door is, and I'll just keep walking back to that stone over there.
And right now, a little further back, maybe 2 feet further back.
12 feet?
12 to 15 feet.
Okay. And then how much further?
There's another 8 or 9 feet to the entry to the suite, at least.
Okay, maybe even beyond into the spectator area.
Roughly.
Okay, and my question is this, am I correct that Pi had to assist her the entire way from where you were seated on the bed all the way out to wherever that front door was?
As I recall, I mean, honestly, I didn't take
Okay.
a record of every step. But
Sure.
it was my recollection because I felt compelled to walk them to the elevator, make sure everybody was okay. It was just kind of it was an awkward...
I'm sorry. I did what I told you not to do. I apologize. Go ahead.
It was an awkward moment, so I just walked to make sure they got to the elevator okay.
You felt a sense of responsibility to make sure they got out okay.
Yeah, I felt bad. I mean, it wasn't a fun... It didn't wind up as a fun evening, I mean, it was... I felt badly.
We're in the party, Lana.
I have a couple of other areas I just want to cover, and then Mr. Dixon probably will be talking to you for a bit and asking you some questions. When you spoke with Lana that evening, did she discuss with you at all about a particular play that she had lost a role in?
I can't say with certainty. I believe she might have, but I can't say 100% certain.
Okay, you just don't recall.
I don't know.
All right, that's fine. I want to ask you about Pi. We fixed the date of February 3rd as the date that Lana passed away. Moving forward from that, further into the year 2003, 2004, did you maintain contact with Pi?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury what she was like after Lana's death.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. Well, Pi's a friend, even though I think there's been a caricature painted to some degree, and I saw her go from somebody who was an awful lot of fun and a happy person over the course of a couple of years to somebody who was so depressed that she had trouble getting out of bed and doing anything. And I would call her on a fairly regular basis and ask if there was anything I could do. And, I'm not her best friend, although I would consider a close friend, and sometimes you feel guilty that you don't do more, but she was clearly had an incredibly rough go of it and became a very different person than she was. I know that it devastated her. That's something that I could see over the years.
I apologize for asking this question, but when you say you know that it was something that devastated her, what do you mean by it?
Lana's death.
And just one final area. Do you recall any discussions with Lana? Strike that. Do you recall during the discussion with Lana at the St. Regis within about a week before February 3rd, did she just bring up her family or discuss her family with you at all?
Very vague recollection that might have been discussed. There was...
I'm sorry.
Now I want to see this movie. Greg Sims is an American entertainment executive, film producer, and writer, best known for his work in independent film and in giving early opportunities to major talent. One of his earliest works was in 1987 comedy horror spoof Return to Horror High, which also served as a vehicle for the young George Clooney. Now I want to see that movie. He is currently in pre-production for the film Fear 3. Yeah. Yeah, Jill. See, I don't buy it. She was so depressed about her career that she chose to end it all once she made a new friend with connection to potential roles. Exactly. Both this guy and Spector and who all else could have hooked her up with even other people. Like she was making connections. I don't buy it that she did this to herself. She was doing all the right things. Whether she was depressed about her career or not, she was doing all the right things because she had gotten a regular job because she didn't have any money because she wasn't getting the roles, but she was still making connections. And the fact that she went to his house that night, I mean, the whole probably, I'm speculating here, but probably the reason for getting the job that she got was to make connections because she knew she'd be seeing celebrities at House of Blues. She worked at the VIP room, whatever the name of the room was, but that was a VIP room. She was the hostess for the VIP room. One of the things that depressed her was she was like pulling out chairs for people that she herself had gotten roles. Like she gotten roles that those people had lost, you know? But now she's pulling chairs out for them. And yeah, that would be embarrassing. You know, I used to get roles that you lost, but now I'm pulling your chair out for you. Yeah, that would be super embarrassing. But she still was in a position to make connections so that she could go on maybe and turn her career around and get film roles. So it makes no sense why she would, if she was determined to stick it out. If it'd be me, like I said, I would have gotten a real job and forgotten about it and tried to go on with my life. Because that's just the type of person I am. That's one of the reasons why I went into healthcare. Like, I want a solid job where I'm going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks and I'm going to have money in the bank because that's the type of person that I am. Right. Actors find ways to make it work. Like, I was thinking about the other day, like, shows like Criminal Minds and NCIS and CSI, and like you see the same actors over and over and over again playing the bit parts, like the sheriff in these small towns, or the bad guy or whatever. You see the same actors in these small roles from show to show to show to show to show, and they're making a living doing this. You couldn't have all these blockbuster shows, blockbuster shows without these small roles. Someone has to play the small roles and they're making a living. Do you see them quitting? No, you see them in all these different shows playing all these small parts. If that's your passion, you're going to make it work. Right? Like look for instance, what is the man's name? I forgot his real name. His name on Supernatural, his character name was Bobby Singer. And he still, even after Supernatural, I occasionally will see him on something. He plays bit parts and all kinds of stuff. And now, even like if I see him in something that he did before Supernatural, because I can't remember his real name, I always go, "There's Bobby." Every time I see him, there's Bobby. Yeah. Tell me about it. I know. I figured you would have told me that. I figured as soon as I said that, I was like, just because he's going to know his name. He's going to know his name. I can't remember it. Oh, she did? That makes sense. Cause that the Barbarian Queen or whatever that was, it was like a culty thing, right? It was a Roger Corman film. And he's like has this big cult following. Cult films following, not like a cult. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. I don't think she killed herself. I don't.
It's a sense, it's not I don't recollect the specific.
If you don't recall specifics, we can't get into senses.
Okay.
Paget has.
Have the clerk hold this for just a moment, please.
She's even on Drunk History getting drunk and telling stories. It's hilarious.
Just one final thing. During this couple of hours that you were chatting with her that evening, you were having this conversation and trying to lend support to a difficult situation. How much of the time was she crying?
A majority or a good portion.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is it possible to get a glass of water? Sure. Keep going, I'm sorry. We'll be happy to.
Thanks.
Would you like me to wait? I'll wait.
Yeah, just wait 1 second.
Sure.
She's on more than one, Jill. She's on a couple.
Thank you, I'm sorry. You're welcome, no problem.
She's a mean drunk, too.
Thank you. Okay.
You gave up one of our
Bottles.
I think you counted
That's official government water if you need it.
Yeah, you might think twice before you drink it.
Drink from it carefully.
It's sealed, okay.
Just kidding.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sims. I have a couple questions for you. First, I wanted to just note that you apparently gave an interview or talk with the defense investigator, Tawny Tyndall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, y'all got me started talking about Paget Brewster, and the guy that played her neighbor that was gonna like sue her or whatever, they actually brought him back for the Evolution, Criminal Minds Evolution. They brought him back. I couldn't believe they brought him back because he was only in one episode of the old. Are you talking about that guy? Where is, what did you say it was, TH? The Thrilling Adventure Hour? What does that come on? Because I don't have regular TV. I only have streaming services. Oh, it's a podcast. Okay, good. Then I'll have to look that up. Because I get podcasts. Everybody gets podcasts. Okay, I'll have to find that. I know, that's my favorite one. The Mary Shelley one is my favorite one. Because Rich gets so drunk he can't say Mary Wollstonecraft. What was her name? Wollstonecraft? What's her name? I can't say it either. I just forgot her name. He's so drunk he can't say her name right. And the producer The producer keeps saying it and he keeps saying it wrong. And he finally gets it right. And then he tries it again. And they're like, you got it right, Rich. Keep going. Sadie Doyle reads a list of song names. Okay.
And the first time you did that was on July 19th, just about a week ago, less than a week ago, right?
When we sat down and did an interview?
Right, we're up somewhere in the mountains.
Correct.
I'll leave. And prior to that, did you do an interview on Court TV?
I did.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
Sometime in May.
You don't know whether or not that was aired, but you did give an interview on Court TV about this subject, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what business you're in. I know Mr. Rosen asked you some questions about that, and what I heard, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you have a couple different hats. One, you said that you were an independent film producer of high-end independent movies. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The kind that, I'm not a movie, but the kind that go to like the Sundance and those kind of festivals?
Sometimes, or would be an HBO premiere. In other words, not schlock, I hope.
I understand. And how long have you been doing that?
Many years.
More than 10? More than 50?
20.
More than 20? So you've been in that business for a while. And again, I don't know anything about that, but when you say independent films, what exactly does that mean?
Typically means a movie that isn't financed from the get-go by a major studio, but might be distributed by a major studio later. For instance, I did a film called Listen that we funded privately, meaning investors put up the money privately, and then we turn around and we sell it to distributors around the world. In the case of that film, for instance, the BBC in the UK did buy it, and MGM, or at the time Orion, bought it for distribution in the US. So it started out completely independently, meaning no studio had any hand in financing or decision-making.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing that that's more risk than some other kind of films that are produced. Is that correct?
It is.
And the risk isn't because you don't have any financing from the beginning?
No, the risk is because you may not have anybody buy the movie after you've made it.
So after all that work and effort, people, at least in that line of work, and I don't know, and it's really not, I guess, that important to ask you, but they may or may not, after all this work of making this movie, find anybody to put it up on a screen and let people watch it. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And of course, I guess at the end of the day, that's why you do make these films, is because you want people to see them. Correct?
Correct.
And make some money.
And make money, hopefully.
Right. So would you characterize that as a pretty risky kind of business in the whole entertainment business?
Absolutely.
And that business has ups and downs in it, correct?
It does.
I mean, you could hit the lotto, so to speak, and get a couple films that you've made that are bought by big companies, and I don't know what those would be, but big companies, and they go nationwide, and all of a sudden you're accepting an Oscar. I mean, that's hitting the lotto, right?
Correct.
Or you could make 3 or 4 of those films and nobody buys them, nobody sees them, and you spend a lot of time, effort, and a big part of your life for nothing.
Correct. I think if you
I'm not suggesting you did that.
Yeah, no. I think if you know what you're doing and you make good films with the right people, you typically won't have that scenario.
But isn't it true that there are people in the business who do make films that don't go anywhere?
Absolutely. And
have big hopes and dreams. Isn't that correct?
Without a doubt.
It's a tough business, right?
As tough as it gets. I wouldn't wish it on anybody.
And people that are in that business are not only like you who produce these films, but also the actors, directors, writers that are involved in the business, right?
Yes.
They can either, as I was suggesting earlier, hit the lotto and be very successful, or they can struggle for a long time.
Yes.
And You have told us that you've been in the business for a long time. Isn't it true pretty much everybody knows that's their lot in life? They can either hit it or they may struggle for a while.
Yes, and I invariably tell people who come for advice, especially on the acting side, that if there's anything else that would make them happy that they could do, that they should do it.
When you say the acting side, why do you say that?
Because I managed actors for many years, and it's a brutal business, more so now.
Why?
Because the business has changed and it's become less egalitarian. In other words, you could make a living as an actor who wasn't a big star, but today you tend to have actors who either make what we call scale, which is the minimum that Screen Actors Guild pays, or someone who's a huge star who's making 20 or 30 million a picture, and so that mid-range has disappeared to a big extent. So an actor who used to be able to, who wouldn't work very often, they might work 3 or 4 times a year, but they'd make $20,000 a week or $30,000. Sounds like a lot of money, but it's not if you only work a few weeks a year. That category has dried up to a large extent, and it's affected the entire business, where you see the talent agencies consolidating. There's just a handful that really control the business, and it's a harder go than it's ever been as an actor, I would say, in my opinion.
So it's tougher now than it used to be.
It is.
That's what you're
way
saying.
tougher now.
And you said that you've, over your career, and I know that you mentioned that to Mr. Rosen, managed various actors at times, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you mentioned one that got a TV show. I may be missing that a
I
little.
handled 4 or 5 that had TV shows at the same time at one point. It was a different business then.
Right, but that's being successful, and then there's a lot of people who don't get those TV shows, but they just need one.
Correct.
Now, you said in an earlier answer that when you talk to people in the business, especially actors, that you say, boy, if there's something else in your life, this is a tough business, you ought to think about that, right?
Yes.
You ought to think about alternatives, correct?
Yes.
But there are people who are just driven, who have this dream, this need, this desire to be an actor, to be in show business, and they keep pursuing it and pursuing it, and they do it with hope and with perseverance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Lana Clarkson was one of those people, isn't that right?
It was. She was, yes.
I think you said that you got to know her through Pumpkin Pie in the backstage, right?
Yes, sir.
And you found her over, how long did you know her?
Over a period of a couple of years.
And you found her to be, and I think I have this right, a good human being, generally upbeat, happy. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And would you characterize that also in terms of her hopes for her career, to the extent you talked about it over the whole time that you knew her?
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
All right, I'll withdraw it and ask it again. You found her to be a hopeful, upbeat person. Is that right?
I did.
And we've talked, Mr. Rosen talked to you about just one evening, but you knew her for a couple of years that you told us about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw her a number of different times at various social functions, including backstage, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you generally find her to be an upbeat, happy, good human being?
In general, yes.
I think in answer to one of Mr. Rosen's questions about this party and what she said to you, where she was upset at the people in the business or upset at the Hollywood business, for want of a better term, isn't that what she said? Basically, during that conversation, she'd had it, she was upset, she was mad at people, correct?
Correct.
That you said that in your experience of all these years in the business and managing actors and also producing films, that wasn't uncommon at all for people in the business. By that, I mean the entertainment business that you've dealt with. It wasn't uncommon for people in the business to express feelings like that, right?
Correct.
You've heard that a lot in your lifetime in this industry, correct?
I have.
Somebody, I'm sure if they get that TV show or that film, they're excited about it and they think this is the greatest business going. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But they get a couple rejections, and pretty soon people just generally in your business get upset. They get like they've had it with this, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? So when you told all of us during Mr. Rosen's direct examination that you'd heard people say things like that a lot in the business. It's true, isn't it?
Yes.
What you heard from Lana Clarkson that night, she was upset, she was crying, but you'd heard that before from men and women in the business, right?
I have.
I think you said that when a woman, an actress like this, gets down or a little upset about the business, you felt more like comforting them, and the men, you felt like giving them a slap and saying, wake up and accept reality.
I was referring more to when somebody's in that state, it's not so much somebody in the business. It was more, I mean, I would have been probably a little more understanding if it was somebody who had a rough go as a guy in the business too and lost something. But still, it's different, yeah.
So just to make it clear, so you're saying that you wouldn't have a different level of concern for a man or a woman, you just handle it differently?
Correct.
Okay, fine. And Ms. Clarkson told you that she was upset that, I think Mr. Rosen mentioned a play, but you didn't really remember it, but she was just upset that she thought that she would be maybe farther along in her career at that time, right?
Correct.
But you've heard that from many, many people, correct?
I have.
And that's a common feeling among actors in Hollywood, correct?
It is.
This wasn't something that was unusual that you never heard before. This is common, right?
That kind of despondency.
Being upset about not being successful in the business after trying. You've heard that from lots of actors in your career, haven't you?
I have.
Okay. Now, you told us about talking to Pumpkin Pie after Lana's death. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that she was very depressed and upset.
Yes.
And this continued for a long period of time, right?
It did.
And because of your friendship with her, you called her and checked on her, isn't that right?
I did occasionally. I mean, it wasn't a daily or weekly.
Well, once a month, twice a month, that sort of thing. But you showed concern about it, correct?
I did.
All right. You didn't feel that same level of concern about Lana when she was that night. This was a time, it wasn't like Pumpkin Pie who had been upset for a prolonged period of time. This was a one-time incident in your relationship with Lana Clarkson, correct?
Can you ask that again, please?
Okay. What you saw from Lana Clarkson that night was different than what you saw from Pumpkin Pie, where you tried to call her and make sure she was okay. It was a different level of
well, I mean, no, it was it felt serious to me just in terms of where she was at, and it was just before she died, so there wasn't a lot of, this was just the week before.
Well, did you make a call to her the next day?
No,
to see
I
if
wasn't
she was
that
okay?
kind of friend, but I did talk to Pie about it, as I recall.
And was Pie concerned?
I believe so.
And so did the two of you go and help your friend Lana Clarkson out?
Help her out post
your evening at the...
As I recall, I traveled after that. We're talking right before. So it was really, to answer your question directly, it was really Pie's relationship with her. It was their friendship was the friendship. So did I call up and follow up in the following days? No, it just wasn't that kind of friendship.
When did you call Pie if you were traveling?
I don't, well, when I talk, you mean after Lana died?
No, before. You said that you thought this was a concern and you were better friends with Pie.
Probably the next day, and it was one quick conversation. That's the best of my recollection.
And where were you when you made that call?
I don't remember. Maybe in the hotel.
And you called just to see if Lana got home okay?
She was just to talk about the night before.
Okay. Now, you said that Lana Clarkson had been drinking there at the hotel, correct?
Yes.
But it was a party. How many people were there at the high point?
There were probably 40 people there.
Okay, and were others drinking?
Absolutely.
Were you drinking?
I was.
So it wasn't unusual.
To be drinking? No.
Right. Could I have a
We were all
please?
over 21, I think.
Oh, you also mentioned that Lana talked about her personal life a little bit. Is that right?
Some.
And you, about men?
Vaguely. As I say, this conversation is going on 4 years old, and I don't recall a lot of specifics, and I don't recall asking a lot of specifics. It was more letting her talk and just kind of being a shoulder to cry on.
Do you recall telling Connie Tyndall just last week on July 19th in your interview that she asked you about the subject of gentlemen and Lana, and you said, I think she talked about a few people, but nothing great going on in that department as far as I can recall.
That's my recollection. I don't recall specifics about her love life, and it really wasn't my business.
Right. And during this conversation, she didn't really dwell on her, as you said, love life or her relationships in this conversation, did she?
I don't recall her doing so, but
But you do recall her being very, very upset with people in the business and her lack of success there.
that stands out.
Right. And like you've told us that you'd heard many times before from other actors, correct?
Correct.
And then there was the issue of family, and Ms. Tyndall asked you if Lana ever discussed her family and her relationship, and you told Ms. Tyndall just last week, well, there was some stress there, or lack of a great relationship. I can't really be sure.
That's a vague recollection I have. That's the best that I can tell you.
Again, so that wasn't, the family relationship, like the men issue, wasn't a focal point of your conversation with Lana Clarkson that night, was it?
It might have been, but I don't recall it having been.
Well, but you do recall the actor.
Yeah, some things I remember, sure. Some things I remember better than others.
You may. When you talked to Connie Tyndall, I think you said that you talked to her on the phone before that. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And in that phone call, she was just trying to arrange an interview?
She was.
Face-to-face interview with you, is that right?
She was.
Okay. Was that phone call before or after the Court TV appearance? Or interview, I probably better.
It was after.
Okay. So you'd been on Court TV before you talked at all with Ms. Tyndall from the defense, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And when was that Court TV appearance?
I don't remember the day. I probably should have looked, but I believe it was back in May, and I'm happy to tell you the details of how it came about.
Well, you're a busy guy, and you said you weren't wild about being here, so were you happy to be on Court TV?
No, I received a phone call from one of the producers at Court TV who works for one of the anchors who is a personal friend, and they recalled my having known Lana and some of what happened right after her death. And they had contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested in being on, and I did not say yes at the beginning. I hesitated. To be honest, I had some bad information that if I was on Court TV that I would not be a witness, called as a witness, and I guess that's
that's why you went on Court TV?
It's not why I went, but it was a factor because I was told that I definitely didn't want to be here, and I definitely told them when they called me that I'd think about it, and I personally know one of the anchors, and there was some personal involvement, and I thought if I could provide something that would round out and flesh out what was going on more than as a caricature, I would do it.
And so that's why you went on Court TV, at least in part, is to give this fuller view of Ms. Clarkson?
I went on as at the request of someone who's a friend who works there too.
But Lana Clarkson and Pumpkin Pie were friends, right?
Correct.
And after this happened, and you saw that Lana Clarkson's, what had happened, and, well, let me withdraw that and ask it this. After Lana Clarkson's death, and you saw Pumpkin Pie's concern about this, Did you pick up the phone and call the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau? And I want to tell them a little fuller story?
No, I stayed completely. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Did you call them and tell them this fuller picture of Lana Clarkson that you've told Court TV and told us here today?
I did not.
Did you consider that?
I considered discussing it with someone, and I just felt that if I could stay out of it completely, that's what I would do.
So you decided that even though you had this fuller picture of Lana Clarkson, you'd rather stay out of it until the Court TV people call. Is that right?
I'm going to object to that question.
Overruled, it's cross. Can you repeat that, please?
You decided to stay out of it until Court TV called. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further to respond.
Correct.
Mr. Sims, let's pick up where Mr. Dixon left off. You didn't call the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
You didn't call Mr. Dixon, did you?
No.
You didn't call Mr. Jackson, did you?
No.
You didn't call anybody in the DA's office, did you?
I did not.
Now, you said that you wanted to stay out of this, is that right?
Correct.
And even as late as over the noon hour when we met during lunch, you indicated to me you didn't want to be here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So why don't you tell the jury why you didn't call the Sheriff's Department, why you didn't call Mr. Dixon, why you didn't call Mr. Jackson, why you didn't call anybody in law enforcement. Tell the jury why you didn't.
I felt that there were other people who were closer to the situation than I that were handling it, and I really just wanted to stay away from it. I didn't feel that I had a place to do that.
All right. And that's why you made the decision not to, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall. Yeah, there was some thought about it at the time, but yes, I made a conscious decision just to be on the sidelines. I wasn't one of the central players in this by any means, so.
Okay. You're not looking for 5 minutes, your 5 minutes in the limelight in this, are you?
No.
Okay. And you're not getting paid anything for being here, are you?
No.
And you're not getting any kind of remuneration from anybody on the defense for this, are you, or anyone else?
No one anywhere.
Okay. You haven't been contacted to write a book or make a movie or anything as a result of being a witness in this case?
Not at all.
All right. Now let's talk about this Court TV situation. Let's take it from start to finish. Okay. How did it come about that you were contacted by somebody from Court TV?
I received a message from Ann Hartmayer at Court TV.
Can you please spell that name?
I can try. I think it's ANNEHARTMAYER. But I'm not 100% sure.
How do you pronounce the last name, please?
Hartmayer or Hartmeyer?
Hartmeyer, all right. So Ms. Hartmeyer contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
Let me make sure I understand this right. You didn't call her?
I did not call her.
Did you reach out to anybody in Court TV?
Not at any time.
So they contacted you, right?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you call them?
Why did I call?
Why didn't you call them instead of them contacting you?
I had no interest in calling them or contacting anybody about this.
Okay. So Ms. Hartman reaches out to you. She calls you on the phone?
Hartmayer, yes. I've kept her message just in my records here.
Right. Since I can't seem to pronounce her last name, I'm going to call her Ann, if that's all right with the court. So tell us what happened. Ann calls you. What happens?
Her message, she left a message. Shall I give the name of the people involved at Court TV or just generically?
What we're interested in is we want to know how it came about that you were on Court TV.
The message I got was that Lisa Bloom was wondering if I would be willing to talk about my friend Lana that she personally knew of years ago, that there had been some connections there. And
let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Was the name Lisa Bloom a name that you heard for the first time in this message from Ann?
No, I know Lisa.
Lisa's a friend?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, continue with your answer.
I received the message. I knew at some point something might come up, and that's why I say I stayed out of this completely, so I had a lot of hesitation. I called and returned the call and said I would think about it, that I had hesitation about doing it. In hindsight, perhaps I wouldn't do it, but I heard their interest in, talking about it, from seeing if there's something that I could add, and I had some feelings that, I would discuss it as best I could, and it was really on a level of knowing somebody. I wouldn't have done it probably with a stranger.
Okay. So your decision to go on court TV was because you did have a relationship with Lana?
No, I'm saying because I had a relationship with Lisa. No,
Lisa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you went on it, when, in May?
I think it was late May.
Okay. Did you get paid anything for that?
Nothing.
And was that the only time you were on?
Yes.
And that was just to talk about how you knew Lana, correct?
It was really more to talk about the business, and that's one of the reasons that I did it. That was sort of how it was presented. What's this business like? It was really a conversation about what's the House of Blues like? What's the foundation room like? And I had some experience with that. It was really to sort of shed some light on the whole process, a little bit of how the business works and how that might cast some light on what had happened.
Would it be fair to say that that was the central theme of the interview?
Yeah, I mean, anybody can, if they were to see it, I would stand behind it as not being exploitation in any way. That would be the last thing that I would have any interest in doing.
Exploitation of Lana?
Correct. Or of the situation.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dixon was asking you some questions about the business. And he asked you whether or not there are ups and downs in the business, and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
And you described it as a risky business, correct?
Yes.
A tough business, correct?
Correct.
And I think you also testified on cross-examination that when people come and seek out your advice, that you tell them if they can find anything else that they like to do it rather than come into this business because it is so tough. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've made a number of films, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your yardstick, the thumb against which you measure, is, I think you said, if you make good films with the right people.
Did they make the movie? He owned the production company that Pi partnered with to make the movie about Lana after she died. Did they ever make that movie?
Then some of the risk is relieved, some of the difficulties are relieved, and things should come out okay. Is that right?
Some.
Okay. Let me ask this. You've been in this business for over 2 decades, haven't you?
Yes.
And you've experienced some degree of success in this business, haven't you?
Yes.
And you've been careful when you make your films, haven't you?
I'm sorry?
You've been careful how you make your films, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the people you choose and how you budget it and how it's produced, right?
Yes.
And being a producer, that's a tough job, isn't it?
Yes.
Tell the jury why it's such a tough job.
Well, it's tough because you're, A, responsible even on a small movie for a lot of money, and you're also essentially juggling 100 or more relationships that go on in any given day of what it physically takes to make a movie, from crew to technical writing. It's a complex business, so anything that can go wrong usually does, and it's difficult.
Isn't it true also, as a producer, it's kind of like the old Teddy Roosevelt thing, the buck stops here, right?
Yes, although today there's often 15 producers on the movie, so
okay,
it's sometimes hard to tell where the buck does go.
Or maybe it just gets spread around to 50 different people, right?
Yeah, especially on big films.
All right. Cross-examination, you were also asked the question about how brutal the business was. Mr. Dixon spent a little time with you about that, and you indicated that, I think in part of your answer, that there was a mid-range of individuals that could make money if they worked a couple, 3 times a year, and that was enough, but that's like disappeared from the radar screen, is that right?
In large part.
Okay. And I think you said that the acting business, and then Mr. Dixon focused in on the acting business. You recall those questions?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that, and to use your terms, is a brutal business, even more so now. It's a harder way to go. It is tougher now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're in 2007. I want you to push the replay button for a moment, and I want you to go back to 2003. Would those same comments and those opinions that you gave to Mr. Dixon in his questioning on cross-examination also apply to those seeking fame and fortune in the acting business in 2003?
I mean, the change in functioning in the business, what I talked about with...
The fact that the acting business is a brutal business, even more so now than before. It's a very hard way to go. It is way tougher now.
Well,
we're in 2007 today. I'm asking you to go back in time, okay, to 2003, and I'm asking to those same opinions that you gave to Mr. Dixon that I just repeated, also would they apply in 2003?
Yes.
Mr. Dixon asked you further, that segment of the business, the acting part of the business, there are people who are driven in that business, correct?
That are driven?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. They just keep on going at it, I think, was Mr. Dixon's phrase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that can be for a variety of reasons, right?
Correct.
It can be for money, correct?
Correct.
It can be because they're true thespians and they want the opportunity to ply their trade as best they can, correct?
Correct.
It could also be because they seek fame.
Could be.
Have you met people in the acting side of the business who want to chase that fame?
Yes.
Now let's talk about some of the other areas that Mr. Dixon covered with you about Lana.
Mr. Rosen, excuse me, have you got a ways to go?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take our break. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. You return in 15 minutes. Thank you. Parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present as heretofore. You may proceed.
Mr. Sims, before we took the recess, I think I was talking to you about the fact that you said that people are in the business are driven by different things, and we talked about money and acting as well as fame. And I wanted to ask you about the following. Has it been your experience in your profession, meeting many people like Lana Clarkson, who was on the acting side of it, that when the money doesn't come, the fame doesn't come, or the acting roles don't come, that sometimes these people turn to alcohol?
Yes.
Drugs?
Yes.
And
alcohol is a drug.
It is, you're correct. Have you also witnessed people engage in reckless behavior in that situation?
Objection. I think this is going way too far. The objection is sustained.
Very well. Let's talk about some of the terms you use and some of the adjectives you use to describe Ms. Clarkson when Mr. Dixon was cross-examining you. He asked you if Ms. Clarkson appeared to be a hopeful person. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if she was upbeat. You recall that?
Yes.
And he asked you if generally she was that kind of a person. Do you recall?
Yes.
And I think you said that she was, correct?
Correct.
The night of the St. Regis, do you recall what day of the week that was?
Tuesday night, I believe.
Flowing into Wednesday morning?
Correct.
Okay. And that's because the backstage usually has its event. Pumpkin Pie has her event on a Tuesday night at the backstage.
Correct.
So this was actually about 5 days before February 3rd, correct?
I believe so.
In the conversation that you had with her over a period of several hours in the suite that night, was she upbeat?
No.
Was she hopeful?
No.
Did she appear depressed to you?
She was depressed.
I think you used the word despair, despondent also.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dixon also asked you about another area. He asked you about the area of whether or not people on the acting side of the entertainment business can ultimately sometimes get that part. You recall?
Yes.
I'm asking. And sometimes they do, don't they?
As in that big...
Yes, that, as you were talking when you were speaking with Mr. Dixon, the two of you were chatting about that, getting that big part, yes?
Yes.
Making that big movie. Correct?
Correct.
That big show, right?
Or an important part in a small movie that gets attention.
Okay. And you knew Lana Clarkson over a number of years, isn't that right?
Correct.
Not days, weeks, or months, but years, right?
Correct.
During the time that you knew her, over those years, did she ever get that part, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever see her enjoy that kind of success that you and Mr. Dixon were chatting about in cross-examination?
No.
And on the night, that Tuesday night, just before February 3rd of 03, to your knowledge, had she ever gotten that part or enjoyed that kind of success?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
In my world, if you sign autographs at Comic-Con, you've made it. But that's my world.
Now, you talked about, with Mr. Dixon, about what you observed in Lana that evening flowing into the early morning hours of Wednesday, up till about 3:30 when Pi came to pick her up, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about that kind of despondency. In my notes, I've quoted that. You remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spent hours talking with her that evening, correct?
Correct.
And I think you indicated that you felt that it was very serious where she was based on that conversation, correct?
You mean in her life?
Yes.
I thought she was in a bad place.
Had you ever seen her more despondent, more despair than that evening when you spoke with her at the St. Regis in all the years that you knew her?
No.
You were concerned, weren't you, about where she was in her life?
Sure. Again, I mean, not being a best friend, but being somebody who was having such a hard time, sure.
And so you actually did, in fact, reach out to her best friend the next day, didn't you?
Yes.
And that was who?
Pi.
And how did you reach out to Pi?
Well, again, many years old conversations, but I thought something needed to be done, and I didn't know, I wasn't the person, but maybe she would be there for her in a way. Nothing that she wouldn't know herself. It was really just stating the obvious because Pi was there that night, so she knew what was going on as well.
You didn't select Pi randomly, did you? You chose to call her for a very particular reason, right? About the situation.
Correct. Well, her friend, her best friend.
Okay. And I think you indicated that you traveled shortly thereafter, is that right?
It's my recollection.
I understand.
Always traveling, so.
Okay, I understand. And just a couple of other areas, please. Regarding two areas that Mr. Dixon discussed with you about. One, I want to ask you about the family and her relationship with him. Mr. Dixon asked you if you had indicated to Ms. Tyndall in your interview with her just last week that there was some stress there or lack of a great relationship, but you weren't sure about it. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
But my question is, you do recall some discussions, but you can't get any more specific than that regarding her relationship with her family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also, I think you indicated to Mr. Dixon that there was also a discussion with Lana about whether or not there was any romantic individual, a gentleman in her life. Is that correct?
Some.
Okay. And you made the statement, which Mr. Dixon read to you, that you still told Ms. Tyndall, nothing great was going on in that department as I recall.
That's my recollection. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection.
What did you mean by that when you said nothing great was going on in that department? I mean, it may sound like
There was no burning, romance at that time, or that there had been some things that were not happening anymore, and she was not a real happy camper in that department. That's my recollection.
She didn't have any discussions with you about anticipating getting married and having children in the immediate future?
No.
Court's indulgence will be course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sims. Thank you.
Thank you. Process recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sims, I think you told one of us that after Lana's death, Pi was depressed and upset and couldn't get out of bed and couldn't get to work. Words to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And you somewhat compared that to Lana's situation that night, right?
I don't know that I compared it to Lana's situation, but
You said that Lana was depressed, in despair.
I'm not a doctor, but I don't know what a clinical depression is, but she was depressed from one person to another. She was depressed.
You're familiar with the House of Blues. I think you mentioned that to Mr. Rosen at some point, correct?
Correct.
Ever been to the Foundation Room?
Yes, many times.
Pretty upbeat, rock and roll
Excuse me,
place?
Yes. Objection, you won't scope the reader.
No, it's very broad, but it's within the scope. Overruled. You may proceed.
Pretty upbeat rock and roll club, right?
Music, not so much rock and roll, but lots of great music, sure.
In the Foundation Room?
Yeah, I mean, Foundation Room's a private club, so now they do concerts in there, but before they didn't. It was really just a place to drink
The answer was it's just a place to drink.
at that time.
Would it change your opinion about Lana's state of mind that you've told us about on this Tuesday night where you had this conversation with her, that she got up and she went to work the next day for 8 or 9 hours at the House of Blues, and then she did it the next day, and the next day, and the next day till her death. She went and worked at that Foundation Room every day for the rest.
I want to go to House of Blues. They have one on Disney property now. I don't know if Disney actually owns it. There used to be an area of Disney called Downtown Disney where they had shops, and then they had this awesome club area called Pleasure Island, and you paid one cover price and you got into the whole club. There were like 7 different clubs there. They had a 70s club. The 70 club was so cool because it was like a disco. It was like a disco, like Saturday Night Fever, how the floor was the blocks that lit up different colors on the floor. And then they had stupid, but they had like TV monitors up everywhere with Pong on it. I don't know why they thought we wanted to watch Pong while we danced, but and then there was one club, the one that we went to the most because it was our favorite. The dance floor, when you walked in, you were on the upper level, and the dance floor looked like a swimming pool. It looked like you were dancing down in a swimming pool, and it was called the Beach Club. So the stage was like you were in the swimming pool dancing, looking up at the stage. And that was the 70s. They played 70s, 80s, 90s. Did I even go in the 2000s? was I still going in the 2000s? I don't even know when they closed. I guess early 2000s. And they had two comedy clubs. They had like a stand-up club, and then they had another one that was like an improv type club where the people would just like roam around and just strike up conversations with you that were improv, but like they had like their characters and they would just improv with you, and it was ridiculous, some of them. And then there was like a stage show that they did, a comedy stage show, and I've actually seen some of the people that was in the stage show on TV shows. It was really cool. I was like, oh, that guy used to work at Disney. But they closed down Pleasure Island. There was also a country club, not a country club, but a country music club. There was a like a new wave club, and the dance floor moved. It was like a circular thing. It was really, really cool. And they closed it down. I don't know why they closed it down. Now the whole area is called Disney Springs. And rather than having all the clubs in one individual complex where you pay a cover price for, it's a whole giant shopping and club complex called Disney Springs, where they have all kinds of shopping, but they also have the individual clubs just scattered throughout the place, and they have a House of Blues there now. And they have restaurants, just like regular restaurants there as well too. And they are, I don't think they're all owned by Disney, because recently there was a thing where a woman had an allergic reaction at one of the restaurants, and she died, and the husband was suing Disney as well as the restaurant, because Disney did not own the restaurant, but it's Disney property because it's Disney Springs. I think Legal Bites did a video on it. So I don't know. I don't even know does Dan Aykroyd and whoever else started it, do they still own the House of Blues? I don't know. I'm gonna have to research that because I don't know. Or Judy can Google it because she's very good at finding things. I'm not. I Google and I get all kinds of weird stuff that have nothing to do with what I was Googling. Judy's the Google whisperer. But yeah, I want to go to House of Blues so bad. I don't know why we've never been. We just haven't.
That week. Would that change your mind at all?
My mind about how she was that night, or?
Well, you said she was in despair. She got up, put on her clothes, and went to the foundation room for the next 5 nights.
I think she was great. So, I mean, my answer would be it wouldn't change how I felt the place that she was in as a human being that night.
Just that night?
Yeah.
But
and well, in her life at that point.
You've been to the foundation room. She was there working the next night. Introducing people, having them sit down, making sure who got in and who got out into the foundation.
Excuse me, I'm going to object to that. That calls for speculation. No foundation.
Sustain as to the way the question is phrased.
Thank you.
Does that change your opinion at all?
StreamYard, you've been good all day. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you just to rephrase it, because in my opinion about her general state or just the state that night?
Well, let me withdraw and ask you this. The Lana Clarkson that you knew over the period of time that you knew her was a happy, upbeat, optimistic person, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, nephew.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Was she happy and upbeat when you were talking with her on the bed at the St. Regis?
No.
One last question. Before this jury, have you told the truth about what happened that night at the St. Regis?
Overruled.
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Nothing further at this time. I'm subject to recall.
All right, subject to recall, sir, which means you may or may not be recalled at a later time, so you're not excused. But thank you for being here, and you may step down.
Okay, thank you. May I leave the country?
It would not without telling us. You must contact. You can do it through either the defense or the prosecution, so that if it looks like you're going to have to come back, we'll arrange it convenient for you. We're obviously not trying to keep you from traveling. We just sort of need to know your schedule.
That's one thing I don't understand about this trial. Why are they not asking if they can be excused from the subpoena. I've never seen a trial where they don't say, can they be excused from the subpoena and just let them go? But every single witness he has said, you're still under subpoena. Or still under recall, or whatever, however he words it. Okay, so Dan Aykroyd does still own it. Division of Live Nation Entertainment. I don't know anything about it. Like, I don't know if you can just walk in or if you have to have a reservation, or I don't know if you can just like go in there and eat, or if they're having a band there, if you can like just go in and eat in a different area, or if there's a band, if you have to have a reservation, if they're having a band there that night. Like, I don't know anything about it. I just know that every time we go to Disney Springs, we walk right by it. Okay, who do we have next? Investigator Robert Kinney. LA County Sheriff's homicide investigator Robert Kinney. Why is he testifying for the defense? His testimony is interesting. I still don't agree that she was suicidal, but I still thought his testimony was interesting.
Robert Kenney, Kenney.
Thank you. Detective Kinney, how are you?
I'm a homicide investigator for the County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
And how were you employed in February of 2003?
Yard. Is it time to turn the camera off?
Were you asked to assist this investigation by going to the residence of Lana Clarkson?
Yes,
And did you do that?
I did.
Between February 3rd and February 7th, to your knowledge, had her residence been secured or sequestered, sealed in any way?
No,
Okay. And when you went to the location, was it your intention to examine the contents to see if you could find something of relevance?
correct.
How did you obtain admittance into her residence?
We were met location victims, Fawn and their family lawyer.
And do you remember the lawyer's name?
Rod Lindblom, I believe, was the attorney's name.
Okay. And when you arrived at the location, you ultimately met them there after a few minutes, is that right?
Correct.
And that was in the afternoon of the 7th, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did they inform you that they had been in the location between the time of Miss Clarkson's death and the time that you were at the location?
I thought that it had not been disturbed. I don't remember if she told me that they went into it.
Eventually I'm going to come back to that, but at any event, did either the attorney or the sister have a key to the residence?
Yes,
And so one of them let you in, or both of them let you in?
correct.
And when you entered the location, did you have something particular that you were looking for?
Yes,
What was that?
to see if there was any connection between the victim and Mr. Spector.
And you're referring to Lana Clarkson, is that right?
Correct.
Is victim just a term of convenience for someone who's died, or had you made the determination at that point that a crime had crime had been committed?
No, that wasn't my part of the investigation. I was just tasked with going out and doing that part of it. I wasn't determining who the suspect and victims were, although at the time it certainly appeared that way to me.
Okay. At any event, you were primarily looking for an association between Mr. Spector and Ms. Clarkson, is that right?
That was one of the things we were looking for, yes, sir.
Okay. Within the location, you examined books and papers that you found at the location, is that right?
Correct.
And were those identified to you as books and papers having been created by or belonging to Ms. Clarkson?
We were told that she was the only one that lived in that small apartment, so we assumed that everything in that apartment belonged to her.
Okay. Did some items that you looked at, some of the personal papers, did they appear to be handwritten papers or perhaps word processed papers, do you recall?
Both.
Okay. And did you make any determination as to whether or not Ms. Clarkson was the writer or the author of those documents?
I have no idea where we're going, so maybe you need to approach the bench, because I don't.
I'm simply trying to lay a foundation that he was looking at materials that he believed to be Ms. Clarkson's.
Well, if it's not going anywhere, it's not going to make a whole lot of difference, and I'll strike it. But for the time being, I'll allow him to answer that simply to see where he's going with it. Go ahead. I'm trusting you, Mr. Bruno.
You can trust me, Judge. I'm a lawyer.
We will note the laughter from the jury box.
The items you were looking at, you believe them to have been created by Ms. Clarkson, is that right?
We did.
And when you examine those written documents, did you find anything that suggested a connection to Mr. Spector? Belonging to Ms. Clarkson, is that right?
Correct.
And did you examine the cell phone memory, both the phone book and the memory of incoming calls, outgoing calls, to see if you could find a phone number in there that was associated with Mr. Spector?
We did.
And after investigating the numbers that you found, did you find any connection with Mr. Spector?
No.
Now, so the primary purpose of the visit to the location was to look for some association, some pre-existing association between Ms. Clarkson and Mr. Spector, is that right? That was the primary purpose of going over there?
Correct.
Okay. At that point in time, was any part of your assignment specifically to see if you could find information that would be relevant to Ms. Clarkson's state of mind?
No.
Okay. The concept or terminology of a psychological autopsy, that hadn't been discussed with you or brought to your attention?
That seems that's not the evidence that ever was with this witness.
Well, I think the question also presupposes that, so I'm going to overrule your objection. You may go ahead.
You hadn't been told of such terminology by that point in time?
Correct, we had not.
Now, when you went into the location, you observed pictures, photographs, that sort of thing, on the walls and tables and so forth, did you?
Yes.
And among the artwork or items displayed, was there a focus on a particular actress that you noted?
There were numerous pictures of Marilyn Monroe throughout the apartment.
Okay. In addition to the pictures, were there also books in the bookcase having to do with Miss Monroe?
There was at least one that I remember.
Okay. Did you ever follow up on that fact or that putative fact that there was a fascination with Miss Monroe in the mind of Miss Clarkson?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Now, in the location, did you note whether or not there were any computers?
Yes.
And how many computers did you note?
There were two.
a laptop and a desktop, is that right?
Correct.
Did you wind up taking into your possession one of those computers?
Yes,
Which one was that?
it was a laptop.
And you later turned that in to the Mr. Tomlin or Mr. Fournier for further analysis, is that right?
We actually booked it at the unit that would analyze it, and it ended up going to Detective Tom Fortier.
Okay, so, but the purpose of taking that was so your computer analysis unit could look at it, is that right?
Correct.
The desktop you did not take, am I right?
Correct.
And was there a reason you didn't take it?
Yes.
What was that?
We were told it hadn't been used recently by Miss Clarkson.
And who told you that?
Her sister, Fawn.
Okay. Did you do anything to verify that? Did you boot it up and make any check of it to see if it had been used recently?
No.
So in terms of whether or not Fawn was accurate about that or had been mistaken, you have no way of knowing at this point, is it?
Correct.
Now, are you aware during the course of the investigation that Ms. Clarkson habitually maintained a day planner, like a diary, day-by-day appointment, other notes pertaining to her life?
No, I'm not.
Okay. While you were at the location, did you note a 2003 day planner?
No.
Senator, I'm going to ask the witness to review a portion of his report and see if it refreshes his recollection.
No foundation, he hasn't said it.
Well, first of all, that's correct. I also want you to show it to the DA, and we'll go from there.
Don't want to belabor the point, but do you remember now whether or not the sister Fawn told you whether or not she'd been in the house from the time of Lana's death?
She mentioned something about some clothing that had been out, but I don't know if she saw that right before we got there or sometime between the death and the time that we showed up.
Okay. Would looking at your notes perhaps refresh your recollection? Previously shown to counsel. I'm on page 202. Why don't you read to yourself this paragraph, see if that puts it into context time-wise, and then tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Counsel, which of the 5 paragraphs?
The penultimate. That means second from the bottom.
Or next to last.
Thank you.
All right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And what did you tell you about having been in the house sometime after Miss Clarkson's death, but before the time that you arrived there that afternoon?
She told us that after she had heard about the death, she went over to Lana's house, Lana's apartment,
Okay.
and went inside.
And that was the point at which she noted the clothing that was in some place that suggested to her that Miss Clarkson hadn't been home after going out the night before her death?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Recross, I'm sorry. Recross. Unless you have anything else you'd like to raise, Mr. Bruno, that you thought about in the last second or so.
No, I'm trying to set the record for the shortest, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You went out to this location, Miss Clarkson's cottage in Venice, correct?
Correct.
On the Venice canals, right?
On the Grand Canal in Venice?
Yes, right. And this was a rather small cottage, but well-kept, correct?
Correct.
When you went in it, looking for the computers and noticing the books and the like, how detailed a search or inventory or walkthrough did you do?
Well, we read almost everything that there was to read that looked like it had been typed there or handwritten by the person who lived in the apartment. We went through all the documents that we could find.
Your Honor, I'm going to use a couple exhibits. They've all been marked as defense exhibits, so.
Well, if you're not going to remark them,
No, I'm not.
All right, go ahead.
If that's all right, if you want me to.
Oh, no,
remark.
that's fine. I was just wanting to know if you needed a number. Go ahead.
All right. First, we're going to start with T to the 7th. If that's all right. I can't say septuple T, so.
You just did.
I mean, I just can't. T. This is T to the 7th. Detective, do you recognize this photograph? Is this the cottage that you went to?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look at X to the 7th. Well, that looks like a bathroom, but I thought it was the kitchen, according to my notes. But anyway, I made a mistake here. But that looked like the place you went? Or is the
It is the kitchen.
Oh, it is? Okay.
That is one of the
Oh, right.
rooms there.
Okay. Again, this is part of the cottage that you went to, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went through this cottage, did you find it neat and tidy and well kept?
Yes, except for one area. It was relatively nicely maintained.
What was the one area?
In the living area, which is not very large, there's a couch directly underneath some of the pictures of Marilyn Monroe that we were discussing. And on the back of the couch were scripts, handwritten notes, piles of paper as though she was involved in several projects all at the same time.
We have that. And we might have a picture of that. Sudi tells me. Thank you, Sudi. Why to the 7th? Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is the living room area, correct?
Correct.
We can see you mentioned there's a picture of Marilyn Monroe as we look at the top right, correct?
Correct.
And then we see that same image on the top middle of this exhibit, but that's a mirror, isn't it?
I believe that's a mirror.
All right. So there's one big picture of there. Now you mentioned that for the most part the room was the cottage was tidy and well kept, with the exception of an area. And do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On the back of the sofa, is that right?
Correct. On the back of the sofa, the arm of the sofa, and then just to the, it'd be the right arm of the sofa, kind of in the center lower part of that picture that you're showing. There were also some loose leaf binders or some other papers there.
And you told Mr. Rosen that you went there and you were looking for really documents to determine whether or not there would have been any prior connection between the defendant, Phil Spector, and the victim, Lana Clarkson. Is that right?
That was part of the reason we went there, yes.
And so with that in mind, you would have looked at a lot of these papers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Took some time?
It did.
And as you looked at the papers without telling us what exactly was in them, did they appear to be related to acting, scripts, that kind of thing?
It seemed, the papers in the area that we're looking at right now all seem to be entertainment related.
So, like, if you went to my office and you saw transcripts and papers and cases all over it, thing, a work area.
Correct.
Now, if we look at this photograph on the back of the sofa, there must be, 4, 5, 6, even on the seat, different stacks, correct?
Correct.
So it looked like she was involved in, from what you saw there, a lot of different work.
Correct.
A lot of different scripts that she was looking at. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were these dusty and with spider webs on them? Did they look like they hadn't been touched for a while? Did they appear to not have any dust on them and perhaps been looked at recently?
They looked as though they had been used recently. There was no dust, debris on top of the papers in that area.
Okay. So it looked like a work area where somebody, perhaps an actor, would be reviewing scripts and the like in their home. Is that right?
Correct.
Could we go back to, what was the kitchens? The kitchen that I thought was the bathroom. It was, Oh, X to the 7th, okay. This room, now that I understand it's a kitchen, you can see the refrigerator, looks pretty neat and tidy, correct?
Correct.
What's on the refrigerator there? Sometimes people have little notes themselves, they'll stick on little notes.
I can't remember now if they were old-fashioned lab on a machine where you have to punch out each letter, or if they were small blocks, but they were words and phrases.
Okay, and did you pay attention to these in light of trying to find some connection and reading a lot of the items in the cottage?
Just briefly.
Okay, were they, for the most part, kind of inspirational, hopeful, uplifting phrases?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for inclusion.
I think he can just indicate what they were.
Can you do that for us?
I can't tell you the words because I don't remember. I glanced at them. They didn't mean a whole lot to me. It looked as though they were in a certain fashion or in a certain... They looked like they were motivational.
Okay. So they're motivational sayings, uplifting sayings, is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing, no depression and despair on the refrigerator?
No, short phrases and words.
Sudi says I need to ask for an octuple B.
That would be V8.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. There we go. Do you recognize this part of the cottage?
Yes.
And where is this in relationship to the sofa with the scripts and entertainment business?
Directly across.
Again, crowded but neat and tidy for the most part, correct?
Yes.
As we've talked about this briefly, so we won't do too much on it, but maybe, Sudi, could you highlight the message board there? Do you see that in our B to the 8th? Do you remember that from the cottage?
Yes, I remember that from being in the...
And did you pay much attention to this? Did you read any of this?
Not really. Glanced at it.
And when you glanced at it, did you have the same impression? Was inspirational, motivational, like you saw in the refrigerator?
It looked to me more work-related, more than motivational.
No depression, despair. I'm going to chuck it all on this board, right?
Not that I saw.
Okay. You said that Lana Clarkson's sister met you there, Fawn. Is that correct?
Yes.
At some point in the apartment, do you recall seeing a formal gown there?
There was something that was laid out on the bed. I don't know if it's been brought in as an exhibit yet, but there's a photograph of it. And I remember Fawn mentioning the gown, but I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it wasn't on the bed. It may have been hanging up off of the one of the door jambs.
Would it refresh your memory on this subject at all to look at your report?
It might. I know she mentioned it. I don't necessarily remember seeing it at this point. Do you mind? I don't have anything in my report that I see that designates where it's at, but Fawn mentions it shouldn't have been in the position it was in had she come home.
Right. So there was at least while you were there a mention in your presence of a formal gown, correct?
Yes.
And a formal gown. Did you take that when Fawn said that to be some kind of
Your Honor,
ball gown or?
I'm going to object. This is all based on...
What he took it as is irrelevant.
If you look through the cottage, did you see anything that indicated that it was a mess, that somebody had been living there and not cleaning up after themselves or not carrying like pizza boxes all over the place, kind of like, I don't know, Owen Wilson and Wedding Crashers, you know, just pizza boxes everywhere and trash on the floor. And do you see anything like that?
No.
No. This was a very neat and well-kept cottage, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Apparently, show business scripts around and somebody paying attention to all that, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Detective Kenny, the documents that were on the back of the couch, were those scripts, do you recall?
I went through them. My partner and I split up the tasks when we walked into the cottage. That was mine. I had to sit down and go through all of it. It was all scripts / screenplays. I'm not familiar with how either one of them look, but one of them mentioned things that were going on the stage. But they weren't all that. Some of them were her writing. I don't know what she was writing. I don't recall right now anything that she had written down, but it all looked to be work-related items that were there.
I don't want to be macabre or sinister, but were there notes on those scripts to show that she had been turned down or rejected or hadn't got the parts that were in?
Overruled.
I don't remember seeing any notes that, I don't even know what that note would look like. I don't remember seeing anything that said I was rejected for this part or anything like that.
Did you find out in the course of your investigation that she was not working as an actress in February of 2003?
Sustained. We've done it through other witnesses. I don't think it's important that it come in through this witness.
Well,
the objection is sustained.
All right. But Mr. Dixon here suggested that the presence of those scripts or other acting-related materials was evidence of a happy, hopeful person.
Excuse me, it's the objection is improperly phrased.
But you were asked if the presence of those scripts suggested to you someone who was in the business, was hopeful, happy, looking forward.
Objection, that misstates the evidence. Merely asked if they were there.
The objection is sustained.
Well,
Thank you.
there we go. I never heard of that before.
You don't have any idea how long the scripts were there, do you?
No idea.
The items on the refrigerator, any idea who put them there?
No.
When they were put there?
No.
Whether they were to try to buck up a sad person or some other purpose?
Objection, that's calling for speculation, conclusion, objection.
Sustained.
You have no idea even what they say or what they said, do you?
No. I don't remember the words. I remember the context, but not the words.
Right.
No.
You go, girl, that sort of thing?
Happy, be successful, that type of thing.
Now, in terms of whether or not, what mood or what the motivation was to put them on there, do you have any idea about that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think the answer is designed to be a no, or that's what the question is designed to elicit. So with that in mind, your objection is overruled. Do you have any idea what the purpose was?
No idea.
All right, thank you.
In terms of the facts that you observed, you took a computer, you left one, correct?
Correct.
Didn't find a 2003 day planner.
No.
Okay. And you were satisfied that people had been in the location after her death, but prior to your arrival, correct?
I believe that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There one of the house.
Thank you, sir. To recall your excuse, thank you for being here. You may step down. Do you want to, we've got 10 minutes. Do you have a witness that we can get started with, or how would you like to proceed?
We do. Dr. Warner's pitch.
All right.
Renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz takes the stand. I thought his name sounded familiar. I bet I've seen him on, like, Forensic Files or something. I know, Shadow. I didn't open a new tab, so that it's gonna. Okay, well, it's to say hi. You want to say hi? I just want you to pet me, Darn it! Stupid web. Stop fighting me. I want to see you. You're so pretty. I think you're pretty. All right, fine.
Sir, would you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Werner Spitz, Wernerspittz.
Thank you. You may proceed.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm at the present time self-employed
And self-employed as what?
as a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist, sir?
Cool.
For 54 years.
And when in your career as a forensic pathologist, why don't you pull that mic towards you a little bit so you can speak
Hal,
up there.
that's probably why I look
When did you go to medical school?
I went to medical school from 1950 to and graduated there and received my MD degree.
When did you first start becoming interested in forensic pathology as opposed to other areas of medicine?
Oh, that's even during school. I worked in the summertime in various hospitals around the country where they did forensic work, and let me say this, a forensic pathologist has to be a pathologist first. A pathologist works in a hospital, so I used to work in various places where pathology was done, but at the same time the coroner's office
was outside and it started raining. She got under the porch though before she got wet. Good girl.
there for a number of years each summer while I was in medical school.
Okay, so you developed your interest in forensic pathology as a...
It'd be nice if you guys could see the trial, wouldn't it? StreamYard. Jeez.
related to pathology when you were in medical school, is that correct?
Well, no, please understand, a forensic pathologist must, before they do forensic pathology, have done a residency in pathology, and usually they are even board certified in pathology, hospital pathology, where they diagnose diseases and on people who die. Then only then can such a physician do forensic pathology after an additional residency of 1 year and another examination to be approved by the American Board of Pathology.
Okay, so you went through that process getting involved in pathology, then became a forensic pathologist, is that
yes,
correct?
everybody has. Anybody who wants to be a forensic pathologist in the United States has to be a pathologist.
And you've been forensic for 50 years.
That's correct.
And is it also correct, Dr. Spitz, then or supervised in your career? Could you give the jury
Close to 60,000.
Okay. And in the field of forensic pathology, have you specialized in that over the past few years?
Well, I'm board certified in forensic pathology. I've been board certified in forensic pathology since 1965.
Okay, and you've done some 60 autopsies either yourself or supervised, correct?
Yes, you say supervised, what I really did, being in charge as a medical examiner, or even before when I would watch over the residents doing autopsies and check them out, so to be sure that they did the examination pursuant to the
Familiar with the medical legal this book that I'm holding up now. I actually am holding up the fourth one. Are you familiar with this text?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you one of the authors of that text, is that correct?
Well, I'm the editor. That means authors to write for this book, and all the trauma chapters in this book I wrote myself. I think all the trauma chapters.
This particular text, is it United States by forensic pathologists in the work that they do?
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Though you're the editor, or you edited it, and you're the author, do you think it's authoritative amongst forensic pathologists throughout the world?
Well, I better do that. I better think of it as authoritative. Otherwise, all this work is for nothing.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, you began your career and did your residency in forensic pathology. And when did you first start actually practicing forensic pathology? Was it in Israel when you were in school?
Yes. I first practiced in Israel. I graduated from medical school from the the Hebrew University Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem. I graduated in 1953.
Okay.
And then I did a residency in pathology for several years until I went into full-time forensic pathology and immigrated to this country, having completed my training in pathology and in forensic pathology, and I came to this country in 1959.
Okay.
Where I went?
Yeah, where did you
to a medical examiner's office in Maryland.
Baltimore, Maryland?
Baltimore, Maryland.
On that note, we've arrived at 4 o'clock. We'll be in recess tomorrow morning. Gentlemen, can you have witness will return tomorrow morning? Thank you. I'll wait. All right, the jurors and the alternates have left. Mr. Dixon, you wanted to raise, or Mr. Jackson?
I did, very briefly, Your Honor. I intended to do this before, outside the presence of the jury anyway, before Dr. Spitz began to testify. There's a couple of 402 issues. Based on previous discussions that we've all had together, I don't expect that any of these will be a big issue. However, I wanted to highlight them. In Dr. Spitz's report, he references rather heavily this quote-unquote story of my life by Lana Clarkson. That's the memoirs. I want to make sure that, notwithstanding the fact that they're referenced in the report, that they will not be elicited during testimony. Number two, he elicits at the infancy of the trial, we brought this up. The defense had asked if it could use certain movie clips. The court very clearly ruled those were inadmissible. I would ask that the doctor be admonished not to refer to any of those. Number three, there are certain medications that we've discussed at sidebar and somewhat discreetly. They're irrelevant with the exception of any free bleeding or bruising that Ms. Clarkson may suffer. And finally, fourth, and one of the paragraphs, and this again goes back to this quote-unquote memoir, the doctor refers to possible use of alcohol in certain drugs, and the drug portion of that would be completely irrelevant. The alcohol portion of that statement would be irrelevant as well, because it's predicated on nothing more than his review of the memoirs, the story of my life.
Who wants to respond, if anyone?
Don't all lean forward at the same time.
Yeah, I believe the court has made ruling precluding all of the subject areas.
Specific items, obviously.
I don't know what is going on with StreamYard. All of a sudden, I'm going to turn my camera off.
The other things that have come in and are admissible, you may rely on those.
Yeah, we have previously, we were understanding what the court's previous rulings are, and the court can assume that we've instructed Dr. Spitz as to what those rulings are also.
Okay.
To the extent that rulings want to be we'll raise those before those issues are even before the jury. One of the issues that we do want to re-raise is the issue of her life story as it relates to her history of drug and alcohol abuse. We believe, and the other area that we want to focus upon, it's really been sort of contested here to some great extent, is that there's sort of an issue that's been focused upon by the Clarkson career was going better than it was, and the degree of despair, etc. And we think that the life story, in addition to the drug and alcohol abuse issue, because it's such a long-standing issue that goes with Ms. Clarkson, the early limited success that she had that is described in the memoirs and her enjoyment of that lifestyle, which the court, when the court, I'm sure, read it, saw that she was obviously very delighted about what she was doing in her early 20s, and the travel and the good times, so to speak, with that particular entertainment success that she had. There's nothing compared to what happened later in life when she went 40, where enjoyed that success for lack of trying, but just the reality of the situation. So we think that picture is appropriate to paint with by allowing that into evidence and or having an expert talk about that, because that's the very issue that we're dealing with, is sort of a gentle slowing of her success and the despair that is brought on by that. So we would want to raise those issues, Your Honor.
The court is not going to revisit its ruling. All the reasons I had before stand. First of all, I understand that you're giving me reasons why it might get around the fact that this so-called story ended in the 80s. While I don't dispute that Ms. Clarkson was the author, as to how much is real and how much is imagined, there is no way to tell. It is unreliable, and therefore we are not going into that. Much of the things that were raised before can be done through other witnesses, but you are not going into that document.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right.
One other thing we want to raise, Your Honor,
yes.
We've thought about this. The court brought this up in a chambers conference, but we've decided that we are going to press forward and ask for a jury view of the foyer area with respect to.
Thank you for letting me know, because the sheriffs and other court personnel, they need time to set it up. It will be, the earliest would be sometime next week. I will now contact the appropriate sheriff's unit, and we'll go from there to start to make arrangements.
To remind the court, Mr. Dixon and I, this is the first we've heard of this since we visited about this
Subject
3 months ago.
All the informal discussions we had, which is, quite frankly, and I'm not disparaging anyone or suggesting, it's just the reality from a prior high-publicity trial, E.J. Simpson trial. It is now known that scene was managed to try to influence the jurors, and I'm not suggesting that the defense in this case would do that. But we are going to pre-screen that before a juror ever walks foot into that house to make sure that anything hasn't been added, taken out, or whatever. And again, I'm emphasizing, I'm not suggesting you would or are going to attempt to do that, but I just, out of prudence, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think the court's going to go through it. Our primary focus is for the jury just to be in the foyer area, because you get a sense of how intimate and small it is when you're there.
I agree with you. We raise this. It's up to the parties, obviously, to determine whether one or both sides wishes it. I have no problem granting that, because I think it will be useful to the jurors, but we need a lot of detail work to be done. So we'll start to work on it, and subject to your calling witnesses and your schedule, we'll work out an appropriate date.
And certainly before, one of the advantages I think the defense has that I have personally not had, and the court has not had, obviously, before Mr. Dixon and I think working in tandem with one another, before you hold our feet to the fire as far as accepting this, I'd like to kind of cross one bridge before we get to the next. I need to see it.
Well, that's no problem. We'll arrange for you to go out and take a look at it. I'm sure that can be done. And, we'll just work through it. I'm not granting the motion. I'm saying I'm predisposed to grant it, however.
Okay.
I was going to suggest, let me help Mr. Jackson here, if I may. When Mr. Jackson and Mr. Dixon and myself worked before with Mr. Tomlin on the search warrant, I think everything went smooth as it could have possibly have gone. And what I would do is if Mr. Jackson or Mr. Dixon want to chat with me about this for the pre-screening, we can set that up where it's going to be convenient to the family at the house, so Mr. Spector's not invaded in any way in terms of his privacy, and at the same time give them the opportunity to come in and pre-screen it so they're satisfied that the scene is as it should be when the jurors enter to see it.
That's fine, but the court wants to see it as well. We should all do it at the same time.
That's fine.
We'll arrange it.
What did they do, Judy?
It's pretty much, a lot of it has to do with security. It has to do with the privacy and respecting the needs of the neighbors. There's a lot of separate interests. I think, the sheriffs and Mr. Perricchini will work it out with the press so that they could be represented, but, all these details need to be worked out.
Sure.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Kinney-Bond mentioned one thing with reference to Dr. Spitz and the preclusion. We've been mentioning that certain medication has an association with bleeding. That's all we're going to mention. Not going to get into the reason for it. Okay.
And frankly, that's been mentioned. It has come out, but we're just trying to respect certain interests. Okay? All right. Thank you. Yes.
Just one final thing.
Yes.
Your Honor, as I understand it through Mr. Port and Ms. Kinney-Bond, apparently when the computer was taken from the cottage, the hard drive was duplicated. And I don't think we've ever gotten the universe of that discovery that the prosecution has. And we either need the printouts that they've had, the entire set of printouts, or we need a duplicate of the hard drive. We did get some, but we didn't get everything, and I think they're in possession of a larger amount of materials than we are. And that's reflected in the report of Fortier, F-O-R-T-I-E-R, who's a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the pagination page number, if you need to look at it for where this was done, it's 3750. So we'd like to get that. We need to get it as soon as possible because we do have some witnesses coming, and this may have some bearing in terms of relevancy of what they're going to say. We don't want to hold things up any longer than we have to. So if we could get those materials, the sooner the better. We could certainly not have a gap in terms of the defense witnesses.
I'll speak with Mr. Rosen about this off the record. The court doesn't necessarily need to be involved in our discussions about it. However, the defense was provided exactly what Mr. Rosen said he doesn't know if they got. They were provided an absolute mirror image of the hard drive. They've had the entire hard drive for about 4 years.
Okay.
We do not have, we have what is alleged to be a mirror image, Your Honor. I can just address this because I've been dealing with this. First of all, there was a copy of the address book that was printed out and given to the investigative officer, which we've never received and discovered, which they have. And we do not have any of the 3,000 emails that are reflected in the save folder and 1,900 emails in the sent folder that they have.
Why? Oh, because the noise? More volume would make more noise?
Additionally, there were 4, and what the problem is that they embedded the AOL emails into their computers with a hard drive. When the mirror image copied it, didn't copy those embedded files that they have. That's what we're missing.
Mr. Jackson.
Judge, all I can tell you is that we hired a private consulting firm, a computer consulting firm, to do exactly that. If he tells me there is a mirror image that has been given to the defense, if they can't find stuff on it, there's nothing I can do about it, but we'll talk about it off the record, and I'll show them what was received by them with a little signature that says, I've received the disc.
But at the very least, if they can't for some reason enter into certain files and they have to be given the wherewithal, they don't have to hire their own expert to get into the files.
No. We'll make available anything I have. I don't know that I'm going to hire Black Bag Productions to go do their work for them, but I can certainly show them where we got the stuff that we got.
Okay.
We'll accommodate them.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Are you showing your after 4?
Okay. Dr. Werner, part 2. Part 1 wasn't very long. Oh, it stopped raining and the sun came back out. That's Florida summer for you. Okay, an hour and 6 minutes. We'll finish his testimony and then call it a day. But I don't know if this is the end of it or not. I didn't look ahead to see how many parts his testimony is.
Or you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, Dr. Spitz. When we broke yesterday, we had just talked a little bit about your background and experience. We talked about your over 50-year history in doing autopsies, and we also talked about your publishing a book that is distributed worldwide regarding forensic pathology. And I want to go over some of your work experience, where you started working after you got out of medical school and did your residency, and where was the first position that you had doing forensic work after you got through medical school and did this internship that you talked about?
At a large army government hospital in Israel, where I had done my residency in pathology and early on in forensic pathology. And that was affiliated with the medical school where I got my degree.
Okay, and the type of work that you did at that institution, that Army pathology location, did you do autopsies yourself and determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, of course.
Okay, did you ever have any experience doing gunshot deaths at that hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and so throughout your career, have you been involved in doing autopsies on people that died as a result of gunshot wounds?
Yes, many.
Dr. Spitz, once you completed your work there in Israel, where was the next position that you took after that?
In 1959, I immigrated to the United States. That is, I did not really immigrate. I came here on a visitor's visa because it was my intention to see how things are done in the United States and go back and implicate those or apply those matters that I learned here to the work that I would be doing in Israel. But then once I came here, after several months, I decided I would like to immigrate. And so I worked here for a year and a half in Baltimore, Maryland, a year and a half or 2 years in Baltimore, Maryland at the medical examiner's office. And at that time, I decided I would immigrate. The government said, then you have to leave the country for 2 years and go back to the country of your origin. The country of my origin was Germany. I went to Berlin and I worked there for 2 years and 3 months in the Department of Legal Medicine at the University of Berlin.
Okay, so just to understand then, you came to Baltimore basically to learn more about pathology to the United States, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you actually work in the medical examiner's office in Baltimore?
Yes.
Okay, and you did autopsies there?
Yes.
You were on the staff?
Yes.
Okay, and then in order to immigrate to the United States, you had to leave, so you went to Germany, and did you also practice forensic?
I essentially did the same thing in Israel, in Germany, and in Baltimore. It's always the same thing. You see, there are no secrets in medicine. So what one place knows, within 3 months, another place knows. So I didn't realize that at that time, but I really wanted to see the hands-on workings of an office in legal medicine in this country. So I came here.
All right, so after you worked this period of time in Germany in forensic pathology, you came back to the United States, and where did you come to?
To Baltimore.
Okay, and then you...
And I worked in Baltimore then for, from 1963 in November, and this extended to 1972 in June. When I went, at the end of June, I went to Michigan. Actually, I was invited to go and assume the position of Chief Medical Examiner for the County of Wayne.
Okay, so...
Of the County of Wayne. Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E.
That would be the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
That's Wayne County, the city of Detroit, and suburbs.
Okay, so when you were in Baltimore, you worked at the medical examiner's office. What positions did you hold when you were at the Baltimore medical examiner's office from
At the Baltimore medical examiner's office, I started at the bottom. I was an assistant medical examiner. Well, first I was a fellow for a year or so, and then I was an assistant medical examiner. And then I left, and then I came back after 2 years, and then I was assistant medical examiner for a short period, and then I was appointed head of the continuing education division and deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, in Baltimore?
In Baltimore.
Okay, then
the head of the continuing education was that I was in charge of instructing residents in pathology who came there to train for their required 1 year of training to allow them to sit for the boards in forensic pathology.
Okay, so you had some educational responsibility there at the Baltimore Medical Examiner's Office, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what medical school were these residents coming from? Any particular one?
Any school around this country and anywhere. We had two types of positions. We had paid positions and unpaid positions. Okay. Many times there were more deceased bodies that needed to be autopsied than we had physicians. They came, or sometimes we had more physicians than there were deceased bodies. That's what I wanted to say. They came from all over the world because Baltimore was a very well-reputed medical examiner's office.
Is that why you chose to go there initially?
Yes.
Okay. So in 1972, I take it you must have learned that Wayne County, the city of Detroit, that area, was looking for a medical examiner. Is that correct?
Well, Wayne County looked for a medical examiner and formed a committee of 5 pathologists. And there happened to have been the meeting of the American Academy of Forensic Science in Atlanta at that same approximate time. Mm-hmm. And 2 of those gentlemen from that committee approached me and said to me, you know, we think you should apply for the position in Detroit because they need one and you'd be the right kind of person. So they were both from, one was professor of pathology at the University of Michigan, and the other one was at Wayne, the head of the department. And then there were 3 others, and I don't remember who they were.
Okay, there's a medical school in Detroit,
yes,
Wayne? Okay.
Yes.
Now you mentioned...
It's the 10th largest medical school in the country.
Dr. Spitz, you mentioned the American Academy of Forensic Sciences in your answer there. Could you tell the jury whether or not you're a member of that organization and what your role is in association with that, if you are?
The American Academy of Forensic Science.
Just explain to the jury what that is.
I've been a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science almost from when I first came to Michigan. So I've now been here in this country from 1959, so I don't know, it may have been 1960 when I joined.
Okay, and tell me...
I've been editor, that is, chairman of various committees and co-editor, on the editorial board where people submit articles and we have to decide which article is suitable for publication. That's what's called peer review.
Okay. So, Dr. Spitz, with reference to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, they publish a journal called the Journal of Forensic Science, is that correct? And you were on that editorial board?
Yes.
And
I'm not anymore. I served on the editorial board for like 30 or 35 years.
Okay, and so would that journal, is that a well-respected journal throughout the nation and actually internationally?
Yes, that is a very well-respected journal around the world.
And Dr. Spitz, when you went to Wayne County, you were the chief medical examiner for Wayne County, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long did you retain that position? In other words,
I retained that position from 1972 until 1988.
Okay, and did you retire from there?
Yes.
And then what did you do after that?
While I was there, the county of Macomb, which is the next county, close to where I live, asked me if I would help them with their autopsies. And I did that for several years. The medical examiner there was not a pathologist, and so he would call me to do the autopsies. And I did. And I did that for several years until this person died, another one came and retired, another one came and eventually died. And at that point, the county asked me to be the medical examiner for that county as well. So I was the medical examiner for Macomb County, and that position I held until September of 2004.
Okay, and then did you retire from that, and basically are you in private practice now?
At that time I retired, and I'm in private practice, and my son is now the medical examiner there.
Your son's a forensic pathologist also?
He took my job, yes.
Okay. You're proud of that, I take it.
Yes, I'm quite pleased.
Dr. Spitz, during the course of your experience that you've just outlined for the jury, you've both done a number of autopsies and also supervised people, as I understand your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, all those who came to train at the medical examiner's office were trained by essentially me, because that was my job, is to train them and to lead them across that bridge or that training program for 1 year until they take the boards.
Okay, and I take it you're board certified as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
In fact, did you have any position where you actually helped give the tests for people to try to pass who wanted to be forensic pathologists?
Well, I was a member of a small group of pathologists who wrote the questions for the American Board of Pathology to be administered to candidates who wanted to be certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. And I take it you were appointed to that?
I was in that committee, yes.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, in addition to your experience and your both teaching and hands-on experience doing autopsies, did you ever have any faculty positions at universities, either in the United States or outside the United States?
Well, both. Very soon after I came to Baltimore, I was appointed as an associate professor on the pathology staff at the University of Maryland and also at the Johns Hopkins.
Okay. And then
in Michigan, I was appointed associate professor and then promoted to full professor, and that position I still hold at the Wayne State University School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. And then I held positions while I was in Germany and while I was in Israel.
Okay. Do you have any association with the University of Windsor as far as teaching is concerned?
Yes, I was appointed many years ago, soon after I came to Michigan in 1972. I was appointed to the Faculty of Chemistry in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, which is across the river from Detroit, as professor of chemistry, adjunct professor of chemistry. And I used to teach a course, and occasionally I do it even now, but very rarely compared to what I used to do.
What kind of
but
course?
It's a lifetime appointment, so I'm still appointed.
So you're still appointed as a professor both at Wayne State and University of Windsor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you ever teach, what type of subjects do you teach in the chemistry department at university?
I teach them the toxicology of those drugs and poisons that coroner's office or medical examiner's office have to deal with, because the chemists don't deal with that. Okay. So it's advantageous to have somebody who has hands-on experience from his or her coroner's office or medical examiner's office to teach that to those students.
And your teaching that you did in the departments of pathology, both at Wayne State, University of Maryland, and abroad, what type of subjects did you teach?
At University of Maryland, I taught forensic pathology as a course, and I still occasionally do that.
Okay, you would teach medical students?
Not Maryland. At Wayne. At Wayne. At Maryland, I also taught that. I give a course on forensic pathology. At Wayne, I give a course now. In fact, there's one coming up in Las Vegas.
Okay. Do you teach medical students as well as law enforcement officers?
Yes, a lot of law enforcement. There are about 300 people that come to that, between 300 and 400 people come to that. And students come to that from our university. And we have a course like that in Detroit as well. And we have a course in Las Vegas. The Las Vegas course is mostly law enforcement.
Okay. So you get together with other experts and help teach law enforcement officers in the field of pathology?
That's right.
Okay. How long have you been doing that, Dr. Spitz?
I think this coming year will be the 32nd.
Annual?
Every year, yes.
Now, Dr. Spitz, during the course of your career, I want to kind of move subjects within the area of your expertise and background in the field of forensic pathology. Have you ever had any hospital or professional appointments in your career?
You know, when I came to Michigan, they appointed me, they gave me privileges at the University Hospital. But I could never, to this day, I don't understand why they gave me privileges to put patients in there, because all my patients are dead.
Okay. All right, doctor. Let me ask you this. As far as your professional societies and organizations that you belong to, are there special groups or organizations that somebody in the field of forensic pathology might belong to keep up with all the developments in your field? And do you belong to any of those organizations, like the College of American Pathologists?
Well, yes, they have meetings every year, and the meeting consists of 1 week of where other scientists come in and give lectures. And they go from early morning until late at night. And you choose what you want to learn. And you go to those things, and they keep you abreast as to what's going on here and in other countries. These are international meetings.
Okay,
they come here from all kinds of countries, and they lecture, and they may put on shows, and they put posters up to where there's somebody standing there and explaining it, and every school that has something to offer worldwide comes and presents. The American international meeting of the American Academy of Forensic Science is a very well reputed meeting once a year, usually in February, in almost always in a different state. Once West Coast, once East Coast, and once in the middle.
Dr. Spitz, moving to another area, are you licensed to practice medicine in any states in the United States or any other places around the world?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Maryland, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Michigan, all the the European Union countries in Europe.
And basically, are you also board certified in pathologic anatomy and forensic pathology?
Well, yes, I took the boards in this country, the American Board of Pathology, back in 1961 and became certified in hospital-type pathology.
Now, over the course of your career, Dr. Spitz...
And then I did forensic pathology, of course.
Okay, board certified in that field also?
Yes.
And over the course of your career, have you published articles in professional journals in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I did.
And have you ever published any articles regarding gunshot wound injuries and deaths as it relates to pathology?
Yes, I did. I published a total of, I think, 95 scientific articles.
Okay. These would be generally in peer-reviewed journals, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever publish anything in, for example, the New England Journal of Medicine?
I think I published it too.
Okay. Now, Dr. Spitz, have you ever, I'm looking at your, a list of your experience and credentials, and I see that you were a consultant to the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory when you were in Maryland. Did you have a position with that laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you must know...
For, I think, 2 or 3 years.
Okay, this was a physics laboratory that you were appointed as a consultant on. You must know something about the laws of physics, I take it then.
Well, some things, yes.
Okay, do you know about Boyle's law and
I suppose I do.
Stokes' law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, I'm sure is going to have a lot of questions for you about that. I'll move on. In your experience, Dr. Spitz, have you ever had any role with the United States Congress as it relates to death investigations?
Well, I testified, I think, in all states of this union, including Alaska and Hawaii. And I also testified, and at all level courts, civil courts, federal courthouses. And I testified before the United States Congress.
Okay.
And I testified before what led up to this was that I was consulted by the Vice President of the United States, Nelson Rockefeller, in regards to the assassination of President Kennedy. And there was a group of 5 experts that were consulted.
Was this known as the Rockefeller Commission on CIA activities within the United States investigating the circumstances surrounding the assassination of John F. Kennedy?
Yes, that was John Rockefeller's committee.
Okay, and then
a year or a year and a half later, the House of Congress adopted that committee and put together a committee in which there were 8 forensic pathologists that they selected. And I was in that, and we all gave our opinions to the House regarding the assassination not only of John Kennedy, but also in regards to Martin Luther King.
This was known as the Forensic Pathology Panel of the Select Committee on Assassinations of the United States House of Representatives. That was in 1978, correct?
Yes, and that committee is still in session now. That has never been resolved. So in case there is an assassination now, this committee would be pulled in to advise.
Okay, and so they still actually send you updates, or you still get
I don't think that I've had an update in all these years, but I do know that such committee exists, and that if there is need for this committee, then they have their list as to what they need to do, as to what they need, who they need to call and what they need to do.
Okay.
So that what happened before would not happen again.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, if you could give me an estimate based upon your experience, how many times have you looked at either 20,000 in your career, do you think?
Probably.
Okay. Circumstances by which somebody shoots themselves when they put the gun inside their mouth and pull the trigger with a gun.
Yes, I've seen that a good number of times.
Okay, so you've experienced that type of circumstance in your work before, correct?
Yes.
Were you originally contacted regarding this case by an attorney by the name of Robert Shapiro back in 2003, 2004?
I don't recall when it was, but it was a long time ago, and that's correct. Yes, I was approached by Mr. Robert Shapiro at that time.
And were you asked to, were you just retiring from Macomb County about that time? Or were you still working?
No, I think I was working for Macomb. This was, I have the idea that he contacted me before 2004. Then I was employed by the County of Macomb. If it was after, then I was not.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, and as of today's date, have you been provided with a number of materials to look at the death regarding Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
And let me go through some materials, and you tell me whether or not you've been provided with these materials. Did you look at the death investigation autopsy file from the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Did you look at the Alhambra Police Department crime reports related to the death of decedent Lana Clarkson?
Yes, I did.
Did you look at records and investigative materials from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department relating to the death of Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Did you look at a grand jury transcript related to this case involving the death of Lana Clarkson and the prosecution of Philip Spector?
Yes, a two-inch document.
Okay, a transcript of testimony?
Right.
And did you also look at prior medical records from Lana Clarkson, from various doctors that she had visited prior to her death?
Yes.
To look at prescription records wherein Ms. Clarkson received prescriptions from Long's Drug Stores?
Yes.
Did you also look at Lana Clarkson's diary, date book, as well as other emails and other correspondence that were found on her computer?
I did.
What were you asked to do relating?
I actually asked that, but I perceived my duty in this case to opine regarding cause of death, manner of death, cause of death meaning whether the death was caused by what? By disease, by injury, by what kind of injury? Gunshot wound, shotgun wound, stabbing, beating, whatever. Manner of death is what by suicide, natural causes, or accident.
Okay.
And then there's a third item, which is how did the injury occur? And the reason I'm giving you that in this order, cause of death, manner of death, how did injury occur, because those are the three items that medical examiners, coroners, have to give their certification on each and every death certificate that they fill in for everybody that passes through their office.
And you've done this for
This is by state law. This is state law. It's state law in Michigan, state law elsewhere too.
And you've rendered these types of opinions in cases for over 50 years, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point earlier this year in 2007, you actually authored a report as to your opinions and findings.
That's correct.
And basically gave just a summary of your opinions, is that true?
Yes.
Now, in connection with the field of pathology, Dr. Spitz, you mentioned that you've testified throughout a number of states in the United States, outside the United States, is that correct?
Yes, I testified in all states of this country and in some other countries as well.
Okay. You've been to California before as an expert?
Yes, I've been in California a fair number of times.
Okay. And have you ever been retained in past years by law enforcement agencies or district attorney's offices in California?
Yes.
Okay. And basically you charge for your services, is that correct?
Yes.
Get a little cold, doctor?
No, I'm not cold. I just caught a cold in California, of all places.
Okay, well, don't take it back to Michigan and leave it here. Dr. Spitz, when you look at a case to try to come to these conclusions that you've talked about, do you look at photographs at all? Is that something?
Yes, photographs are a very important item in a post-mortem review.
Okay.
See, if I don't have photographs, I am compelled to formulate opinions based on written material, but I have no way of seeing.
Okay.
When I have photographs, I can see, and then I can form my own opinion.
All right, so in this particular case, when you looked at the coroner's records, you also had the photographs of, let's say, the autopsy?
Yes.
The scene where the decedent, Miss Clarkson, was found, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also have from the coroner's office toxicology data or records?
Yes.
Okay. Do coroner's office, if they do their work correctly, do they ever make tissue slides, things of that nature for you to look at?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and what's the purpose of doing that?
Well, a tissue slide is prepared from tissue, meaning something from the body, put through a process, mounted on a piece of glass, stained, and then the pathologist looks at it and makes a diagnosis. Says, he can say if it is for the purpose of making a diagnosis of a disease, he can look at, say, the liver and say, oh, this patient has such and such disease. If it is for the purpose of maybe or a different purpose, maybe for law enforcement, then the question may be different. They can say, well, is this blood, or is this tissue, or other tissue, or where is this tissue compared to the body as a whole? So these kind of things, and he looks in the microscope, and he verifies there was something white found on the arm. Okay, so he takes that, or he takes that which is given to him being represented as having come from the arm, and he looks at it in the microscope after it passes through all this chain of events that the technician prepares for him, and he looks in the microscope and says, yeah, this is such and such.
Okay. And did the coroner's office in Los Angeles County, did it have slides that you looked at some point in time?
Yes.
And did you also receive some slides from Dr. Vincent DeMaio that were taken off of a jacket at some point? And so in reviewing and coming to your opinions in this particular case, you looked at the autopsy photographs, the toxicology records, the slides, all of the things that are created at the medical examiner's office. Is that true?
Yes.
And in your view, based upon your experience, Dr. Spitz, did the medical examiner's office here in Los Angeles County document the autopsy in a way that you could understand what they did?
The medical examiner here writes a detailed autopsy report, and then I compare that with the photographs and with the microscopics.
Okay. In other words, you basically go to the source material and then draw your own conclusions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've done that over the years a number of times. Is that true?
Yes, a large number of times.
And did they have the right source material for you to look at? In other words, did they properly document things?
Well, if they don't, then either I call or I write or I send emails, and I asked that this be provided.
Okay. And a number of things were provided to you concerning this case, is that
Yes,
true?
that's right.
Now, Dr. Spitz, when you, and I'm kind of going by your report here, you went through all of these materials and you eventually came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lana Clarkson died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Is that true?
Yes.
What was your opinion?
I think she died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
When you make that statement that somebody died of a self-inflicted wound, what do you mean? If you could describe what you mean by self-inflicted.
You know, it is almost impossible to, and well, there are exceptions, but it's almost in the general average daily case, it's almost impossible to determine with any degree of accuracy what somebody was thinking from an autopsy. So how do you arrive at that?
Almost impossible.
You go out, you either go out.
Did he say almost impossible? It's almost impossible to determine what someone was thinking from an autopsy. I would say that's impossible. I can't believe he said almost impossible.
Out yourself, or you find documentation for what happened to this person, what surrounded this person, what drove this person, what made her tick, in other words, what kind of person was this? I had never met Lana Clarkson, so I don't really know her at all. So I have to base my opinion on what other people say about her. People who knew her, people who knew her well, people who knew her less well, and people who, like physicians who have seen her. And I really don't care what their job in life is, but people who knew her are able to give me some direction. That's what I base my opinion on. And then I put that in conjunction with the material evidence of the incident itself.
The physical evidence.
The physical evidence. And when I have all that together, then it's like putting all this stuff into a box, and that box is my head. Then you shake it a few times, and then you arrive after a while, you think about it, and you sleep over it. That's what I do. And you think about it some more. And sometimes it takes days and days and days until you arrive at a conclusion. Okay. And in my opinion, and you look at the picture, I look at the pictures several times, not just one time, look at the picture and put it away. I look at the picture and you see on day one thing, and on day 6 you see something else. It's like going to the movies several times, to the same movie, and on day 1 when you see it, you see one thing, and on day 2 you see something else. Maybe day 2 is not immediately this next day, but maybe 2 weeks later. And after you have seen the same movie several times, you have seen so many things you never dreamt of you'd see the first time.
So you look at all of these materials and you study them, basically, is that?
I studied them as well as I could, and it was my opinion at the end of this that most likely this is a self-inflicted wound. Now you can ask me, is self-inflicted can be an accident, self-inflicted can be a suicide? I would say the most likely is a suicide. I have no other choice but putting either suicide or accident on the death certificate. Considering the shot in the mouth, I would probably call it a suicide.
Dr. Spitz, do you exclude, when you come to that conclusion, do you exclude it being a homicide?
No. Yes, I exclude it not being a homicide.
Okay. And did you take into consideration the investigative reports from the Sheriff's Department and things of that nature?
I take into consideration all the documents that I reviewed, including the documents of the Sheriff's Office.
And their crime laboratory from the Sheriff's Department?
And their crime laboratory, and the autopsy, and the circumstances as presented to me, both in the investigators' reports and in the report that Dr. Pena put together when he went to the scene and when he wrote his report.
Now, Dr. Spitz, you were present when Dr. Pena testified in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I was present.
Okay, so you heard his testimony, and I take it from what you're saying is that you disagree with his opinion that this was a homicide. You come to a different conclusion, correct?
Yes, I do come to a different conclusion, and I disagree with his opinion. I think it was a hasty opinion.
Okay.
I think it was an opinion without due consideration.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This witness can't testify to what was in Dr. Pena's mind. He can testify whether he agrees or disagrees.
Well, no, he can offer his opinion as to what, and you can cross-examine him. I'm going to allow him to make his statement. Go ahead.
Hey, Dr. Spitz, I want to now sort of move on to some of the details of this case that caused you to come to the opinion that Lana Clarkson died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And the first area I want to talk about is there any question that Ms. Clarkson died of a gunshot wound and that gun was inside her mouth when it was discharged?
No, there's no doubt of that at all.
What facts and circumstances can you tell the jury that tell you that that's the way it occurred? If you could just explain that to them.
Well, that's a very simple observation. There's no gunshot wound anywhere in the head area. All the blood seems to be emanating from the mouth and nose. So somewhere in this area is where the origin of the bleeding is. You open the mouth and you find the wound.
Okay. Was there...
There was a wound in the tongue. There was immediately obvious that there is an injury inside the mouth. And then a bit further is the injury to the throat.
The back of the throat?
And then you pass a probe, and your probe leads right into it without pushing the probe. The probe goes through the course that the bullet had made.
Dr. Spitz, what tells you that the gun was inside the mouth?
Excuse me, and an X-ray of the head, even without the X-ray, you could feel the irregularity in the back of the head. And then the X-ray showed the bullet inside. So there's no, as far as cause of death, there's no problem at all.
Okay, and the gun being inside the mouth as opposed to being shot and the bullet going in the mouth?
It was not shot from outside the mouth, it was shot from inside the mouth.
Dr. Spitz, was it your understanding that the weapon that Ms. Clarkson held and shot herself with was a Colt .38 caliber Cobra?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And based upon because of your involvement in this case, did you take the opportunity to actually shoot that type of weapon?
Yes.
And did you want to know basically how that weapon worked and what type of recoil it had?
Yes, I called up. You see, I worked for this county next to where I live, and I'm very friendly with the powers to be there, with the police, and called up, and I said, I'd like to shoot a Cobra, I called Cobra 38. Would you have one like a weapon like that? Oh, yes, we've got all kinds, so come on over. So I went over the engine in the basement, and one officer came with me, and a lady from my office came to me and took some notes. And
I can get my computer to do what I want it to do. I caught that too. That he misspoke. I know he just misspoke, but still, it was like a double negative. How did he put it? He excluded it not being a homicide, which he meant he excluded it being a homicide. Yeah. I hate, you know what I hate the most? And when it happens to Alan Jackson, he will clear it up. When they ask a question, like when they say a sentence that the answer to that would be no, and then they say correct, and then the witness says no because they're answering the statement that was just made or the question that was just made, they're answering that no, but the answer to correct should be yes. You follow me? So it's like, are you answering yes to correct, or are you answering no to correct, or no to this question? It gets confusing when that happens. Yeah, like the I didn't do nothing. Exactly. It's weird. And then there are a lot of times when it's like, okay, what does that mean? Did they say no, it's not correct, or did they answer the question before the correct no? And a lot of attorneys will just keep going, and I'm like, wait, what did he mean? Which is kind of what happened there. It's a double negative, but I think he just misspoke in that. But and I think AJ did it. I think it was yesterday or the day before in the Karen Reed trial that happened. But AJ cleared it up. But it happens all the time, and no one clears it up. And I'm like, wait, I don't get it. What was the answer? Yeah, it does. It gets confusing. It gets really confusing. I hate it when that happens because I'm like, I mean, and sometimes I understand it, but I'm like, now is that clear for the record though? You know, because I wonder about the jury. Does the jury know what the right answer was? Is that going to be clear whenever they go back and deliberate, you know? So, and another thing that about this trial is aggravating the mess out of me right now is I think a lot of this is just assuming if it's in the mouth, it's self-inflicted. And I'm sorry, but if he was that mad at her, and he's used to pointing guns at women that he doesn't want to leave, if they've said she had blood spatter on her hands, and I think it was Linda Kinney Bodden that said, why would she have it on her hands if she wasn't the one that shot the gun? Because she probably, okay, if someone's going to stick anything in my mouth that I don't want in my mouth, what's the first thing am I going to do? I'm going to reach up and try to pull that thing out of my mouth. So that's why she had the blood spatter on her hands. Doesn't mean she got them on there because she shot the gun. Why is not everybody, but why is the defense all trying just to assume because of the intraoral thing that she had to have done it to herself? And if he pointed guns at people like he does, and they've said he actually like shoves it right up to their face, like touches their face with it. So what if he was putting it up near her face and maybe she was yelling at him to stop or whatever, and he got it in her mouth? And then they were struggling. She was grabbing it, struggling to get it away. If he had his finger on the trigger while he was waving it around and sticking it in her face, and then they were struggling for it, she was trying to pull it out of her mouth, it went off. Do you think that he told her to do it to herself though? Do you think because he was holding the gun or handed the gun to her, you think he handed it to her and she did what he told her to do? I'm picturing it as a physical like tussle with the gun. Like he started off pointing it at her and touching her face with it, like a couple of the women has said that he did. And then they had some kind of struggle with the gun, and either his finger was on the trigger or maybe her finger hit the trigger. I don't know. I don't know how much pressure it takes to pull the trigger in that kind of gun. But I don't think she just opened the door and went, "Oh, look, a gun," and pulled it out and shot herself in the mouth. I don't think that happened. But I don't think he told her to do it to himself either. I think he put it in her mouth, and either he just shot her or they were struggling over the gun and then the gun went off. But that's just my opinion. Either way, he's culpable. Either way. I don't think he's innocent at all. But I don't like that they're just assuming it's suicide because it was in the mouth. Oh, so you think like he told her, let me put this in your mouth? Yeah. The pattern of behavior that we've heard from the other women makes me think that he did it. He may not have meant to do it. It might have just been like a scare tactic thing. Like, I'm going to show you my gun so you'll stay. And maybe he accidentally did it, but it doesn't matter. You don't use a gun like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Open your mouth. Yeah, if someone's holding a gun and tells you to do something, yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I would do that, threatening or not. I would say, if you're going to shoot me, but not there, because people think I killed myself. I don't know. I don't know. He was a sick person. He was just a sick person.
I shall.
Okay. I want to show you some pictures. I want to kind of begin our discussion about this gunshot wound death with a discussion about firearms and gunshot residue. And are you familiar with those things based upon your experience as a pathologist?
You mean with firearms?
Firearms, gunshot residue, things like that.
Well, yes.
Okay, and that's an integral part of the work that you do. You have to gain some knowledge of this subject. Is that correct? Yes. If we could have Exhibit FF put on the screen, please. Dr. Spitz, if you could look at this screen and tell us whether do you recognize this photograph as being one out of your textbook?
Yes, I sure recognize this.
Okay, so you chose this photograph to demonstrate something in your forensic pathology book, is that correct?
Yes, this book that you had here.
I still have it somewhere.
Yes, this picture is to indicate to the reader what really comes out of the muzzle.
Okay.
What really comes out of the gun. You see those white streaks?
Right here?
Those are gunpowder on fire. Burning gunpowder. That's why they're white. They illuminate the photographic plate, the photographic film. And then you see the cloud in the front, and you see a lot of cloud further back. The cloud and the bullet you can still see, but the bullet originally is behind the cloud. But here, by the time the picture was taken, it already went is first. The cloud, or some of the cloud at least, precedes the bullet.
Gets in front of the bullet.
It's in front of the bullet until the bullet overtakes it.
Okay.
Because the cloud is amorphous. The cloud doesn't have body. The bullet is a heavy bullet.
Okay. And you've learned about how these guns operate because it helps you in your work to determine cause and manner of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so...
And you can also see that the gun moved on that picture. You can see that the streaks don't come out of the opening of the muzzle, of the opening of the gun in the front. They come out like from a different place because by the time the picture was shot, was taken, the gun moved by recoil.
Okay. And there's a little gap here. This is a revolver, is that correct?
This is a revolver.
And there's a gap between the barrel and the cylinder, and what's that called?
A cylinder gap.
Okay, and do things come out of the cylinder gap?
Oh yes, you can have a little fire there, and some gunpowder and smoke come out from there too.
Okay. Now, your understanding of how the gun works, does that relate to looking at a person who's deceased and died of a gunshot wound to help you understand what happened?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this particular illustration that was put in your book was designed to teach people that are forensic pathologists about this subject, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
A forensic pathologist, mind you, when it comes to, a pathologist, when it comes to interpreting forensic matters like guns or knives or hammers as they relate to beating, they are laymen. They don't understand. This book is made to teach forensic pathology to those who need that to be taught. It also is used by forensic pathologists when they want to know certain details that they were not taught in the course of their training program. Therefore, this is a very important picture to indicate to a physician, a pathologist, what is implied when a shot is fired.
Okay. I want to move now to Exhibit GG, and looks like another photograph, and it appears to be the same gun, just focusing on a different area. And does this focus on the person who was actually shooting the gun?
This is showing that you get some of the gunpowder twirling back and seating itself on the hand of the shooter. And look at the smoke. How far over to the back the smoke goes.
Okay.
The smoke is loaded with debris, with gunpowder elements, and all that seats itself on the hand of the shooter.
Okay.
And you can see it here very well.
Okay, and some of these little sparks actually kind of go up and go back, and they go all over.
They go back, they twirl back. It's like a frisbee. Have you ever seen a frisbee coming back at you? When you throw it that way, it comes back towards you. Same mechanism.
Okay, so when you teach, for example, if you're teaching either pathologists who want to become forensic pathologists or law enforcement officers, you teach about this subject, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So why do you want to know about gunshot residue and how it gets deposited on people's hands? What's the reason for wanting to know that subject?
Because the presence of these materials on the hand, on the garment, on the face, whatever is in close proximity, it allows you to tell who may have been holding the gun, who may have been in proximity of the gun. Tells you things like that which are important.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask now that a video be presented, and this is Vita the 8th. It's a shooting demonstration, and I'm going to ask you to look at this video, and then I'll ask you some questions about it, Dr. Spitz.
Okay, go. Hammer back. Take your finger off the trigger when you do that, please.
Can you pause it for a moment?
Yeah, go.
Okay, Dr. Spitz, is that you in that video clip?
Sure is.
And what kind of a gun were you firing?
I used a Colt Cobra with plus P ammunition.
Okay. Was it a Colt 38 caliber Cobra, the same
Colt
type?
38, same kind that was used here, only the ammunition was plus P and not P.
The gunshot wound that killed Lana Clarkson came from a 38 caliber Cobra, is that correct?
Yes.
Shooting plus P ammunition, is that true?
Yeah, then this was P. I knew there was a difference between the two.
Okay. In any event, you shot this gun because you wanted to understand how this particular gun, the same model gun, fired, is that correct?
I wanted to know how much gas comes out there. I wanted to know how much recoil there is, what my hand would feel when the gun is moved. If you remember, I don't know, maybe you want to show it again, the gun went a fair amount, moved a fair amount at the time of the firing. I wanted to know how much fire comes out of there, how much smoke comes out of there. I have never before fired this same gun ever. Okay. So I wanted to get a feel for it.
Okay. And you've done that in other cases, is
I've done that in many other cases.
Okay. Now, if we could maybe replay the video, I wanted to ask you one question about the recoil.
Okay, go. Hammer back. Take your finger off the trigger when you do that.
That's the policeman talking.
Yeah, go.
Okay, and you see the gun snaps back.
Snap back, snap upwards, and you see the flame.
Okay.
You don't see the smoke because the smoke is gray and the wall is gray.
Okay, and I think we have a still picture of that. If you could, we could put that up, and that's 8V. In this area here, is this the smoke that you're talking about?
Yes, that's the smoke.
Okay, so there's a flame that comes out, and there's smoke, and I take it the smoke and the stuff that you can't even see, that there's gunshot residue that gets emitted from this weapon.
There's a lot of gunshot wound residue, specks of gunpowder that are burning, that you don't see, that are gray inside there, and then there are others which are not burning.
Okay. If we could have Mark next, in order, Your Honor, a picture of a 38 caliber Colt Cobra, and it's, for our purposes, it's .475, but it's
a couple of M10.
M10. Do you recognize this photograph as being a picture of the weapon that you were firing in that video?
Yes, that's the same weapon that I fired with a ruler to show the sizes.
Okay.
And short barrel.
Look at how tiny the barrel of that gun is. It is teeny tiny. Did that came from the store that way, right? Like they sell. Why? What is the reason for having such a short barrel on a gun? I don't know. I don't know anything about guns. Don't listen to me. I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't understand why it's so short.
And then the next one in order, Your Honor, would be tin couple N?
N.
Thank you. 10 N to the 10th, and it's 476. Particular photograph, Dr.
Yes.
Spitz.
This is the box of ammunition that we used.
Okay, and this
and the gun.
Okay, and this was 38 special ammunition, P ammunition, but not plus P, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so your understanding is that the ammunition wherein Lana Clarkson shot herself, it was plus P ammunition, and that was more powerful than what you used?
Was somewhat more gunpowder in it.
Okay. And you basically took this picture just to document what ammunition was being used?
Yes.
And were you also interested, Dr. Spitz, in the sight of the weapon, of the .38 caliber weapon that was used? If we could highlight what we can see of the sight from here.
Yes, I was.
And was that because there were some injuries to Lana Clarkson's body that the sight played a role in?
Yes, I wanted to know the exact measurement of the site.
Okay.
And I wanted to have that documented. And what I did was I imprinted the site into molding clay.
Okay.
With a ruler.
I'm going to show you the next exhibit next in order, which would be
O10.
O to the 10th, and it's 499, and ask you to take a look at this photograph and tell me if you recognize it. This is the molding clay that you just mentioned?
This is molding clay.
And it looks like there's several impressions in that molding clay, and can you tell the jury what that is?
Those are 3 impressions of the sight of the gun, that thing at the front of the barrel which is aligned with the eye to make a straight shot.
Okay.
And that has a certain width to it, and you can see that it's just less than 2/8. That means one quarter.
Okay.
And there are 3 impressions on this piece of molding clay.
Okay, so you did that just so that you could understand the width of it, because that related to issues in the case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now the next one
And
in
this
order...
was held frozen. It's still there. I held it frozen because I didn't want it to, I never knew, maybe one day this may become evidence or something, so I kept it in my freezer to remain in the same condition.
Okay, and you also photographed it, correct?
I also photographed it.
Okay, now the next one in order, Your Honor, and it's our photo 470.
P to the 10th.
P to the 10th, P times 10. Is this also something that you did, that you wanted to see what the gunshot pattern was at 2 inches away or so?
Yes, this was fired from 2 inches, and if you look sharply to the area, first of all, you see the tear in the paper. And then around the tear, you see all the deposit of gunpowder. Of course, some of the gunpowder went through the tear, as did a lot of black smoke.
Okay, and would it be correct, Dr. Spitz, that this exhibit is a photograph of this paper when you shot the .38 caliber? In other words, it's with the same gun, the same type of weapon that was used by Miss Clarkson to shoot herself.
Exactly. This is done as part of this whole series with the same gun that you saw earlier. This was done as well. This is not just simple paper. This is paper that the police use. It's a thicker paper.
Okay, and is it, and was it done by you so you could understand all the issues in this case?
Yes.
And Dr. Spitz, with reference to this particular gun and this particular target that was at 2 inches, this was P ammunition as opposed to plus P, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the ammunition that Ms. Clarkson used was actually more powerful, had more gunpowder in it, is that true?
Had somewhat more gunpowder in it, yes.
Okay. Now, you were interested in this gun because you wanted to know some of the specifics as to how it fired and what its features were and things of that nature. Is that correct?
I wanted to know as much as I could know from this kind of experiment that took a total of an hour and a half, and the experience was certainly helpful in understanding how that works.
Okay, because issues have been raised after the start of this case regarding the gun and where it was and things. Okay. And you've done this type of work before where you fire a weapon that's similar to one that's suspected, is that correct?
Yes, I did that before.
Okay.
I did that before a large number of times.
Okay. And do you think that's important for a medical examiner to do, to come to a a thorough and accurate opinion as to what may have happened?
Yes, I think it is important for a medical examiner to do that when questions arise. Most cases don't have that situation, but a large number do, and this is one of them.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, when somebody fires a gun inside the mouth, can you describe for the jury what effect that has as far as the gases and the explosion that the bullet, when the bullet fires, creates? What are the dynamics of that?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained, you'll have to lay a foundation.
Dr. Spitz, in the course of your experience, have you studied the way that firearms work?
Yes.
Have you gone to, have you educated yourself in that field?
Yes.
Have you taught other pathologists how firearms are utilized or how they work?
Objection, that's vague.
I think just as a foundational question to get to whether or not he has the expertise to answer the question, overruled.
And I would interpose a second objection that it's overbroad. How guns work?
Well, I don't know whether Mr. Plourd is going to follow up, so at this point I'm going to overrule your objection. You may proceed.
I forgot the question now, but I'll re-ask. Dr. Spitz, in the course of your work, you've fired many firearms, is that correct?
Yes.
You've actually worked with, you're knowledgeable in the field of ballistics, is that true?
Objection. I'm sorry, Dr. Spitz. Objection vague. Knowledgeable in the field of
I still believe these are foundational. If at the close of the questions he has asked a question and you want to object, then that's the time to interpose an objection. Overruled.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Do you have some knowledge in the field of ballistics?
Let me tell you what I used to do.
Okay.
Every year, we would have a new group of residents and fellows. They would spend from a few months to a year.
I guarantee you he's been in the army. Because, well, he's German. But he's from, wait, is he from Israel? He was born in Germany. I know it's mandatory if you're Israeli to be in the service. You have to. But that he did say it was German, not Israeli.
In our institution. Part of the training was to take them to the police department, firearms division, and attend how guns are taken apart, how they are put together, how you can do it without even looking in the dark. Some people learn to do that. What happens when you fire a gun. We did this kind of experiment almost on a daily basis, like here. How the targets that are achieved on paper and on cloth look different with different types of ammunition, with different types of guns, that kind of thing we did. And I would go with them every time. And we did that for years. So yes, I only got a week of this exposure every year, but I also did privately when I encountered a case where I needed some more information for my own edification. Like in this case, I would call up the police and say, look, can I come over and I'd like to try that.
Okay. Now, Dr. Spitz, in your experience, you know what effect a gun has on a body, whether it's fired near a body or through a body. What you've seen that how many times?
Gunfire on live people, I've seen thousands of times. I mean, I lived in unfortunately labeled the murder capital of the United States, and most of those deaths were by firearms.
Okay, so you have some unique knowledge and experience in seeing what a gun does to a human body, is that correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I almost say unfortunately because I live in that community.
Okay. When a weapon is fired inside somebody's mouth. Are you experienced in having seen that and what effect that has before?
Yes, that is, it's not frequent, but it's also not unseen or terribly rare.
Okay. And are you familiar with what effect that gun has once it's fired inside the mouth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we sort of began this inquiry by starting out that when you fire a gun, once the bullet leaves the muzzle of the gun, if it's inside the mouth, is there anything that occurs that causes injury to the body if the gun is fired inside the mouth?
When the gun is fired in the mouth, it's not really as far as the gun is concerned and what comes out of the gun any different than when you fire it like here for me to photograph. Okay. You get burning gunpowder, you get unburned gunpowder particles, you get smoke, you get a bullet that comes out, you get a lot of pressure inside the oral cavity.
Objection. No foundation for that last
Saying
statement.
this to the last opinion he offered, it is stricken. You need to lay a foundation for that.
Okay, Dr. Spitz, when a gun is fired, does near a body, does it have an effect on a body? In other words, other than the bullet itself, can it have an effect?
We have done experiments with cartridges using cartridges without bullets, without missiles, I should say.
Okay.
In other words, there was a case that we had, and I'm almost sure that I published it, where a person was shot. I don't remember if it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound or somebody else shot him, but it was a shot in the head with a dummy bullet. The whole thing is called bullet. Mm-hmm. That contains gunpowder and primer. Then comes the missile, which is ejected. That person, if I'm not mistaken, was either killed or severely injured from what? From gases. Okay. The gases broke the bone and went inside. Okay. When a person commits suicide,
Objection. This is non-responsive at this point.
It's non-responsive, and we're going to take our recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. That's all we're going to do because Judy told me there's 8 parts to Dr. Spitz. We will be here till midnight. Not really, but I'm cold. It got cold after it rained, and I'm eating ice cream too, so. It's carb smart though. It's healthy ice cream. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. It's 110 calories, 5 grams net carbs, 4 grams fiber, and 3 grams sugar. And the only reason I'm not eating the whole carton, I promise, I'm fixing to go put it up. I only had like 3 or 4 spoonfuls. But it's just me and Travis. We're allowed to share each other's germs. We're married. So, it stopped raining and the sun's out, so I think I might go for a walk again. And that's all we're going to do. Phil Spector today. We will be back tomorrow in the morning. Yes, this is our special ice cream place where ice cream doesn't have calories. So I will see you guys in the morning for more Phil Spector and more Karen Reed tomorrow. I don't know when I don't know when Peter Tragos is going live today. If I watch him live, I turn off chat anyways because some people have horrible chats where they're just snarky and nitpicky and oh, Judy has stuff about Spitz. His family fled to Palestine from Germany when he was a child. Oh, okay. Bye, Terry. Oh, I thought he was Israeli. Okay, he's Palestinian. Oh no, he's German. Duh. Whatever. Okay. Yes, everyone have a good one. Okay. Oh, I was just because there's an actress, I forget her name. She was on Supernatural too. And she was born in Israel and she served in the military because she had to. Because everybody, I don't know if it's still that way. That was a while back, and Israel's kind of in an uproar right now. Anyway, used to be, probably still is because of that. Yes, just because. Yes, Alana Tall. Yes. Um, and she served in the military because she said it's required. You have to in Israel. Yep, she did. She played Joe, right? Or was Joe the mom? I don't remember. I think, yeah. I don't remember. I want to. I don't watch Supernatural on Netflix because they take the music out because they don't have the licensing for the music. I know. I know. Matthew Davis was also on Vampire Diaries. I loved that show and it got canceled. It was so good. That show was so good. It was about a cult leader that was basically like Manson-esque cult leader. It was such a good show. She was okay. So I haven't watched Supernatural in forever because I don't want to watch it on Netflix because the music's wrong. Because they don't have the license to the music. And the music is part of the show. I mean, and that's Eric Kripke, the guy that created the show, will tell you that like Baby the car is a character and the music is part of the show. And so I just won't watch it on Netflix. And Christmas last year, I found a box set on sale at Walmart, and because I still, that's why I've started walking. And well, I want to lose the weight, but I also want to get to where I can build up my stamina again and just walk like a normal person through a store. So I'm on my little scooter in Walmart, and Travis is doing whatever, and I found the box set, and I put it in the basket, and I'm wheeling around. I'm Travis. Like, what? Like, buy me this. Please, can I have this for Christmas, please? He's like, no, I already bought your Christmas. You're not getting anything. So I didn't get the box set. But next time I find one on sale, I'm getting it because if it doesn't have the right music in it, it's not the original Supernatural. I'm not going to watch it without the music. So, but the music is part of the show and it aligns with like it's very carefully picked music to align with the episode and what's happening. But yeah. So anyways, that's why I know that's the only reason why I know if you're born in Israel, it's mandatory that you serve in the military. So that's why, because he said he had been in Israel. I was thinking he was born there, but no, he's German. So okay. Oh, what I was going to say about Peter Tragos. Did I ever finish that thought? It's an bad ADHD day, guys. So he is going to go over the motions. I was going to read those to you guys, but I decided since he's going over them and he's an attorney, if you guys want to know, because all I'm going to do is read the words and not understand anything. So he's going to go over them. He's going to go over the missing persons motion or missing worsen. Blah, la, 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 la. The missing witness motion. It's something about Proctor and Higgins since they're not testifying. And I don't understand it. So he's going to explain that. So, and rather me just reading the words and not understanding it, I decided that I would just let him explain it and I would just recommend it. So you guys can watch that because I won't understand it. I'm just going to watch his video. And then I will watch that. If you don't want to watch him, I'm going to watch that and I will try to explain it to you guys tomorrow if I even understand it. Hopefully, he's pretty good at explaining. He's super fast, though. He's like on fast forward all the time. That man does nothing at a regular speed. And I'm usually on half speed all the time. Sometimes he goes too fast. And I just can't even listen at that speed. And I'm just like, Peter, slow down, dude. I guess that's a habit you get into when you're a lawyer because you have to squeeze so much into the time you have that you have to kind of do everything on fast forward, I guess. I don't know. But so I will see you guys again. Missing witness. I corrected myself. Isn't that what I said when I corrected myself? Okay, so I will see you guys in the morning for more Phil and then more Karen Reed. Oh, which might be done next week. So we might not even go into July. We were thinking, me and Judy were like, this is going to keep going on until August. We're going to be here in August. We're going to be here in August. This is going to take forever.
It's been 84 years.
But we might be done next week. Yay! And I so hope that they find her not guilty. Yeah, and that's like Legal Bites too. Like, I love Alita to death. And I love her live streams. But when she does her videos, I have to rewind stuff because she goes fast when she does her videos. Live stream, she's fine. She's like my speed on live streams and I can follow her. But on videos, I'm constantly rewinding because I'm like, you went too fast, Alita, slow down. Okay, guys. Be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you. And so do I. And I will see you in the morning. Bye, guys. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming out. Love you guys. Bye.